Hello and welcome back to this year's playoffs in the OCS, the 2020 playoffs. We're kicking it off now this week with the semi-finals. We had the quarters. It was an explosion of fun and fiesta magic as we had two best of threes to sink your teeth into, one being a clean 2-0 and the other going down to the final game there, Jubes, in a 2-1 affair. We got our teams locked in here for the semi-finals. We had two teams that got the bye round from finishing top of the table as well. And we're going to get to see if they've used those few weeks of rest to prepare, get themselves all up to scratch, maybe unleash some new strategies, get something creative, and get themselves into the mix to finally put themselves through to the all-important grand final. But Jubes, we'll kick things off, mate. You got a new headset, you're sounding good, you're looking good. How are we?
Yeah, I actually feel pretty good too. Actually, no, I lie. I don't feel good. I had to wake up like 8 AM and start work today, but it's okay because usually you carry the show anyway, so I'll just get on your back, give me a piggyback to the finish line, and get it sorted.
Look, mate, we'll take it in turns. You know, we're both Chelsea fans. We both support the same team. We both love the exact same thing at the end of the day, which is both football and it is League of Legends. Let's kick it off with that bracket to show exactly what I was meaning as to where things stand so far. Another week to go. That is the grand finals to look forward to next week. But as it stands here, both first and second seed in the Die Cups, undefeated with their 10-0 record, as well as the University of Queensland Union. They'll be looking to see if they can take down the Raging Bulls that come in from the quarterfinals. QUT finally getting that win, kind of defying a lot of expectations, you'd have to say, by taking that win out against Pensnet.GG Rise. But for the end of Mammoth Academy, a few roster swaps towards the end of the regular split, in particular to that mid lane. And Coach Curtis seemed to shot the goods.
Yeah, I mean, arguably they made an upgrade in the mid lane, right? I know what we saw from Zaita was quite good, but it's hard to go past the resume of Coach Curtis and say that it isn't an upgrade. And, you know, he did have a rough start to the series and probably had, you know, he didn't have the dream return to competitive play that he was probably hoping for, but he still had the impact on the Lysandra and still had the big team fight ultimates. And really, that's all you can ask for from a veteran like Coach Curtis. I mean, yeah, I call him Coach Curtis, but I believe his IGN's just Curtis. This is the problem. I know players from solo queue and I call them by their solo queue IGN as opposed to their competitive one, so I apologize, Curtis.
It's contagious because I heard you say it. I've seen Twitch chat spam it as well. And once you see something, you go, you're a man of the people. You've got to give them what they want to hear. Let's bring up that schedule for today as well, so you know what games to look forward to and what to sink your teeth in here tonight. Two best of threes back-to-back, and it's all going to start with Mammoth Academy coming in to try and take down the University of Queensland Union. They've showcased that they can do better in the past. We'll get to see exactly how things shape up here today, as I already mentioned. A bit of a roster change, a bit of a roster swap-up. We're going to get to see really what these clash of styles look like, and then to look forward to afterwards will be the Die Cubs, no doubt. 10-0, the flawless streak. Can they continue it? Can they make themselves an undefeated playoff contender to go the distance, or will the Tigers have prepared something a little bit spicy? We'll have to wait forward to seeing that one later on in this evening. But getting ourselves ready in for this very first game, Mammoth Academy take it on UQU. I'm quite curious about, once again, champion pools as to sort of what we get to see. Obviously, the mid lane has to be that understanding of, well, what are we going to see? Are they going to look to try and draft control mages once again? Something that he doesn't have to feel so, maybe doesn't have to have so much agency, I suppose, on it. And he can sort of say, look, I can fulfill a certain role in this team, be it I can look to CC, I can look to stun, I can look to set up you boys for the rest of our team.
I think that in both mid laners in this series that we're going to see is just going to be a control mage kind of trade-off, right? Both these mid laners kind of made their names playing control mages. They're not necessarily assassin players. And so I think we can expect to see, you know, your Orianas, your Twisted Fates, your Lysandras in certain situations when it arises. But, you know, we've seen Amateur throughout the season really just pop off on things like the Victor, things like the Oriana, the Zoe that's permanently banned away from him. And Coach Curtis, knowing him as well as...
It's going to happen all night,
It's going to happen all night. I'm so I feel bad because I don't know if he necessarily wants to be known as that, so I'm trying not to do it.
It sounds like a hype up for a really good movie that's soon to come out. You know, Coach Curtis, he makes it through the playoffs, he does it for the boys. We'll get to see, mate.
Yeah, we'll see.
Let's see exactly what we get with the start here. As you can see, it is going to be maximized. It's going to receive the double bans. It seemed to be the staple of last week. They said, we let it through once. We let through the Fiora. You styled on us. Next game, they banned away both. Then he played Bruiser Scion. Do you remember that? It was crazy.
I mean, I'm surprised there's not a Scion ban coming across here, but nevertheless, we have Mammoth. I got a little bit confused at the start, Skimmy, because I saw Mammoth Academy banning away the carry champs, but Yeah, you know, Clint has done his job really well for this UQU lineup when he's on the things like the Malphite and the big team fight champions, and this is how we've kind of seen the UQU really, you know, form their identity. It's playing these team fight compositions with control mage in mid lane, and sometimes getting up to some weird stuff in the bot lane with their iterations of Senna, which we see banned away now, and first pick Karma.
Yeah, first pick Karma. It's no real surprise here. It seems to be one of those top 3 picks along the likes of, say, Caitlyn, for instance, in what is priority, just because it can be flexible. In so many different roles, we're going to see exactly how Mammoth look to open up their account. They're going to go for the Ashe, lock it in with a Fresh. They've already guaranteed or confirmed that this is what our bot lane is. And I think in a way now, for UQU, they can go, well, this gives us so many options as to, well, where do we want this Karma, this first flexible pick? Just provides us with a little bit more value, and they're going to say, well, we're just going to match you and go for the Ezreal.
Or taking the Ashe, taking the Karma away from the Ashe, so not giving them the Ashe Karma lane is quite big. But the problem that I'm trying to retrain my brain. The problem that UQU are going to have in this game now is that at level 6 there is so much kill threat in this bot lane, right? Ashe isn't traditionally known as kind of a kill threat bot lane, but you pair that with Thresh, pair that with level 6, there can only really be cleanse on one member. Karma's not going to be taking cleanse, and so it's almost just a free ult target off cooldown. So we start to see, like, you know, post level 6 a really volatile bot lane. Ezreal is going to be quite safe for sure, but you know, wouldn't be surprised if we see Vengeance just kind of path towards there at level 6, given that Volibear has the Ohm Wrecker ultimate, really just cancelling turret aggro.
Yeah, and it's interesting you bring that up because these are a lot of picks that they actually used the last time these two teams met. We did see Vengeance go for the Volibear. They had a composition that had the likes of Echo, Riven, and Set just to get in your face and create pressure. But on the flip side of that, UQU showcased that they can have a few curveballs of their own. They ran Clint there in the top lane with the Urgot. They had it with the Trundle as well. And we're starting to see those respect bans come out in that second version of the draft to showcase. We've seen this before. We don't want to deal with it again. We want something that's familiar, but with a touch of difference added.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what you do in game 1, right? You go with familiarity, or you could go, like, you know, I like to think of it as 2 ways, right? Your game 1 is to get the nerves out of the way, and you're going for stability, going for what works for you, and just what feels natural, so that the only thing that you need to focus about is the game that you're playing, and not necessarily the champion you're playing, right? It becomes a bit autonomous. Or you could use game 1 as kind of that flair game, where, like, you still have another game in your pocket. You can play something that's kind of way out there, you know, shake up your opponent. They won't know what you're going to be drafting, and you could take that approach. But you know, familiarity for me works best, and that's something that I often defaulted to in my career. So I think it's a smart move coming out of these teams.
It seems to be the case because we wondered if the mid matchup would be the highlight. It seems to be definitely, as we're going to feel that Curtis, his pick will be left to last. They've denied away the Galio, they've denied away the Twisted Fate as well, which kind of ties into our point that we mentioned about, you know, control mages, those that can look to fall behind but then facilitate the rest of the team. Obviously the Sion came out there, so Maximize is going to showcase, well, you can't ban away every single champion. He's going to go for the Jax, but as is Amatil's stable champion Paul, he's going to pick himself up the Victor.
Yeah, Victor, and I think the last time that we saw him actually play the Victor, it was a very big pop-off game. So, yep. I mean, it's something that had to be expected, because I think it may have been the closing game of the season that he played that. I don't actually have it here in terms of statistics, but yeah, I mean, his Victor's scary, and I'm really excited to see it. And this is what I said, this is what I was expecting to see. I was expecting to see the control mage matchup, and Victor Orianna is a very 2017 style matchup where in 2017 all you would see was mid laners play Ori, play Syndra, or play Victor. And so it's as much as control mages kind of sometimes turn into a 10 CS per minute like snooze fest, this matchup actually has the potential to outplay, and sometimes you see summoners burnt because you're contesting for every bit of CS, right? And that's what control mages do. If Amatil wants to go for a farm, Orianna's going to want to trade damage, and vice versa. So I'm going to keep my eyes on this mid lane, and I think it could be a bit of a surprise where we see maybe not a solo kill, but some summoners burnt for sure.
And that's what I'm interested in right now. I want to sort of like form the basis of what we as a viewer should be excited for, what we should be looking for. Because I look at UQU, or I look at Mammoth Academy. I've done it now with the baited nameplates at the top there. But we look at Mammoth Academy. They've drafted a composition that they've used in the past against this team. It thrives on pressure. It wants to contest. But obviously it needs items as well to hit those kind of breakpoints too. We've seen situations where these heavy engaged supports down bot lane roam freely to act as a second jungler. And if it can be allowed that the AD carry gets a little bit of solo XP. We've seen it in the past be used very effectively on an Ashe, where he hits level 6 first, can force those fights, and kind of ties into the point you mentioned before about if there's no cleanse there, there's no chance to evade.
No, for sure. And again, it's one of these games where we see, and again, I'm just trying to regain my bearings for a moment, but we see that Maximize has opted in for the Jax, right? And it's what we're used to seeing him play, all year. He's opted in for these side lane split pushes, obviously the Scion and Ornn with exception. But the question is, can he get a big enough lead so that when he does need to group or when he does need to fight the dragons or the neutral objectives, he's a relevant teamfight threat? Because if I look at the side of UQU right now, they've kind of drafted how they've drafted all year, right? Their top lane has that one big R button. Their jungler has a very high tempo, aggressive early game jungler who actually probably does win the Volibear side of the matchup. Olaf doesn't really lose 1v1 to many champions. The problem is just gets outscaled quite heavily. And then you have Amateurs in that 10 CS per minute matchup, and they have a shoving bot lane. So, UQU have really stuck to their guns. The one that I'm kind of surprised about is the Jax pick. And I mean, that's what happens when you target ban Maximize so, heavily every single draft. It's going to be, for me, how does he fare as Jax? We haven't seen too much from him on Jax, and Jax is definitely a champion that requires a much higher ceiling in a competitive sense because you can just get blown up when you group.
It certainly can, and I think you tie in quite nicely because if we look at his champion pool, it's been the likes of Camille and Fiora every single time if it's available. Obviously being banned away here, but he's showing, hey, look, I can play other picks. I've showcased that I can play Ornn if I need to tank, but I do really like these bruisers. So Jax, I suppose, once again, kind of falls into that category of, give him a couple of items, give him that major power spike with a Trinity Force, and he's kind of keen to make things happen. We saw that even if he is a Fiora, he's quite willing to group up with the team and force those fights or find his little, 2v2, 3v3 skirmishes where they can excel at. But, I look at these breakpoints and think, okay, mid lane could be that 10 CS per minute. It could be Curtis looking to say, I want to just go even. I know Amateur wants to be aggressive. I know he wants to sort of flex his experience in this lane in particular and be that big driving force. But then, I start to wonder, okay, we've got these gank-heavy junglers. How many resources, how many summoners can they, really command before we're looking at, dragons or heralds being contested?
Yeah, well, okay, Olaf is a little more different in the sense that he's not necessarily like a turbo gank jungler. Whereas like Volibear for me is, and again, this is going to probably get misconstrued, but Volibear offers way more than Elise in terms of CC and utility and team fighting. But think of Volibear as like AD Elise. It can still farm a little bit, it can still farm fine, but like it also has such a good kit to secure kills early or burn summoners, especially when you pair it with the Nimbus Cloak. Whereas Olaf is more of a tempo lead jungler, secure neutral objectives, whilst the Volibear, as an example, is doing something somewhere on the map. So if he ganks your top laner, you secure the dragon. If he ganks your bot lane, you do the Rift Herald. And Olaf gets his leads that way. And then Olaf will want to skirmish when he's kind of got that level lead or hits that level 6 first. So yes, Olaf can gank for sure. I'm not saying he can't. But that's not what he wants to be doing. He doesn't just want to be running to lanes and throwing axes in and hoping that he gets a kill. I've done
a little bit tragic. We saw that.
Yeah, and so for me, it's weird because you see top side of the map for Mammoth Academy, they have the Jax, who definitely needs minimum Trinity Force, and then I'm going to be generous and say another item at least before he starts doing any work in the side lane. Whereas you look at the bot lane of Mammoth Academy, they really want 6 before they start doing work, or they want the Blade of the Ruin King on Ashe before they start doing something, right? But it's more like that one item spike. And then you look at the UQU bot lane, Ezreal Karma. Ezreal wants the 2 items before he starts doing something. So across the map, we have like all these kind of like item trade-offs where, Mammoth Academy's bot lane stronger at this item spike, but then Ezreal probably starts taking over at this spike if nothing happens. And Urgot's probably a little bit stronger at this at the first item spike than Jax is before Trinity Force. And so there's all these little interactions that, if you're a player, you need to identify and you need to path towards or play towards those kind of spikes and lanes. And that's why I think it's crucial for Olaf for Volibear to kind of burn some's bot so that they can defend the dragon stacking that Olaf wants to do.
And with that in mind, knowing that the Oceanic region tends to be rather gank heavy, tends to be a little bit aggression heavy, I suppose, right? They want to make fights happen, even if we're talking about, breakpoints being where relative efficiency is, truly achieved. Is there a particular area of the map you'd like to see these junglers focus? Or would you say, okay, you know what, if we're not seeing the likes of a dragon being contested until like maybe the 8-10 minute mark, we're still okay?
I'd love to see UQU really focus this Jax lane early on. I think Jax is a champion, especially in a competitive sense, because a lot of the time when people, think about Jax, they really do think about Jax being the solo queue terror, right? The one that solo kills his lane and gets a lead through doing that. But, in a competitive sense where you probably see less and less solo kills and you see more cohesive play where teams are forcing fights around neutral objectives, or there's more pathing towards the Jax's lane to shut him down, we potentially see this Jax fall so far behind that his teamfight impact or side lane impact is irrelevant. And so especially when you pair that with, the Urgot ultimate, Jax early game doesn't really have high base HP, and so he's definitely in execute range very early on. And so yeah, I'd like to see Olaf and the UQU really put an emphasis on putting Maximize behind, because really we see the Mammoth Academy roster just live and die by Maximize.
They certainly do. We've seen Maximize can pop off when given his champions, when given his time to shine. We're going to jump into the very first semi-final here of the evening for the OCS playoffs, as we get to see UQU make their debut in these playoffs, having had a 2-week break to get themselves prepared and study up the opposition. Whereas for Mammoth Academy, they continue to do what works best for them. We'll get to see exactly how they come to take down UQU, which beat them during the regular season, but in a best-of-3 format. Lots of things can change.
Yeah, for sure, and we saw that kind of in the series that we saw with QUT and Pentanet, right? The series just flipped. Think it's going one way, then it ends up going the other. So it doesn't matter if you win the first game, you just get reverse swept in a sense and lose the series anyway. So you can never really rest on your laurels. You got to just keep up the tempo, keep up the pace, keep putting the pressure on the opponent, and come up with the dub.
That's what to be hunting for, as we will see exactly where these junglers tend to start off. They're both going to go for a red buff start. Obviously, slight benefit will be favoured here for Vengeance, who will have the leash from Jax, but that means that Clint can get to lane first. Might be able to get level 2 first as well.
A very interesting smite. Very interesting smite coming out of Unshackled there. So generally speaking, Olaf holds smite for as long as possible, because with Olaf's passive, you clear jungle so much faster. I'm going to hold that thought because the hook's probably going to land. Never mind. Yeah, you clear jungle so much faster the lower you are, right? And so sometimes you see Olafs just let themselves get down to 100 HP in matchups where they know they're not going to be invaded. And so for me, the Volibear matchup is a pretty safe one for Olaf, right? Volibear needs level 3 really before he's going to be looking to make plays on the map, and might see a flash flay here.
We might do indeed. No instant cleanse. That's a big one. They'll be down for a fair bit of time. Farmer will find some retaliation onto the roaming fresh. He'll be dropped down to Harp as well. But both have plenty of consumables, but that cleanse has to be a big one.
And this is what we talk about using priority. Okay, priority is a word. Yes, we know what priority means most of the time, right? But what do you do with it, okay, this early into the game? And so you see Curtis pushes for prior, drops a ward onto the Raptors. And so what that ward does now is it pretty much tells Mammoth Academy Olaf is going to be in the top side of the map for the next minute and a half. And so now they can play the game on the other side where Olaf isn't as recklessly as they want, because he has to clear his wolves, his blue, his gromp, top crab, and they know that. So for the next kind of, minute or so, Olaf's just been accounted for.
Been accounted for. Obviously, Hawkshot is insanely good at scouting out that vision as well if you're down and out with no wards to protect you, but with your jungler in the area as well. Also, definitely feeling very protected, so they're going to utilise that advantage with those summoners being burnt. No doubt. Continue the harassment, continue to keep the lane in this kind of state, and always threaten with the ignite advantage that they actually hold over their opponents.
Low-key, Hawkshot, most broken ability in the game.
Right?
Yeah. Low-key, most broken ability in the game. You pretty much render the enemy jungler, or whoever it is roaming, really useless for the next kind of 30 or 40 seconds. It's genuinely a free cross-map ward. And, she gets 2 of them as well when she stacks them up. So, kind of hate seeing it, to be honest, because my role is the jungle position. So, I kind of feel their pain. You know the pain meme? It's pain.
Yeah.
It's pain when Ash does the Hawkshot across map.
It certainly is. You're just taking out a champion straight away, and those champions that look to try and flourish from hiding in those shrubs. Maybe you got that insane support player that's always got the oracles, always got those control wards down, and suddenly, nope, Hawkshot reveals, and everything in that game plan, it goes away. We'll get to keep our eyes on Curtis. Obviously, we caught eyes of him last week. He went down a little bit in terms of CS in that individual matchup, but we weren't too critical given the nature of how volatile it had been for Maximize, or for Mammoth as a whole, I should say. But we'll get to see now as we do turn to Maximize in this top lane, how he fares going into the Zergot.
It's pretty much dead even, right? You know, you assume Clint is going to get most of the CS in that lane coming back, and there's probably more than 10 CS in those two or three waves at first glance. So, you know, dead even top lane. I don't really expect much to happen in the early levels, right? We start to see the kill threat coming through from Urgot at level 6. And, you know, Clint knows his job. His job is pretty much just to stabilize and hold that thought again. Hook lands.
Yeah, look at the posturing of Fruitcake. They know that they have an advantage. They've gone for a shot. Yuki, you have not. They're going to look to try and find that first blood. Ignite goes that flash forward, hits them with the auto attack and hits them with the first blood. Priority from the very get-go here at level 1. Cleanse being burnt. All the summoners being burnt. Yuki, you not having any fun in the bot lane.
It's what I was talking about. It becomes a kill lane, right? You have the Ashe, you have the Thresh into the Karma now, and that's just kind of the byproduct of having to first pick the Karma. And I think it's becoming increasingly obvious when we see UQU play that the Karma is going into the support position, right? I think we saw Amatul play it once, maybe, and it didn't work out for them from you know, this is just from recent memory, and they've kind of got the counter pick in the Thresh, and they're just punishing it now.
Yeah, I actually look at their match history. That time that Amatul did play it, they had a composition where it was, Cho'Gath, Graves, Karma, Aphelios and Alistair.
They did lose, right?
It did lose, I believe. Yeah, and an Aphelios composition that is looking to try and be buffed up with as many supports as possible.
But then every other time we've seen Karma, it's just been straight bot lane. And it looks like they've kind of identified that that was going to be a first pick, planned a hook champion or a heavy CC lane. And, you know, again, you can't take the cleanse. You can't run double cleanse bot lane because you pretty much just give up all priority and all presence in that lane anyway. And, you know, level 6 isn't going to get any easier, right? Because that's an important flash cooldown burn. Ashe is level 4, going to ding level 5 soon, so expect to see Volibear kind of dip his head into that bot lane and say good day.
And I think it's such an interesting situation because we talked from the very get-go that cleanse had to be burnt. Revenge on that Karma burnt both summoners to try and survive. That's both flash and heal. But the fact that Mammoth Academy had put the wave in such a position where Yuki felt they couldn't go back for that shot. Mammoth came back with item advantage, came back with the ability just to literally walk at you, chuck out a hook and say, we have Ignite as well. There is no way for you to evade this. And no doubt to get level 6 as quickly as possible. That cleanse will be available now for Ezreal, so no doubt Mammoth Academy be hunting for another opportunity. As you mentioned, maybe Volibear snooping his head into that bottom side of the map, but UQU already cleared that end of the rift so far. They were the ones that picked up the first Cloud Drake.
Yeah, first Cloud Drake going over to UQU, so again, this is what we thought we would see when we see an Olaf composition, and interesting purchase from the Olaf that it's not huge, it's not crazy, it's not game breaking by any means, but he's picked up a Doran's Blade, which is something that you don't see too often on junglers. It kind of did, I would say it kind of rose to popularity, I'm going to say a couple months ago, maybe even longer than that, where junglers were kind of facing early, and if they couldn't buy anything significant, they would just get a Doran's Blade because the resale value was fine on it. That was when you saw kind of ADCs going full Doran's Blades. You remember those days?
Yeah, old school days. I saw Misfortune when I came through.
Yeah,
it was like crazy.
And so junglers kind of just felt a little bit left out and started to do that. It kind of didn't take over. It wasn't like the most popular trend in the world. I don't necessarily like it because, you know, as a jungler, it's only that 400 gold or whatever, but you're just so low resource as is. I don't think it's worth spending it on a Doran's Blade. Yes, it's kind of like an early game power spike, but how much of an early game power spike do you need on Olaf? How hard are we playing for this early game?
Oh, well, that's it, and that's what I start to wonder, right? Because we know that, you know, as a Volibear, you want to just farm up quite passively. You want to enjoy what you can right now. I'll hold that thought because I'm looking on that minimap and I can see that Olaf is actually turreting towards that top lane. Looks like Jax was in a safe spot to disengage away from quite safely. Amatul was also on the roam as well, so it looked like Yuki's first signs of life of looking to try and lock down that Jax, but it wasn't to be the case.
Yeah, it's just it's an anticlimactic blue handoff. He's giving blue to Amatul, but means he can match the priority of Orianna, and they're actually walking in the river here. Checking the Rift Herald. Potentially Olaf was on that, soloing that one out, so it's a good heads-up play there. Seeing Olaf kind of pull away a little bit with a level lead now in the jungle matchup, and a few camps over the Volibear, and you know, Vengeance isn't going to be too worried because current game state is completely fine. He has a winning bot lane, and he's going to try and sneak a Rift Herald skin in.
He definitely is, as he's actually going to have his bot lane go to the top side of the map, as it tends to be if you're looking to really make sure this is a winning fight for you. That means Maximize is going to be holding the fort down bot sides in a 1v2. Revenge won't be too far away from that flash. They might look to try and get a little bit of aggressive and poke him out.
I'm kind of, I have two thoughts about this Rift Herald flip. So, they're obviously going to get plates for it, right? That's a non-negotiable. It'll happen. The plates will go down. But I'm going to hold that thought because this is actually a real good dive angle.
Yeah, he just flashes across. No need to use that ultimate. Fruitcake actually kill steals as well. The Mad Lad himself, the bot lane of Mammoth Academy are the only ones with 100% kill participation as it stands. That's a nice little rotate, and that means that Rift Herald will find even more now.
Yeah, and what Kurdos did really well there was he burned Shockwave in lane with knowing that he wasn't going to kill Amateur, right? So Orianna burns Shockwave, Victor takes a significant amount of damage. There's really no kill threat, but what that does is that it allows you to have a dive angle, right? The Thresh can dive, the Volibear can dive, and obviously Amateur wasn't expecting it, but sometimes just burning a big cooldown in lane for harass or for damage sets these things up, and I'll hold that thought because this might be a solo kill.
Yeah, this is Unshackled looking to try and turn up the tempo right now. Pops the ultimate, hits him with the axe, hits him with the damage, hits him with the ability to turn things around. You sing his praises, and unfortunately for him, stuck around the lane just a little bit too long.
Cast the curse, but it still doesn't take away from the fact that it was a very good presence of mind to burn Shockwave and just trade HP so that they could get the dive off. And Kurdos just a little bit too greedy in getting his wave in there, but a very good punish from Unshackled. And he's probably one of the unsung heroes for UQU in recent weeks. He's been playing really well, having the aggressive early game tempo junglers, and he's been doing his job, going to pick up the second dragon most likely. But Kurdos has TP, so it doesn't look like they're giving.
Yep, they're looking for it. Goes the arrow, instantly cleansed away. There's the death sentence, actually catches him from afar. Travels through space and time to receive it. There goes the stopwatch. Here comes the lantern, bringing the ash. And make sure something can happen. A dragon is picked up by UQU, but at what cost? They lose one, they lose a second. They're going to lose a third as well. The rift turns to pretty flowers as they almost spell that there was a funeral that took place here today.
Well, we'll have to think of this as a long-term investment, right? We invested in some stocks that weren't too strong right now, but potentially in 2 dragons' time, we could be making Tesla. We could be doing Tesla things,
We could be investing for the future.
Like if we get the Ocean Soul, right? If UQU actually manage to get the Ocean Soul, then those 3 deaths there maybe were worth it. But at the moment, current game state, this is not looking too good for UQU.
Definitely isn't, as it stands so far. You talk about future investment, I'm just looking at Fruitcake. I am insanely impressed with his ability just to consistently show that he doesn't miss these hooks. And no matter how many gap closures you have as an AD carry, he still comes through with you. Just the sequence of events that allowed Exton to be the one to pick up that kill as well. It was quite fantastic. Now, I want to sort of return to that point before, pre the Rift Herald. What was our thought reasoning behind, you mentioned you were in sort of a bag of 2 different thoughts as to why you didn't like it. Was it the fact that, you're putting your Jax behind to respond on 1v2?
Well, I pretty much I did the caster curse thing again. So I was going to say, okay, we've put Jax into enemy bot lane, right? And that means that Jax can't really farm 2v1 under tower. And I would say that the Urgot is far more useful at a gold deficit than Jax, right? Because you still have the Urgot execute. He can build tanky like he is right now. He does have the Kindle Gem and a little bit of armor. So in terms of a team fight, he's tankier than the Jax. And so Jax was kind of getting resource starved a little bit until the fight broke out. And again, maybe hold that thought. And this could be a catch here. Volibear ults to disengage.
Here's another ult, and here's another fight, as ultimates will be burnt left, right, and center, but no good effect so far, as Vengeance, utilizing his extra HP bonus, will just soak up that Chaos Storm. And everything will come to a close as Curtis takes the first turret.
Yeah, so long story short, it was actually not long enough for it to be bad for Mammoth Academy, and they actually did a really good flip there. It's long story short, and mid-tower broken's huge, right? We don't often see a 13-minute mid-lane tower being dropped, but we'll see now, because of this top lane tower being dropped, we'll see a lot of Mammoth Academy's vision just move a little bit deeper. And we'll start seeing, UQU catching waves a little bit deeper, and we'll probably see a lot of jungle camps taken away from Unshackled now, because, as I said, Amateur's going to have to eat his wave under his tier 2 tower, and if you're that deep, you just lose everything that's kind of halfway through the map.
Yeah, this doesn't belong to you anymore. You don't have that protection. You need those extra bodies in the area to ensure that you don't become an easy target to pick apart. And it doesn't look like anything's changed too much in this bottom lane as well. What was the lane state for the first 15 minutes has continued to be that lane state, with UQ pressed up against their own tier 1. And looking now try and see us from afar with those skill shots to make sure that Farmer, yes, whilst investing as a team collective for these Dragons, has himself a power spike to look forward to around the 18-22 minute mark.
Yep, and we're going to see Ash probably farm this bot wave, be on a similar recall timer to the Israel, and Ash is going to have that Blade of the Ruin King and going to hit that power spike that we talked about, right? Like, that's the one item where Ash really takes over the game and he's stronger than the Ezreal. And Jax isn't at that Trinity Force yet, so you could make the argument that the Urgot, in terms of the skirmish or in terms of the 2v2, 3v3, 4v4, is a lot stronger than the Urgot. Sorry, the Urgot's a lot stronger than the Jax, because that Trinity Force power spike's really crucial.
He's still got a bit of work to get there, as it stands so far. 2 of the 3 components necessary. What is interesting to also know...
he's got it now.
The items, there it is, fantastic.
Yeah.
Trinity Force is there, a big power spike now to maximise to utilise. But what I was going to touch on briefly was just the fact that looking at Excellent, yes, he's gone for the Cutlass. Yes, we want to see that Blade of the Ruin King come on through for that one item spike, which we now see. But he went for a crit cloak before as well. We're looking at some, old school Season 1 shenanigans with that 1% crit chance for the, the dream fight early on.
He probably just had 800 gold sitting there, and instead of just waiting, he could have just kept it in his pocket and potentially bought his bulk earlier. It's just a purchase to. So now we're just seeing Jax. This is we're seeing the Trinity Force power spike, right? We saw how passive Maximize was playing lane before. He was never engaging with the Urgot, never really jumping on him. But when you hit that one item, and he's hit it, at a decent time in the game, he hit it at about 15 or 14 minutes from memory, and now he's just, without any thought, as soon as Urgot shows in that lane, he's just jumping straight on him. But keep in mind, Urgot didn't have the Black Cleaver then, and it's gone base, picked that up, so he was sitting on a pretty significant amount of gold, and it's going to be cool to see these two just trade blows in the side lane, and I'm excited to see what happens, but we won't get that for a while because Urgot's ran straight bottom.
He definitely has, and it's been interesting to sort of note how this game is played on out. You mentioned it were item spikes to look forward to around the 1 to 2 item mark. And it seems like as soon as that one item spike has come on through, a lot of these players have said, okay, now is the time to shine. Now is the time to sort of showcase what we can do. UQ, we're not in an area to go for that 3rd dragon, which does mean that Memphis Academy can pick themselves up their first Ocean Dragon. I'm sure if they look to get 4 of those in a row, they will be very, very happy members so far. But Clint, he won't be happy. He has a Bramble Vest, he's got a Black Cleaver, but he might be the one that gets cleaved on down as 4 members collapse. And now we're seeing opposite sides of the map get sieged upon.
Yeah, the worst part, or the most demoralizing parts about these dives is the fact that Volibear is not even having to use ultimate. We're just past that stage of the game. Memphis Academy are just so far ahead. The Orianna's so strong. Ash is so strong that Clint's just getting one shot under a tower. Yes, it's 4 members, but no ultimates are even being burnt besides the arrow, and that's just to keep him in place. But that was a good trade from UQU. They used the Herald to get 2 towers in the top side of the map, so Clint's death wasn't in vain. They were still able to get some gold back and trade even at a very minimum.
Certainly were, as the Herald obviously allows things to close up and match that of what was found in that bottom lane. So the side lanes now definitely have been targeted and have been opened up to allow the likes of Jackson off to run on through as he returns to that mid lane and has one target in mind. It happens to be Curtis, who will have to burn that flash to ensure that he doesn't fall down for a second time.
Yeah. Curtis just, again, greeting for the minion wave, and sure he's going to VOD review these ones and kind of wonder, or he's probably going to kick himself that he's been caught a few times by that, because Orianna having flash is pretty important when you look at the team composition that UQU has, right? Not going to be able to run away from that Olaf who's Ragnaroking and Clint who's firing an Urgot ultimate at him, so needs to be careful now.
Well, we'll check in with that gold chart to see how these teams stand at the 18-minute mark. You can see a sizable lead achieved by this Ash, up by about 1,500 gold so far, in part to the bounty and a 2-0-2 scoreline. But individual power spikes have been found in a lot of these carry areas. We talk about carries, well, obviously we've got one in the Jax as well, who's also, from that Trinity Force point onwards, got a little bit more aggressive and is able to find himself a little bit more gold on the map as well.
Yep, and these games, we're going to probably see a little bit of a stalemate now, because people have their item spikes coming on through. Ezreal's still waiting to see the 2 items come on through. Ash has now officially got 2 items, but all we'll see is just side lane pressure, and side lane pressure being generated by Jax, by Victor, by an Urgot, and playing through sides at times does get a little bit stale in the sense that there's nothing to die for and there's nothing to get. Jax isn't going to be able to take this bot lane inhibitor anytime soon. There's no neutral objective to die over, so potentially we just start seeing, trading of minion waves, and this is maybe where LS starts molding a little bit and telling people to freeze the wave.
Yeah, prep those waves. You still need that Ezreal to hit his power spike with that Monomune. The Seraph Embrace is there for Curtis right now, so with the blue buff as well, you can definitely see that Mammoth are the ones that are making plays on the map, as it shows. They are ganking lanes, not afraid to walk into the jungle, clear out those visions, lay down their own, and force those fights. Because, I mean, we talk about mobility. Lantern, Shirelia's, Deadman's Plate. If you go hunting in the wrong part of this map right now, you're as good as gone.
Oh yeah, they have picked for days. You can only juke one of their abilities, right? You flash the arrow or something like that, then Volibear just flashes after you, and I've seen Bears chase people with, and I'm going to hold that, flash blade.
Yeah, well there it is. It's going to be Excellent that takes 2 damage. Initially the Chaos Storm goes his way, but the Lantern brings him back to safety away from the members that would have been coming to back their fallen ally up. Falls on down, another 4-man collapse, another kill here for Mammoth.
You kind of got to wonder what happens if the Urgot TP's there. You know, the Ezreal ult just misses.
Doesn't catch anybody. Very close though.
Yeah, I feel like that was maybe a little bit of a TP angle onto the turret there, and he might trade, you know, 2 for 1 or 1 for 1, but holding his TP, not wanting to kind of lose his bot lane tower or bot lane inhib turret, because Jax was pretty close to the tower, so I think if he did TP up, it was going to be an open inhib versus a Jax, and that's not something you want, so disciplined play coming out from Clint, but you got to wonder what if.
You do have to wonder what if, and now you start to wonder what the damage looks like here for Mammoth, as they have gone for a death cap second item on the Orianna. This is not one that wants to play passive, no. This is a guy that wants to be aggressive for these minion waves, wants to use that flash to run away from harm, which is definitely coming his way a fair few times. But this is an important shot. This is an important time to set yourself up. 20 seconds, and our 4th dragon of the game will be spawning. As it stands, Mammoth are up by just under 6k gold, a huge lead at this stage.
Yeah, it's a very big gold lead, but UQ have done a very good job in stabilizing the game. Sometimes at this point in the game, if there's a 6k lead, you see a little bit of a blowout, right? You start to see people just falling left, right, and center. You're losing neutral objectives, and yes, they're giving away neutral objectives, but they're not losing turrets, right? You know, they're only down 1 turret in a game where they're down 6k, so they've done a very good job in stabilizing and managing to pick up farm, and they're still staying relevant in terms of EXP and levels. Yes, Maximize has a 2-level lead, and Extend has a 1-level lead, but it's not a blowout by any means. One team fight can really turn that around.
Definitely can, and you know, we're not talking enough really of a lead to showcase that we can have some crazy 1v3 moments just yet. We're still waiting for those bruisers to work towards those death stance and make themselves a mitigation machine. As I think really for UQ, it has been really a case of maybe a little bit risk-adverse play, not force those fights, but prevent a split push, which Maximize in particular finds so much success with.
Well, if you look at UQ's comp, right, they can't really start fight. The whole kind of way their composition functions is having a lead in the early game, setting up in a lane, getting some harass down, putting some siege down, and winning the game that way. Whereas Mammoth Academy have the tools to really start a fight on their own accords or when they see fit. So it's really going to have to be on UQU to just counteract the play that Mammoth Academy make and swing that in their favor. Otherwise, I don't really see a window in which they can get caught, because they really don't have any hard CC, right? Like, who starts the fight? Is it just an Olaf running at you throwing an axe? Because if you die that way, then you probably deserve to lose the fight. This might be it though.
It might be it. Curtis, 3rd time's lucky. That turret does not exist, but there comes Vengeance there for the backup. Locks it on down with the shockwave. The Stormbringer just being enough to survive a little bit longer. There goes the CC, 1 into 2. The arrow connects. The damage is there. Maximize picks up the goodies, and he can leap to safety with his team grouped up. They continue to be the first to the fights, the first to find the kills, and now the first to potentially start up this Baron.
Yep, and that's exactly what we saw there. We saw UQU trying to start a play, trying to make a play with the tools that they didn't have. You know what I mean? It's you're trying to undertow an Orianna with phase rush. She's just not slowed, moving out of the phase rush. TP comes through, Maximize is huge, and it's pretty just like clockwork at the moment. And this is looking really clean from Mammoth Academy.
What is it like, though, from a player perspective, right? If we talk about the mentality of them, knowing that they have a composition that is so fantastic at dealing with an engagement and having a far better, counter-engage to that. If you're sort of left in this frame of mind of we just need to welcome them to either make a mistake or force a fight and then we can play, it feels like the controlling element is definitely out of reach.
Are you talking in regards to UQU's comp?
Yeah, you mentioned it, they're not really a composition that wants to really force these fights. As we can see, Mammoth Academy are, fantastic at it. So what does it feel like, if you're a player on UQU, would you say from your own personal experience to sort of say, all right, guys, just wait for them to siege, wait for them to fight, wait for them to go for an inhib. We'll fight them then. We'll counter-engage if one of them gets a little bit too deep.
I think, when the game state was 6k behind, looking for a pick in the side lane is the right play, but it's just harder because you don't have the tools, right? And so I think, Unshackled made the correct play, but once Orianna procs the phase rush and she's dipping out, you need to have enough discipline to walk away and say, okay, we'll get her next time. It's fine. Everything that's happened in this game so far in terms of UQU obviously has been, they've been punished by Mammoth Academy, but the way they've responded to try and get back into the game is the right idea, just the wrong execution.
Well, we'll see if they can find themselves that execution, because so far it's Mammoth up by 10 kills and 10k gold as well, as they will continue their side lane shenanigans, and much in part with a lot of success.
Yeah, 10k down, Baron buff as well, still active. I wouldn't be surprised to see this played out to at least 13k before Baron buff ends, because they just don't have tools to stop the push, and Jax is just going to get so much done in the side. He has the Death Dance now, able to tank the turret, take a little bit of damage and just heal off the minion wave.
Yeah, and just look where the waves are prepped as well. You've got 3 crashing identically. It just makes it very hard. Resources are spread thin here by Queensland University. They're trying to find themselves an opportunity. They showcase themselves top. Instantly, Mammoth recognize that, respond by going to the bot lane. They're going to open up that in-hit turret. And they might now, with 4 members strong, look to find themselves the first in-hit at the 26-minute mark.
We might even just see them... wait, they're actually not taking the turret? I mean, the inhibitor? I think that's a little bit of a mistake. It's almost like playing too safe. You're a little bit nervous and you're playing too safe, showing too much respect. But when you're this far ahead and 1v1 in the top side...
Yep, don't want to risk it. Maximize in trouble right there. Gets suppressed and gets gobbled on down. Yes, you got the art of spike. Yes, you're a Jackson. Yes, you're strong. We banned your champions, and I've banned your chances of having a flawless game 1.
Well, that's huge, because now UQU actually have a window of opportunity to contest this dragon and put themselves on sole point. So, whilst it's a 10k lead and game is well and truly in Mammoth Academy's favor, it looks like they have to give this dragon, or they contest 4v5, and that's best case scenario.
That was a play that just came out of nowhere, completely against the runner play. A dragon that really... Queensland should have had no opportunity to even contest. He's grouped up with a team right now. Not going to change the outcome, as they're going to find themselves that third dragon, putting themselves on the sole point to look forward to at that 32-minute mark. Can they stall long enough? And they just need to disengage away from this run, but they want to force that fight. 4v5, Maximize still down. If he does come along, he doesn't even have a teleport. He's kind of enjoying this fight. It's still a 4v5. Vengeance going to fall on down. The health buffer from his ultimate is just not enough, but a one-man shockwave tries to destroy Clint. He's got far too much mitigation. All the resistances in the world will just shred him apart, but it's not going to matter. And still here, Jubes, 4v5. Mammoth are the ones pushing forward.
Yeah, they're pushing forward, but it's because they see the minion wave, and actually they may have caught Ezreal here, just lurking a little bit too far. Flash in.
Yeah, flash, play. Oh, wait for the max range death sentence. Farmer was that tense and scared. He even popped the cleanse when that skill shot did not even connect. UQU, they find themselves a buff to play for, but their base is starting to get a little bit messy.
Yeah, so now the inhibitor's open. And 2 inhibitors open versus a Jax is never a fun time, and they're not even wasting time, Mammoth Academy. You see Kurtis TPing to the top wave, getting that wave in, potentially looking to take that turret as well, so Unshackled's getting a little bit cheeky here. It's an 11k lead, but it honestly doesn't feel like it, and I don't know why. I just think Mammoth Academy are just showing a little bit too much respect. And obviously, Clint getting the solo kill is huge in the side lane, and probably it definitely has opened up a win condition for them, right? I know it sounds weird to say. You don't often look at a 10k lead at 28 minutes and say a team has a win con, but Ocean Soul available in 3 minutes, you'd have to say that is a win condition.
It certainly is. I'm just so confused, given that he was up by 2 levels, up by all this CS, and up by all these individual advantages.
I'll tell you something I learned the hard way when side laning against an Urgot. No matter the level discrepancy, if you stay hitting a turret when there's only 1 or 2 minions left, Urgot can surprisingly clear those minions very quickly, flip you into tower, force you to take tower aggro, as well as slow you with the ultimate, and I think that's what happened with Maximize. He was hitting the tower just for a little bit too long, got flipped in, there was no wave anymore, and was just a 2v1 versus the turret and Clint. And so it was really well identified for Clint, and now Maximize is going to be showing a little bit of respect in the side lane.
It certainly is. We're going to see exactly how he looks to deal with him a second time around, but this time in that bottom lane, going to be there to assist the super minions into the base and cause Yuki a few troubles as to, well, what is our shot calling? What is our macro understanding as to how we want to play this one out, because we know that there's a second inhibitor that has been exposed in this mid lane. If we try and turn our attention towards this Baron, we just lose so much more.
Yeah, I think this inhib goes down. There's nothing Urgot can do about it, but you know, the interaction we also saw there too was the Urgot ultimate does execute Jax. It wasn't very hard. So they'll be talking about playing on our front to back with this Victor. Might be caught.
Yep, Fruitcake's looking for it. He's popped that Shrellia's looking for the death sentence. Will not connect. Unshackle with the fancy feet. Will sidestep left and right and prevent that catch from being deployed just yet. Mammoth, having been the ones to find priority and get themselves into that river first, will be the ones to lay down the trap by getting all the vision in the world. And as you can see from that minimap, it is lit up red right now.
Yeah, the Thresh Volibear 2-manning Baron. That's going to take a while. Ash comes in to help now, and when will they blue trinket this? When will they kind of say, okay, we need to commit to walk in and contest? Because if you lose this Baron buff versus the Jax, it's going to be very hard.
True Shot Barrage reveals Ezreal to follow. Charted Arrow goes on out. The Bruisers have the teleports that they need to assist in this 4v4. Not making the play just yet.
Curtis is level 18.
Picked up for a second time. He is. He's doing a lot of damage. He's gone for the voice stuff as well. He's going to be shredding through these tanks. Anybody that looks to go his way. We've seen Olaf definitely prioritize him in these team fights.
I love seeing these assistant spam pings on the Jax. They've just said, you know what, we're committing. We don't have much engage, so we'll try catch him out. He's hopped away to a minion. I'm looking at the mini-map, and can they clear this minion wave?
Gonna be big. They're going to commit there with the Victor ultimate. Out goes the Chaos Storm. Buys them just a little bit more time. They'll need that juice because they have a Dragon Soul to play for in under 30 seconds. They've got to survive this Baron Siege first of all. If they do, they've got a chance to flip the game.
The problem with Amortal's ult there, and this isn't like his fault, it just didn't do damage, right? It didn't do any damage to the Ashe. And so now there's another minion wave coming in, but that laser did. There's another minion wave coming in, and you don't have ultimate now to fight. So they really are just maybe going to have to drop 3 inhibitors and try and contest the Dragon somehow, but maybe Mammoth Academy won't let them out. Maybe they won't even let them get to the Dragon and contest. Maybe they're just going for an end, if you will.
Yeah, they're creating a bit of a squeeze here, utilising that small window of time with the Baron buff there to ensure that Yuki cannot leave their base, cannot look to contest this one, and might just look to have one of their members go solo it out.
And this is what you can do when you have no engage, right? You know, think about the alternate universe where you do have an engage tool. Then all of a sudden you can't be playing 3 waves carelessly like this. And hang on a minute, Olaf is looking, but Vision has caught him out.
He's hunting. He's seeing what he can find so far. Once again, another True Shot Barrage goes out, acting like a Hawk Shot, just for damage. Does the damage by revealing. Means that we are all tied up here at 3 dragons apiece. Mammoth Academy sitting on 3 Ocean Dragons, as if it wasn't insane enough. The amount of items they were up by, the amount of damage they are currently possessing by locking you in your base, but now they've got all the sustain in the world, so if they do want to turtle you in your fountain, there's a very little chance for you to bully them back.
If I'm being honest though, this has been far too safe. They're 13, 14k up, and 3 inhibitors were down, and well, they had 2 inhibs open rather, and they're still kind of, they're not struggling to close this out by any means. You know, they're just playing methodically, but I think they're just trying to
testing the waters, I suppose.
Well,
right?
they've literally
first game in the best of 3.
They've taken every structure possible, right? And it's rare that you say that. It's rare that you see that with a 14k lead, 15k lead almost. You have to take every structure and he's dead.
Well,
yep.
That is just the link up between AP and AD carries going hard with the ultimates right there. 1 and 2 lock you down and you're dead. That's the second target falling to a shallow grave as they're going to try and buy a little bit more time. Maximize this time, learn his lesson, does not want to get caught and flips into that fountain, buys himself a bit of time with the stopwatch. And as Clint tries to run into that fountain, he'll be hooked straight back on out. And Exton finding targets in the sight, locks on through, hits him with the lifesteal, and hits them with the GG. 34 minutes in just one. It never looked like it was really in doubt there for Mammoth Academy. They just took a while, but they do lead the best of 3 series.
Yeah, and that's a very good, clean game and a decisive message sent, really. You know, the first game into the series just saying, hey, you know, 14, 15k gold. We took every single structure. It wasn't a perfect game, but, you know, there's got to be another name for taking absolutely everything on Summoner's Rift.
Is there maybe two ways to look at it, right? You know, we talk about maybe Mammoth being a little bit too safe, a little bit too cautious, knowing they have such a huge lead, but not wanting to go for the end. Is there maybe another end of it if we look from a different perspective of it's just making your opponents feel so tilted that they're so hopeless for such a long period of time? We're just like, well, what is our out here, guys? We have no structures. We only have these Nexus turrets. What can we do?
Yeah, I'd like to see UQU really just change their draft and get the engage tools that they've played all year. They usually play comps with just so much engage, and they're able to just swing games in their favor. And yes, I would be taking confidence from that game if I'm UQU. Yes, it was a little bit of a blowout, but they were able to stay in it, and they were able to take it to an Ocean Soul, and they were able to kind of, you know, one or two decisions here potentially have a different game. So nevertheless, Mammoth Academy coming up strong and looking very good.
Certainly up, and we're going to drive ourselves into a quick break as we get geared up for game number 2. Let the players reset, let the players get ready. We'll see you shortly. A strong start there from Mammoth Academy. It gets this first semi-final underway. They lead currently in a 1-0 scenario. UQ will be looking to try and change things up here. You mentioned that they're getting a little bit predictable there, Juves, in what they're playing, what they're choosing, I suppose. But they've opted for blue side this time around. They want that first pick priority, want the ability to maybe deny away something, or I suppose this is kind of one of those do or die moments, as in, you've had that 2-week break. What have you been preparing? Because, best of three, we talk about best of ones being volatile. Best of threes, there's almost like that fake sense of security.
Yeah, it is. That's actually a good summary of what a best of three is. It's a fake sense of security. You think you have additional games, but then once you lose that game, that first game, oh my goodness, the pressure that you feel. And you're like, wait, hang on a minute, the best of three is nearly over. We only just lost. And so, yeah, that's probably what they're feeling right now. But I had a wise coach once, and I had a very wise coach once, who I'm not going to mention the name of, but he once would make us, okay, at UQU sense, they played a composition which required a lot of poke, a lot of siege, and there wasn't much CC and engage, right? If we lost on stage, if we lost a game and we played a pick comp, then we would play a hard engage comp, the complete opposite the next game. And so that's what I want to see from UQU. They made their name all season playing compositions with R buttons and hard engage. And I want to see them just flip the script and go for that.
It's interesting you note that, because I look at some of the most recent played champions. I go to, say, Clint in particular. We're talking Cho'Gath, Vladimir, Malphite. You press R, you're going to destroy somebody. They're going to fall on down. So, yeah, I'm super keen to sort of see what they're going to showcase here in the second matchup. Obviously, going to stick with what they do not want to go into again. Maximize was the target, but despite one small blip, don't really get too punished in the grand scheme of things. The Ashe, however, will be the biggest change-up going into this next draft, and their first pick will be a set. Okay, we've seen it actually played in the jungle role and in the support too.
No, set for them is a very good pick, and it's definitely a comfort for Revenge, and it's a flex for Unshackled, and it's again, this goes back to, it looks like we're going to see the UQU that we know. This is going to be the draft so far that they're so comfortable with.
Well, we talk about comfort, and then I immediately go to Exodus here, who's gone for the Ezreal. It's his most played during the regular season. He's going to be very happy that it wasn't denied away, and especially when 3 Eddie carries have already been removed. We're going to see our Bard as well. Fruitcake, not really known for his Bard performance. He's only played once, but believes this is a winning formula to be the first team to get themselves into the grand finals.
I don't know if it's a Smurf, but Fruitcake definitely has an account where he's put a lot of time into Bard. Or unless every time I've seen him on that account, he's just been playing Bard. It could be the mega illusion where, like, he doesn't play that much Bard, but every time I see him, he's playing Bard. But I'd like to think he's put a lot of time into that champion, and you definitely Bard definitely separates the boys from the men, that's for sure. Able to see who's put a lot of time into Bard and who hasn't, just by the magical journeys and the way that Bard lands the ultimate onto immobile members. And speaking of immobile members, he's locked in the affiliates.
He definitely has. We talk about the comfort in the Ezreal for Accident. Well, for Farmer, despite all the nerfs, all the changes, and we are playing on 10-15 where he copped a few more, he is going to go back to the affiliates, his most played as well. So we're going to have a lot of fun in the sun down in the bottom lane here. We're going to see more explosive nature, given that both had the ability in a support role to force those fights.
Yeah, and Bard isn't like a lane kingdom champion by any means. But if you do get the lead in lane, or as soon as you get that window of opportunity to leave lane, and the window of opportunity to leave lane as a Bard is amplified by 100 if you have an Ezreal as AD, because Ezreal is one of the safest like weak side ADs in the game. You can just farm with Q, your Bard can leave, you have a lot of mobility, and it's a very good pairing so far from Mammoth Academy.
What is interesting though,
and now sorry, Kimmy, I feel very nervous to say that because we have the Bard extraordinaire, Mr. Rusty the Caster in chat.
Oh, the big OPL caster, the big dog. Wow,
yeah, the big dog.
Fan. Huge fan of that guy. I was going to say the fact that Volibear's just been let through the draft. Volibear is a pick that UQ have never, ever, ever played, and it's just so insanely strong, and they sacrifice it by going for the set. And Mammoth are like, well, you're crazy. We're just going to pick them up then.
Yeah, I'm just checking now, patch note. Is 10-15 Volibear speed nerfs, or was it 10-16? I believe it was 10-16. I could be wrong,
we're
but
10-15.
But we're on 10-15 on this patch, so
we are. Yep.
You know, Volibear potentially still one of the stronger champions. Yeah, so 10-16 Volibear's movement speed was nerfed. So yeah, it is very surprising that on 10-15 Volibear's going this far through draft, and especially because it is actually a flex as well, right? Like, you know, worst case scenario, you can put it in the top lane and vice versa into the jungle. So that's actually very surprising and a good pickup by you, Skimmy.
Yeah, quite curious about that one. We'll get to see exactly how the rest of this draft fleshes on out as the Twist of Fate wasn't banned away. They're going to get it. They're going to lock it in. We're going to get to see how Curtis rocks and rolls on that one. But this is where we got to see the spice. When you know your back's up against the wall, when you've got that moment to say, we need to get ourselves a win. We need momentum. We need to change up the script completely. Quite rightly, as you pointed out, they're going to go for Talia. They're going to go for Pantheon. They want to engage.
Yeah, I mean, their composition has everything that we were calling for, right? You know, you can get the set to engage with the flash or the hex flash, Pantheon ultimate to start a fight, and we're going to see where they're going to go, right? I would imagine it's a Pantheon jungle. Oh, no, wait, it's the Talia jungle, yes, and the Pantheon mid. So, obviously, the Talia Pantheon combo is something that terrorized solo queue for a very long time. Pantheon obviously has the point-and-click CC that allows you to land a guaranteed knockback into the rocks, into the kill. So, we're going to see a very mid lane focused game, if I had to guess, from Unshackled, where he's going to put such an emphasis on shutting down this TF. And in all honesty, it's not a bad pick when they pick something with a global ultimate in a mid lane. And how you beat global ultimate, Skimmy, is you play through the lane. You don't go to side lanes, you play through it. And so this Pantheon Talia combo means that Talia is going to play through mid lane and inherently stop Curtis from impacting the rest of the map.
And that was actually going to be my initial point, right, is the fact that we saw how much priority Unshackled showed when he was playing the Olaf to go through mid and burn Curtis's flash on cooldown. We expect the exact same thing again, right? You say already, both mid laners are globals. One wants to dive on in, the other wants to teleport in. Both want to try and showcase that they can win their own matchup, but then can look to say, right, 5v4 situation, let's go buy more time in another lane, let's get the rest of this team fed as well. So I have to imagine that has to be the play, but the question then goes back to, well, Vengeance, you'd imagine would be aware of this fact. What is his response?
Well, his response, he's picking the Jace, and, you know, Jace for me is such a weird pick for me, in the sense that I'm not entirely sure how I feel about Jace being picked in any level of play unless your name is Naguri or Keen. Because the champion is so volatile in the sense that you can turbo win lane, but you could turbo lose game. And so I'm scared if this Talia and Pantheon free themselves up, it is going to be a very hard game and long night for Maximize. There's no question he'll be able to win lane and play Jace to like a mechanical solid level. But the problem with Jace picks and Jace players is not their mechanical execution on the champion. The problem is how you facilitate Jace as a team and how you play around Jace and how you protect Jace. Because if you think about Jace as a champion, you have to take into account that it doesn't have the mobility of a Camille, of a Fiora when it hits a side lane. It's actually quite vulnerable to most CC and most ganks. So it's going to be crucial for Mammoth Academy to set up a lot of topside control, topside vision, and play around this Jace and make sure he gets a lead.
And that was going to be my point, right? Then is
am I trolling, Skimmy? Is that Ashe or it was an Ezreal?
It wasn't Ezreal, yeah. Okay. Ashe was banned away, yeah. What was my point? No, so top lane, Maximize, we know that this is a guy that loves to be fed resources. We know that he loves to pop off. So I'm thinking about, in terms of mechanics, knowing what he did when he played in the quarterfinals on the likes of a Sign that built Bruiser. I think surely this is a Jace player that could make sure that all these, conditions aside, he's going to know how to flourish, know how to snowball, and know how to sort of showcase that UQU. You can continue to ban me, but I've got all these extra tricks up my sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, Maximize, the way, if anyone here watches OPL and they're familiar with OPL players and OPL teams, Maximize is literally Chippies. Same champion pool, same playstyle. Obviously, Chippies, been at the top for a very long time, but Maximize is one of those up-and-comers, 17 years old. But for me, they have the exact same champion pool, and they play a very similar way. And so, the team, Mammoth Academy, have obviously identified that. And when you see a Jace pick, the moment a team locks in Jace for their top laner, that top laner is the real deal. At least for that team. Their top laner is the kingpin of that team. Because you don't give Jace duties to any player. If you're giving Jace duties to a player, that guy has to be the CEO of the company.
We talk about CEO of the jungle. You've got to be CEO of the entire branch at this stage. And I think Maximize, on a few different occasions, has proven that he can deal with that pressure, deal with the responsibility that is thrown his way with some of these demanding champions, and sort of respecting that, yeah, I know that I can fall behind if I don't hit 2 item spikes, but I will find a way.
And we can ride the praise of Maximize too, right? But you can't have a good top laner and you can't have a good showing if you don't have a good team. And this goes for Vengeance. Vengeance having some really good jungle pathing, and even when he kind of, has the hiccups in the early game, he's able to come back and have some very high impact plays. Curtis obviously having a very good game last game, level 18 before anyone was level 15. And this bot lane that goes kind of unsung a little bit, but having the 2v2 kills and solo kills, although they're at times weak-sided. So Mammoth Academy looking like the real deal, Skimmy, and UQU really need to turn this around, but this is the game where I feel they can do it because I actually really like their draft.
I mean, they've got aggression, that's for sure. And if we can see Revenge pop off in the fresh like we saw in game number 1, then we're in for a showing. We talk about they're not going to be looking to poke from afar this time. No, they want to be saying, look, hey, we want to force those fights. We've got Ignite as well this time around. If these situations break on out, we're going to do battle with you on multiple occasions. I look to say, okay, well, Fruitcake, you haven't played the Bard. If you've got the super secret Bard Smurf account, now's the time to sort of showcase that, hey, 2-0, it's there. You're out. There's no chance to come back. And then, we look at the Ezreal and Aphelios. Seem to be in recent times when Aphelios was still the go-to. Ezreal became a bit of a go-to counter matchup into him.
Yeah. Ezreal, the reason, I can't remember which ADC it was, but one of the ADCs in the LCK just said basically the reason why Ezreal quote-unquote counters Aphelios is just range. You build the Frozen Fist, and then you have the Death Dance build as well, but if you're just landing Qs and keeping him at bay at 2 items and in teamfights and perma mid lane prio, what can Aphelios do really? And we've kind of seen Aphelios fall off a little bit, nerf after nerf, made his lane phase a little bit weaker, and he still does season 10 shenanigans and 200 years of gameplay when he has the right guns, but he's just a little more balanced around, there's windows of opportunity where you can play around Aphelios now, and I think Aphelios is actually in a very good spot if we're talking about balance changes for a minute.
Well, let's see if he can look to tap into some of that potential and put his team to a game number 3. In our first semi-final of the evening here for the OCS. Mammoth Academy currently lead 1-0, but University of Queensland Union have changed things up completely here in our second draft. And we talk about mid lane priority. We talk about first global ultimates having to find success. Jungle is going to have a ton of responsibility to influence that and ensure that once level 6 is there, it actually can achieve something.
Curtis is generally a pretty safe mid laner. Most mid lane players who made their names off control mages don't really ever get caught by ganks or punished in lane because their priority is playing minions and also wave manipulation. And so I think that Curtis will know that a level 2 gank's coming mid because Pantheon Taliyah level 2 is quite dangerous. Wouldn't surprise me if we see that happen.
We've even seen it in the bot lane as a pairing. That can be one that snowballs either very hard or just falls off even before the level 6 mark.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, we did see
when they're individual laners, no doubt a few more resources to try and play in their hands to maybe make sure they can look to find these aggressive level 1 starts.
Well, this is
nice. The ones that walk on fruit. They're going to catch up the volley bet. He's locked in place. There's the first blood, and there's Pantheon already off to a flying start.
Yeah, and flying start, very unlucky from Vengeance, and you want to say it's a disaster, but we've definitely seen him come back from worse, so keep your eye on Vengeance and what he does out of base here. Probably just going to go straight for his blue buff now. Will we see Unshackled just cross mid and try and deny this blue buff? Who knows, but we see on the way pings already, looking for the level 2 in the mid lane as we expected. Bit of a trade in the bot lane. Oh, flash.
There it is, there's the flash forward, there's another one. And there's a flash away. 3 flashes burnt, the Ignite having to be burnt to get the volley for the first blood, but now, maybe the pressure just a little bit less, knowing that the ability to flash forward and catch somebody out isn't going to be as easy to achieve.
Oh, yeah. The one thing I forgot to mention, Skibby, is that with this combo, you have a small window of opportunity to land knockback. And if you're having to flash, you actually lose that window of opportunity. So, it's not a rookie mistake by any means. Just a little bit too forced. Probably getting a little bit bloodthirsty, knowing that they picked up the kill, picked up the first blood, and wanting to just push the tempo of this game because they don't scale in the sense of Pantheon and Set. They don't scale insanely well, but I guess that's why they have the Aphelios to kind of just carry them through that, that mid to late game transition where Pantheon starts to fall off a little bit.
Yeah, it seems to be like one of those understandings of if we can get ourselves ahead early, if we can sort of dictate that, you know, this part of the map, you can't go there, we can always just look to try and force that fight. If it's a 3v3, we'll always be worried that it could be suddenly a 4v3 just out of that blue. So, you know, to sort of set yourself off already with a flying start like this, makes it quite nice. And Venge's going to say, okay, well, I'm angry. I'm going to flash forwards. Those minefields will not connect with me here. And with the Frenzied Maul coming around for charge number 2, he'll get himself revenge for a first blood earlier.
Yeah, and so I think Volibear has one of the strongest level 3s in the game of any jungler you can pick with PTA. Because you get an instant press the attack proc, as we saw there, when you use your Q as an auto cancel into the chomp. And so it's just too much base damage, and with the PTA proc for any kind of low HP mage to survive. And Talia's going to have her jungle taken away there, the crab taken away, and really good from Vengeance. We always see this from him. He gets punished a little bit in the early game, but he just manages to find his way back into the game.
Certainly does, and is going to be necessary for them to have enough durability to survive the situations in these early game scenarios, and no doubt be beefy enough late game to force that flash forward and take out the Aphelios with the right weapon set up. Buy themselves enough time to utilize the likes of Jason Ezreal to keep them at distance and finish off the kill. We'll get to see exactly how things play on out here, as it will be, for the most part, knowing that it is a physical matchup into that of a flashless TF. He's going to be one that plays very defensively here, looking just to pick up any minions he can and utilize his passive to good effect to pick up all that free gold.
I see a top lane dive coming on through here, and Maximize is playing this lane really well. This is what I talk about when you need to play towards your Jace, because Jace is going to be pushing the lane, and Jace is going to be having to play under turret, right? Like, to get the full, you know, access to the way that this pick works. I'm going to hold that thought because
yeah,
the dive's
he's going to
coming
be careful
on through.
here. Doesn't have level 6. He's going to use that Haymaker, buy himself a little bit more mitigation. Going to fall on down. Straight disrespect. It's a set. Very hard to dive a set as 2 melee champions. He punishes you. He was so low, but the shield is just too much.
And so that's what I was going to say. I was actually going to say there's 2 things. Set is one of the hardest top lane champs to dive. I know when I was a player in 2018, the one champ you couldn't dive is a Poppy, because the Poppy would just wallbang you and you're dead. And I feel like Set is kind of that top lane champion in 2020. You just can't dive him. He has 2 health bars, does a lot of damage, and unfortunately for Maximize, all the good work he did in that lane kind of just goes out the window, because he's got the serrated Dirk. Clint's probably going to go base and pick up, okay, never mind, he's picked up the Phage. I was going to say picked up the Tarbies, and then the kind of minuses out the serrated Dirk, and Clint's just, he's feeling himself, and he's opted in for the Phage, so we'll see how he goes in lane, and saving his TP and going to walk back.
Oh, well, we'll hold that thought for another second, because out comes Fruitcake. He hits them with a 2-man Cosmic Binding. Procs the Ignite, goes for the kill, finds it. Farmer living, surviving, buying more time. Flash into the portal! Excellent, stop it! They managed to make the play. Clint commits there with the teleport, with the double bust and the Phage. He wanted the phase rush into your face, but as we say, it is Amatul finding success elsewhere on the map. Takes out the Twisted Fates. Game number 2. Far less passive nature. The nerves are gone.
Yeah, that's a bummer. I want to think of, like, you know, I want to try and sound intelligent. I want to try and sound like I can analyze things. But that's just a bummer if you're Clint. Just TPing into the bot lane, flashing almost on the spot, not being able to use the ultimate. But, you know, on the other side of the coin, it's really well played from Fruitcake. We're seeing some Bard proficiency here, and the godfather of Bard in Ose, aka Rusty the Caster, will be very proud of this Bard gameplay so far. And, you know, we saw the cheeky interaction there between Unshackled and Amatul being able to punish Curtis on his flash timer. So, again, there's some good plays happening around the map.
Some good things to break down. Obviously, the fact that Fruitcake, first of all, can be in a position to hit the 2-man stun. The journey out to make sure that it completely cancels out the power spike Clint found. And that allowed Maximize to get so much gold in that top side of the map. Out comes the ultimate. Here comes the entrance. Here comes the shutdown. And here's Farmer finding his first kill of this game.
Clint.
Maybe they're looking for more. Curtis flashing away. Just barely survives. If we thought game number 1 was passive, they have definitely got themselves into a far better position this time around. Yeah,
for sure. I mean, this Pantheon pick's doing work as well as this Talia, so you know, we're seeing Aphelios coming out of lane with a lead now too, and game is definitely in the favor of UQU. the one kind of saving grace, if you will, of Mammoth Academy right now, keeping this gold deficit, you know, relatively close, is this Jace. Has the Tia, has the Serrated Dirk, and he actually has a freeze. I think he had a freeze for a while in the bot lane at least, and has a significant CS lead now.
It's just crazy. The fact that Maximize was caught out of position. He's going to be caught out again. Out goes the Weaver's Wall. Going to be knocked away back into the turret. Takes one turret shot. Looking for the 1v2. Gets slam dunked away. Can he find it? Surely he can do it.
Yep.
Hits them with the Sonic Wave from afar. Now, can he juke? He's got a 2-level lead and a blue buff. Surely if he switches his form, back and forth he goes. He can just look to run away. No. Pantheon will pick himself up an assist, but Clint gets the killing blow.
A little bit of a mechanics max there from Maximize. Now, hear me out. Can I play Devil's Advocate a little bit? Maybe
Absolutely.
not that worth for Maximize. Because Talia's already level 6, right? A head tempo on the Volley Bear. Now, hold that thought again. Fire Portal comes through, but this one actually might be the Imp Portal. He didn't actually flay him there, the Thresh. I think that was a little bit of a misplay from Revenge, and obviously a huge misplay from Fruitcake. But anyway, as I was saying, you don't want to be going even against your lane opponent as a Jace. And in terms of gold, the top lane matchup rather, Set and Jace, is probably relatively even. The only disparity is a little bit of EXP now. And so while that was a 1-for-1 and it was a mechanics max and great, Jace burnt his flash and he's kind of just halting his progress, if you will. Hook lands, good kill.
Certainly does, and it's ensuring that Farmer can be as strong as possible. That's his second kill. They're keeping this Ezreal at bay and ensuring that while you have a cheaper item build, still going to be a tough order for you to find that one anytime soon. That's a BF sword. That are the chakrams, and then there's a turret that just has no chance to survive. Look at it, just get shredded on down. So much gold, and a wave that will crash, just inject straight into the years of damage.
Yep, and there's going to be many years coming out of this game if they keep this up, with Farmer getting 2 kills on the Aphelios this early, has the bounty as well, so keep your eyes on Talia now. Has the Runic Echoes completed? That's a very big power spike in terms of damage, and this is where I want to see UQU make a play. I want to see them make something happen, but Clint's caught.
It's such an interesting situation, this one, between both these bruisers. They're compensating one after another to try and even out the odds. One's gone for CS, the other's gone for kills. Clint buying so much time. Out goes Suplex. You see what's fall on down right now. One order will do it. Fruitcake runs away. Down goes the gate, and the sun does not connect this time, but Fruitcake might just have enough mobility to run away. Out goes the Weaver's Wall. Just safe. Just safe this time. Maximize, however, will not be. And that shield from Pantheon will cancel out any chance to take him down as well. Just so much engaged, so much aggression. 12 kills in 10 minutes.
Yeah, look, I don't want to say I told you so, but what if Jace had flash there?
Yeah.
But anyway, you know, that was a very kind of... I think that was a very good dive from Mammoth Academy. I think it was just poorly executed. No one auto-attacked. The tower was home record. That's what the word I'm going to use, and if you don't know what an Ohm Wrecker is, then bad luck. But the tower was Ohm Wrecked, and no one auto-attacked Clint. No one wanted to finish him off, and he just stalled for some reason for so long, and it just looked like 4 members were watching him.
Yeah, I mean, the turret was disabled, as you say, and then they just watched. So many champions are saying, well, you know, you can get it, I'll have it, maybe you go for it. And in the end, Deliberation obviously allowed the set toolkit to work wonders by himself all the time in the world.
So we see gold
this is
here.
what it means now. So this is what we're kind of talking about, right? The fact that a kill goes one way, the kill then comes from the rest of the team to try and buff them up. They know that Maximize is a focus, but they also know that Curtis is a focus to take out as well. He doesn't juke, he just stands still. He's going to get rooted across this wall. The box goes down. Is there any way to run away? There certainly isn't, because there are 4 members surrounding you.
Yeah, this Thresher in both games is actually making a lot of picks, and you know, Roof Thrower dropped in the top side of the map. It's not going to break turret even, and it's actually going to get stopped by this minion wave, so it may not even charge. Oh, okay, it did charge. Just close enough.
Okay.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
A bit of a tilt moment. Oh, actually going to flash his way. Wow, excellent. Really not taking any chances that time.
This game is pretty chaotic, and it's a 2k lead, which is quite significant. I don't know what to... I was going to start talking, but then I saw the pings on the way, and he's just been one-shot. Curtis is TP'd in now. Oh my goodness.
What on earth are we seeing right here? The teleport goes out. That's not even a destiny. It is teleported into the middle of the wave and nearly fell down for an easy double. The Pantheon Jubes is 5-0-2. From the very get-go in this game, he found the initial kill in the jungle. he has showcased that, yes, I know I am an early game champion that needs to snowball, and that's certainly what he's doing.
It's actually wild because we haven't seen Amateur do any play any of kind of Pantheon-esque champions in the mid lane all year. This is kind of a curveball for even us. You wouldn't be able to draft against this, right? They'd have no idea. So he's the replay. Thank you very much, production. Lands the knockback. Very well played. It's not easy to hit a bard that's moving that quickly with Swifties and Chimes online.
But he did, and they'll need to continue that. They've definitely shrugged off the nerves of game number one. They've definitely found themselves in a completely different situation from wanting to wait for the engagers to then turn things around to say, no, we're going to be the ones now in the driving seat. We control our own destiny. We are going to bring this back to a game number 3. What can Mammoth look to do to try and stall this game out? They need to slow down the tempo, it would seem, at this stage, because I'm terrified of this mid-jungle link-up that this continues to find success wherever it roams.
Yeah, and, you know, this is kind of the strongest point of the game for Pantheon at the very least, right? Once it hits, like, those double lethality items, it just does so much damage, but has to be very mindful of giving away that shutdown because Pantheon is a champion that falls off quite quickly. And, you know, in saying that, they're doing all the right things. They're stacking the dragons up when they're at their strongest, and they're playing towards the correct lanes. You see Unshackled hovering Amatul right now doing the Krugs, but definitely in ultimate range. So far, UQU pulling all the right strings.
They certainly are. And returning to your point from beforehand, you know, this is a completely new look for him.
Yeah.
And he's only ever played mages in the mid lane, never ever once showcased that he can play these physical assassins or those of that type of nature.
It's crazy because we're actually, despite, you know, all this talk we're doing about Pantheon, about Amatul, we're actually just completely ignoring the fact that Farmer had like a 12-minute or something like that Infinity Edge.
Yeah. I mean, you had to say, in fact, to having 2 kills given across to him and then the ability to crash in a wave and then with the chakrams is there, you know, it was written in the stars, you will be fed, you will be strong. Both AD carries on respective teams will find their best champions, but it can only be one victor.
Yep, and we're actually seeing Clint able to farm in this lane, and because hold that thought because his flash is up now. His flash is up.
He does have that flash. He's going to use it this time. No, Unchuckle once more. They're going to go for Leaf. They're going to try and find Ignite. Would it be enough? He survives when he really shouldn't have. Triumph procs, and he gets enough HP to make sure that Amatul cannot commit any further to that one.
Okay, like
fighting off just a little bit more than they could chew their jibs.
Okay, Skimmy. I've really tried to adapt my casting to not flame players, right? Like, I've tried to say, okay, well, this was the good play, right? This was good because, you know? And
hit us with the juice. Lay down the law.
But I'm really struggling to find the good in that play from anyone. Like, yes, Maximize used flash over a wall and got out, okay? I expect that from Maximize. But what I don't expect is what Unshackled just did. And that's it. And that's what I'm doing.
I was like, is there more?
No, that's
the comment. That's the statement. We're done. We're finished. We never want to see it again. What we will see, though, is that Mammoth Academy at the 16-minute mark will buy themselves a little bit more time. And they managed to close the gold lead from what was a very big 2K gap to one that a bit smaller now. A little bit more time to shine and showcase what they can do. Exton has to be careful. That does not get baited there by a death sentence being thrown his way.
And so this Herald's going to take this turret, and potentially we see it even take 2 because Curtis doesn't have the teleport, doesn't have the... yes, okay, the Blight interaction.
Okay, there's Tempered Fate, then forced to flash away as well, so he was taking a fair bit of damage. Shusha Barrage connects onto 2. That turret will fall on down eventually. That does so all the same. This Herald will not find itself a second charge. Every member, it's a full 5v5 ARAM. They want to fight. Trinity Force is there for the set. And out comes the ultimate. They're going to commit to this turret. Herald or not, they want him. He's been stunned. He's been locked in place. He doesn't want to lose a major bounty. He's down to 25%. He's getting lower. And with the poke that Mammoth Academy have, they can continue to run these members down. They're not safe. They're forced to burn that heal. Outcome to summon is there's Farmer down to half. He doesn't have the range weapons at this stage of the game, but there's the damage! Where did that come from, Talia? A 4-man stun! There's no chance to outplay this one, Jubes. You've chased us. You run in to the major trap that we have just set down, and you will pay the ultimate price.
Wow. Okay. Can I just say, I'm not even going to break that down yet. I just want to say, I guarantee you, if someone clips this, posts it on Twitter, and it says LEC nameplate, I'll break it down. So Unshackled using the Fog of War to land a crucial knockback onto the Jace, and then Clint just comes in as MVP, rips back 4 members into a set slam, and it is actually just a wombo combo from a team that doesn't necessarily have a multi-man wombo combo. They just played that to perfection. And so what I was going to say was, if you take nameplates away, and this is my problem with, I swear this is my problem with League of Legends community sometimes. If you take nameplates off, I'm going to hold that thought because TF ports in. No kill there. Okay, now the game's calmed down. So if you take nameplates off, Skimmy, right? And you say, oh my goodness, look at this LEC or LCK play, right? And you say this is from the LEC or LCK, it would get front page Reddit and everyone would be saying, that was so good, that was so clean. Faker, PogChamp. But the fact that, you know, this happens in OS, it's just going to be like, what is the enemy team doing?
Yeah.
What is the enemy team doing? Why are they running it down mid? It's like, you just can't win sometimes, Skimmy. That was actually beautiful.
But you know what it is? It's the beauty of being from one of these minor regions, right? No matter what you do, it's always like, hey, bronze in Korea would be like, your challenger, right? You can never appeal to the masses. It is what it is. But it was beautiful nonetheless. A work of art, a CC chain of events that just meant that, really for Mammoth, what was so close to them evening out, a big goal deficit, has now once again ballooned back in favour for the Queensland boys to be now 3K.
I will say, though, it is still only 3K, and that's actually scary. Because, again, Pantheon's at his strongest point in the game now, right? Yes, Aphelios has 2 items, and it's kind of your safety net scaling into the late game. Talia does have quite good scaling as well, right? I mean, Set scaling, too, in his own right is decent. But I would say that in terms of the way that Mammoth Academy want to play their game, they do outscale them, right? Like, TF just wants to be sitting in the side, having that, having time in the side lane, grouping up to team fights, and just, on the flank or on the back line with the TF ult. And Maximize, obviously, is going to win this side once that Mirror Mana transforms. So the game can become quite dangerous when you don't start to, run away with the gold lead. But 3K still enough, I think, at this point in the game.
So, as a Mammoth player right now, you've been really focusing on the farming. You've not really tried to buy in, if you can, to the hype and aggression that Queensland are throwing your way. They've obviously sacrificed farm to pick up kills. But I look at that Pantheon and say, you pick up that shutdown, that's instantly 1k put into any member you want. That's a lot of gold just floating around the map, and instantly, this game becomes dead even.
And that's why you have to kind of... It's such a big emphasis sometimes, or sorry, there's not that much of an emphasis on CS. But CS actually paints a very big picture in the terms of a game. Curtis has just been sitting in a side lane, and whilst there's a 7-0-5 Pantheon, and they're probably not even close in terms of gold, it does keep the gold lead a lot closer and a lot more relevant. Look at Maximize. He's 50 CS up now. 60 CS up, rather. And so that's why we're only seeing a 3k gold lead. And that's why it's dangerous. Because if UQU throw one team fight, I'm pretty sure Mammoth Academy just overtake them just from how bounties work.
Yeah, and it's crazy, right? Because you look at those carries right now, you're looking at 1-4, 1-4, 0-2, you think, oh no, what they're going into is terrifying. How on earth are they going to try and bring this game back? But we take bounty into consideration and say, okay, now we're looking at, a flip fight. We're looking at those Mirror Manas to come on through. At that point, you start to say, okay, what was very gank heavy and crazy that's allowed you to get this strong has potentially now just worked against you.
Yeah, for sure. And I just want to keep my eyes on Farmer, though, because I feel like he's the kind of insurance policy. Once this affiliate has these 2 items, so scary, and having that insurance policy in your back pocket when you're running this kind of composition is crucial. And he's had a good game so far.
Let's see how he can look to continue this momentum.
We're probably going to see
about it from the very start here, right? But the Pantheon is going to be the bridge into the mid-late game where the likes of Aphelios and so forth can then take the reins. As it stands, they've definitely done a fantastic job. They're up by 1,300 as the Aphelios, but this is what we mean, right? Twisted Fate passive and the fact that he's CS'd. Look at the fact that he is basically the same gold as that fed insane Pantheon.
Yeah, exactly. How crazy is that?
How crazy is that?
And, okay, disclaimer, it isn't just the 30 and 40 CS, it's Twisted Fate's passive as well. He actually gets quite a bit of gold from the passive, but nevertheless, it's a dead even. That's dead even, and the only reason why Pantheon's a lot stronger is because, lethality obviously power spikes a lot earlier, and, 20 minutes into the game when your Pantheon has those 2 lethality items, it's going to be doing so much more than a TF who's just hit 10 stacks on the Rod of Ages, but TF really needs that Leech Bane before you start talking about the damage numbers coming on through.
He's gone for the Zonius wants to make sure he's a little bit more protected if another fight were to take place, and he knows that another fight's soon to come on through, because all that aggression, what does it mean? The tempo is so far accelerated. We are looking at a soul point to be threatened in 15 seconds. I see the minimap pings, I see the action, I hear the Yomu's being popped.
Flash. He missed. He's not going through, is he?
Okay, Curtis just face-checked it. Out goes the Zonius. He's put a little bit of time. Haymaker, will it be enough? There goes the Moonlight Vigil trying to buy their damage to tear these members down low. Amateur comes in there with a grand entrance, looking for that pick, but everybody's run away from Mammoth.
That was just really a bunch of nothing that happened. Yeah, summoners were burnt, but you have to say this is probably worth it for Mammoth Academy, because if it's just a straight-out poke battle, you have to put it in the side of Ezreal and Jason. This is what they're able to do. If they dance this dragon, Jace is just going to be able to land Shock Blast after Shock Blast. Ezreal's going to be able to poke, but keep your eyes on Clint, Skimmy.
Yeah, Clint has flash. You can look to try and make that face breaker happen right now. He can bring them all together in front of a montage play. Volibear does as well. He can flash into a key target, and he sees a few in his sights right now that are low. There's the poke between Jace and Ezreal. Look at the damage. It's coming on through. They cannot sustain this. They need to make something happen. Farmer flashes forward aggressively. Looks for a four-man stun and explosion. The Bruiser's jumping on through. The Volibear connects and takes at the Aphelios, but now it's the chase that Mammoth once again throw their way, and with the mobility of this magical journey and that of the gate that a Jace possesses, they manage to bring this to another dragon.
Yeah, and so we're seeing the difference in two compositions here, right? Mammoth Academy are really happy to dance around objectives. When you have an Ezreal, when you have a Jace, a Twisted Fate, you have so much range, and you're really happy to just sit there for as long as need be, right? You know, we saw the health bars of UQU just get so low after just dancing there for 30 seconds. And UQU have a composition where they need something to hit, i.e. Pantheon stun or set rip back, and then they need to one-shot, because they're not going to win a poke battle or a dance, if you will, around the Dragon Pit. And that's what we saw there, but UQU now, they were okay. They didn't give away their shutdown, so we didn't really see gold change favor too much, but
yes,
we're seeing Mammoth Academy's composition come online.
Certainly is. They went for the little dance in the river, and there could only be one victor if they weren't going to pull that trigger and go for the fight immediately. The poke just came out on top, and as you say, the bounty between the Taliyah Pantheon duo is still protected. It's a lot of gold just sitting there locked up. You talk about investments from game number one. That is definitely an investment waiting to be unleashed.
Also, before that dragon, Vengeance was down 3 or 4 levels. He's just not been farming any of his jungle camps. Look at him. He's down 100, like almost 100 CS.
He's down 4 levels. Good observation. That's crazy.
It's because Taliyah's been eating sides. So if you look at Clint and Amatul, you know, level 13, majority of the farm has gone on to Unshackled, and the reason why it's actually not that bad is because Taliyah is your sole AP. So if your sole AP is the strongest member on the map, these Deadman Plates, Tabis are kind of they don't exist, right? And so I think this is why that's what they're doing. But you have to keep in mind, they're still your solo lanes, right? They still need farm, so
yep, they're leaving this one up to chance. You talk about compositions and what this would represent. You know, we're talking archetypes of AD, AP, poke, engage, counter engage, whatever it may be. They've definitely invested very hard into this Taliyah. Electrocute, 11 stacks on the Magi's, needs to be strong. Can he find a fantastic knockback again? Can he close out an area of the map to allow him to find a wombo combo once more? Double the kills so far. Still up by 3k. So the ones that are looking to force out the vision, having taken down those structures only moments prior.
I don't want to be that guy, but
they need to be secure in their attempts to say, if we're going for this fight, we're winning this fight.
I don't want to be that guy, but he did pick up a Morello's, and there's not that much healing on the side of on Mammoth Academy. Probably could have opted in for the do I dare say it? The Leandri.
Oh no. The LS molding meme comes back for
a
second time in a charm.
LS would snap his keyboard. If he was casting this game, his keyboard would be snapped. I think he'd snap his keyboard and then get another one and snap it, because this Morello's purchase is a little bit of a sin.
Not going to find too much success at this stage, as you say. But what is good news, if you're a Queensland fan, is that Amator's now picked up a GA. He's going to protect the bounty just a little bit more. There's
an engage on the mid lane.
There certainly is. It's going to be Curtis actually uses his ultimate to jump into that fight. There's a teleport from the back line, locking in place 2 people so far. Then they're going to slam dunk out one. They're going to look to try and take out X, and the Haymaker deploying as much damage as possible. Curtis is dead. Lamb just slaughtered. He's fallen on down. 1 for 1 so far. It's a set for a Twisted Fate.
We're just trading.
They're just trading, and it's another AMAM.
It's weird that Mammoth Academy are the ones pulling the trigger there. I mean, they actually, I guess they just don't feel confident in taking this game to late. Because, you know, they should just be happy to farm sides and play the 1-3-1, but it's actually Mammoth Academy that are opting in for the 5v5, or at least the ones that are initiating it, right? TF portaling on top of their Fruitcake, TF portaling on top of Farmer and Revenge, starting that fight, not having enough damage to be relevant, especially with the gold card that came down, really did no damage. And it was just a battle of who's going to die first. Curtis stopped being able to stall with the Zhonyas, as well as Unshackled with the double health bar, so nevertheless, it's just a 1-for-1 and not much changing on Summoner's Rift.
Very interesting noticing Curtis's role in this game. It's almost like to try and taunt the enemy as to funnel into a particular position and not necessarily follow up on the engage that the rest of the team, or for you know, Queensland that have fed. They're driving the backline, not making it too easy for them to then back them up and sort of find the instant kill, allow Mammoth a little bit more extra time to cycle for those cooldowns to maybe turn the tide of the fight in their favor.
Level 16 ding from
They'll
Unshackled.
need that success though, Jules. We're here in another dragon.
Oh no. Okay, he had flash.
Flashes out. Okay, will not fall on down instantly. There's Revenge, flashes forward, hits the flay, looking for Curtis once again, doesn't let the zone use, is going to fall on down by so much time! Receives a Bard heal, would have fallen down eventually, flashes will be committed out for the Pantheon, Farmer finds one, takes out the Ezreal, finds the second as the Volley Bear is gone. AD and Jungle will not be able to participate in this one. UQ this time pull the trigger. They do not fall victim to the poke, and they get themselves a Mountain Soul.
That's just a very good fight from UQU, right? Coach Curtis got punished being a little bit too aggressive there. It was the Flash Flay coming out of Revenge, and I think he's been kind of an unsung hero this game, right? Pulling the trigger, landing the hooks, landing the flays, and starting fights when needed, and that's what we saw there, and we're really seeing the strength come out of Unshackled now too. Level 16, highest level in the game, being the sole kind of AP of the team, needing to do a lot of work in these team fights, and he's able to do so.
He's legendary now, is this Pantheon. Trying to hit those double digits, but with a Mountain Soul, a GA, and a Baron buff, their bounty is certainly protected. 30 minutes in, UQU are trying to bring this one to a game 3. They aren't too far away from a 10k goal lead of their own. And what started out in this series is a very quiet affair, waiting really till the 15-minute mark before any team decided to go toe-to-toe with one another. This one has been aggro from level 1.
Yeah, and it's just been non-stop, but, you know, you have to say, with the composition UQU drafted, it had to be. They had to. There wasn't time to be scared, right? There wasn't time to say, you know, there's no second chance if we lose here. It really just had to be all-out aggression, utilize this Pantheon pick, utilize this Taliyah pick, and I have to say, to draft this composition when it's your last game, potentially, is quite... I'm lost for the word, but it's quite the pick.
Courageous, confident.
Yeah, courageous, yes.
You know, trust in your coaching staff to say, this is the pick we're going to do. We have faith that it's worked for us in scrims, or that you have the ability to do it.
Yeah, it's just not, it's not conventional, right? And if anything that's not conventional, when it's kind of a do or die scenario, is takes a lot of courage, and they're kind of being rewarded for it, as we see. And I have to say, Unshackled's really changed the way that I've viewed jungling. It's pretty much like, I don't know, is he eating his jungle camps? He's just farming. It just feels like a Taliyah funnel right now. He's just at 260 CS.
He's up there with the likes of Aphelios and Ezreal at this stage of the game. They've understood, I should say, that there is a bit of an issue where they could potentially just itemize into armor. I need to be strong. Certainly is.
Oh, he might be caught though.
He may be caught.
He has no flash.
Goes Zhonyas. He's got 21 stacks, doesn't have a flash, and will give across that bounce. It's a big shutdown going the way of the Ezreal. He's already at that third item spike with the Death Stance just being completed. That could give them enough of a buff for now to hold on to space just a little bit longer. Cancel out what their Baron buff was looking to achieve.
So Ezreal and Aphelios are pretty much at the same... Oh my goodness, he just ate forward there.
Well, that was risky.
Yeah, I was like, okay. It's interesting that UQU is still pressuring the base here, though. Taliyah is dead, so if Mammoth Academy can find the window of engage, maybe potentially Bardock coming off cooldown or Volley Bear just flash stunning. Feels like they're being a little bit aggressive here.
They're so cautious of this Pantheon. Where's it going to come? Curtis leaves the line right now, hits the stun, hits the target, goes for the Aphelios.
Yeah.
He receives the redemption, pops the heal, looks to live as long as he can, takes out one, but will not take out a second. Aphelios, as strong as he is, burns through the QSS. He's got the through Adam spike. He is strong despite all the nerfs that go his way at this point in the game. He is a force to be reckoned with. 9-0-8 is the Pantheon. You can see almost, it's kind of working against him now. He's just too cautious to dive anywhere.
Yeah, but we're just going to ignore the fact that the Aphelios just killed someone 2v3 while he was getting perma-focused by TF, Bard, and Ezreal.
He stood and delivered.
Yeah, stand and deliver. Now, we have kind of a dangerous part in the game approaching Skimmy. We have Elder Drake spawning in 2 minutes, and I would say that there's not a substantial enough lead so that it's just a give-in, right? It's not as simple as, oh, this is just you can use Elder Drake, there'll be no contest, and, you know, Bob's your uncle, right?
Yeah.
You would argue that Mammoth Academy can contest. They have the spell book on Curtis, who could potentially swap out for a smite if they really wanted to roll the dice. But the one thing that's not in their favor is, in fact, that Unshackled is level 18. And the smite is not even close to that of Vengeance. So, we're going to see probably a big fight break out around this Elder Drake.
It's not a bear. He's not even a cub at this stage. He is still waiting to make his first words as a little animal. A 5-level discrepancy. Absolutely huge in the jungle here. We talk about funnel. It's definitely showcased itself on full display here in our game number 2. Will Mammoth Academy be able to find themselves in a situation where they can put down some vision, look to contest, set themselves up to go for some poke? Or will UQ do what they do best, really, and continue sieging and really prevent any opportunity for that to even be really allowed?
The one kind of cheeky thing that I had about Bard is that when you do start the neutral objective and you try and burn it down, i.e. this Elder Drake, he just stalls for so long with the Bard ultimate.
Yeah.
And it's definitely a free vision tool as well. Held that thought, there's a flank from Pantheon, as the GA. Curtis pops ult. They're going on the set.
Oh no, they put out the Ezreal. Will they commit? No, he actually preemptively flashes away as well. That's a bit sketchy. They're going to do as much damage as they can to this Pantheon before he looks to ult away. Now he goes to the mid lane. GA has been popped. This could be huge. Will he survive? Will the bounty be lost here today? Amatul has to be the focus. There's a fight on the left and there's a fight in the middle. Clint takes out the Twisted Fate. He burnt the flash. He ran for that Zonias as well. But enough was enough. And they find him eventually. Unshackled. They're burning through as much as they can. Poke is there. Maximize flashing. He's dashing. He's hoping he can live. But Aphelios will find him. A 2-man play. That might be lights out. Mammoth Academy may have just taken their last breath in game number 2 here. We might be going to a game number 3. We might be looking for a flawless ace. They're going to keep running them down. They're going to keep doing whatever they can. They're going to prevent them even running back to that fountain, let alone recall. They've got one objective in mind. Let's go for the end. But can Mammoth survive? They've taken out one. They're looking for a second. Exodus might just die to burn. He's managed to sidestep everything his way. But he's going to sidestep game number 2 as well, because it's not going to be a victory for them. UQ tie the best of 3 up.
Yeah, and I mean, what a statement. Maximize has left the game. What a statement coming out of UQU to be able to get that composition down and be able to execute is it's actually a really hard composition to execute because you do fall off quite quickly and quite fast, but they managed to stack up those dragons. They didn't give away the crucial bounties, and they really just, you know, executed to a T. And no matter how late that game went, they were just sticking to the plan, and they came with a plan and they executed.
They really respected how fragile the game was in its nature of knowing that, yes, whilst we're strong, a bounty that goes across at the wrong time could completely flip the script. But time and time again, they showcased the discipline, the understanding of that we are strong, we know what fights favor us, we know what fights we want to take, and we know exactly what positions we need to be in to take them. That's going to tie everything up here. We've got a series on our hand. We're going to jump to another quick break. And when we return, it's to decide and determine which team will be our first, booking themselves into the grand final. And here we go, back into our semi-final to get ourselves ready for a game number 3, Jubes. We've seen complete polar opposites, quite honestly, between games 1 and 2, with both teams showing that they have some very commanding victories to end things out, that key targets got snowballed very early on, were able to then carry a lot of that momentum forward, and we're understanding that, this game is still very much in the balance. We've seen, on 2 separate occasions now, despite having a 10k goal lead, you're still worried, could they still lose it?
Yeah, and but I don't even know if they had a 10k gold lead that game. And the thing that was concerning was that they were so far ahead in terms of kills, and it looked like they had a lot of momentum over the game in terms of they were the ones making plays, getting kills, and getting the neutral objectives. But the gold was still to like 3k at a point in which I thought the game was over. And it was just because that they were sacking minions to make plays. And, whilst that's not the most efficient thing in the world, it's definitely the opposite of what we saw from them the last game. And ultimately it paid dividends for them.
It certainly did, and we saw a bit of a new look, really, for Amateur in particular, by debuting his Pantheon. We wondered, what had they prepared? What will they change up? They went for blue side. They wanted to try and showcase some higher priority. We saw the set. We thought, okay, this is looking a little bit standard from them. We thought we only seen it from their jungle and their support, but no, Clint rose to the occasion. Showcase that he is no stranger to that pick as well. So we're going to jump into our third and final game. This one, a quick reminder to those that are just tuning in, this game decides which will be our first team going into this year's OCF's Grand Finals. We've got another semi-final after this to decide who will be taking them on. But this match is one of great importance.
Are we silver scraping or not? Or is that is that purely reserved for a best of 5?
I feel like that's a best of 5 thing from what I've learned, from what I've been introduced to since joining League. I heard that that is the final game. You need that little bit of hype to carry you through.
You'd know better than me. I'm normally the one getting reverse swept in a best of 5. The dude you live with did it too, actually. I hate that guy so much.
Thankfully, he's actually not at home right now, so he can watch back the VOD. We can send him the clip. He can look at your reaction, maybe enhance it. There it is.
Yep. So similar pick ban actually locked in from both teams. But except
Thresh has been taken away.
Yeah,
the
one
nice.
trade to the Thresh. Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting.
There's a real cheeky thing that can happen this game. If Revenge plays Pyke, and I don't know if he does or not, he can lock the Pyke in. Pyke is like soft counter to Thresh.
Okay. I've seen, what do we got from Revenge? Anything that's really out of the norm?
I mean, he could just play set bot too. It's fine into Thresh.
Yeah, we've got a couple of games of set, as we've already seen. Fiddlestick support seems to be the only real outlier that we saw actually when he paired that with an Aphelios.
I'm pretty sure if he plays fit support this game and he doesn't die multiple times to a Thresh hook, then the Thresh is briefing.
It would be giga tilting. Yeah, Fiddlesticks in this scenario wouldn't be the go-to. But what might be is UQ once again running it back with the Urgot. We saw that what was a very passive laning phase, as soon as the Trinity Force came on through, as soon as the Black Cleaver was there, they definitely were quite keen to go for those skirmishes, force those fights, and Clint actually found the better half of Maximize in a 2-level deficit to take him down. His response, much like game 1, let's go back for this Jax, it would seem.
Yeah, Jax again. I mean, I don't see no reason not to pick it. It does feel like Jax's window to get stuff done in this matchup is quite late. I mean, we even saw Clint being able to solo kill him when he was down 2 levels, so I'm not sure, and I understand that this is a Jax favored matchup, and Jax is generally happy to play this. But you have to think of the impact that Jax is going to have in the game. And with the impact that Clint had on set last game, this could even just be a flex into the mid lane, right? It could be Urgot mid. It could be Clint on set, and we potentially just see another AP jungler coming out of Unshackled.
Getting flashbacks here to draft number 1, with the likes of Galio being removed away as well. Obviously, Ashe seems to be the also go-to to keep them in arm's reach, making sure that both these AD carries will still get their most played, but no doubt for Exton, hoping for a little bit more early success here and hoping that the Aphelios doesn't snowball as quickly as he did. What did you mention? A 12-minute Infinity Edge, something absurd? Yeah,
he had something very early. It was like 2 kills, some turret plates, and it was just a very early Infinity Edge, and it just felt like there was no coming back from that. But looks like UQ still have their hands on comfort, and this is what I'm kind of excited about for them. And Mammoth Academy, much of the same. Fruitcake has the Thresh, they have the Israel, and to extent, I wouldn't say that comfort, for me at least, from what I've seen in the OCS, is Jax for Maximize, but have to see what happens this game and what they lock in next. Sometimes I'm so excited for draft, I just want to fast forward it. I just want to see what happens next. I want to see Yuki use picks. I want to see what happens with this Urgot, with this set. May even just see set jungle. Set jungle is quite good into the Kha'Zix, so Sejuani is also another good one because you quickly outscale the matchup. If
Kha'Zix... This is what we've already noticed though, right? I was just going to quickly interject to see that Mammoth, once again, are leaving their mid lane until last pick, ensuring that Curtis gets every kind of free liberty he has going into Amateur. It's almost like saying Vengeance, you can play whatever you want. We just know that whatever your matchup's going to be is going to be a bit of a rough one.
That could be Fiddle support, could be Fiddle jungle, and still doesn't really tell us anything, but we will see their last pick coming on through to determine their composition and where their flex picks are going.
What support would we want? We'd want somebody that can allow... Okay, no, it is going to be the Fiddle
Set
support.
jungle,
I mentioned it as a wild card, but honestly, I didn't expect them to commit to it.
It just feels like it'll die. It just feels like it's going to get hooked and die. But what do I know? I'm not the one picking it. Obviously, Revenge knows something we don't, and it's something that he's comfortable playing into a Thresh lane.
So, fast forward back a few weeks ago, when they last ran this, they had Urgot, Trundle, Victor, and this bot lane. So, they're definitely comfortable. They've already got a few components of what worked for them in the part, but that Victor will be the one they were hoping for. Obviously going to be replaced here by the Cassiopeia on this situation.
You know what I've never been a big fan of this. I've never been a very big fan of counter-picking mid lane with a control mage you potentially could have blinded. So, like, they probably could have taken Victor somewhere else if that's what they wanted and banned, like, 2 bans for Victor, right? As opposed to Echo and Karthus. And then in the same sense, you know, you could lock in the Orianna, or the Orianna got banned in the second phase, but they could have taken the Orianna again. But it just didn't feel like they were saving last pick to get a significant counter pick. And for me, that's my problem with it. But also, you know, maybe he's gonna just come out and solo kill Amateur on the Victor and do some work. But, you know, at least from first glance, I feel like that last pick, that counter pick, could have been better utilized.
Interesting to see what Curtis can actually do in this champion. We saw him in the quarterfinals play the likes of Lissandra and Syndra, and whilst having a few rough moments, definitely had some times to warrant a whole host of praise in terms of setting the team up for just big wombos, locking down key targets and allowing the rest of the team to pop off. And that's what I'm really, once again, identifying with Mammoth, right? We've got Kha'Zix that wants to get ahead very early on, wants to find those isolation kills, wants to keep this Fiddle down and very, you know, resourceless, right? You know, doesn't want those ultimates to really hurt, wants the fear set up that the Urgot can then complement with, not really to do too much. Then you once again you look at Maximize, right? Another resource-heavy player wants to make sure that his jacks can pop off, and you start to think, okay, you know, what is Curtis's role in this? Is it just to look to, you know, CC key targets once again, hit them with some AOE damage, and say, look, I can just go even. I'll make sure I keep tabs in this Cassiopeia.
I'm quite concerned about Mammoth Academy's draft if they don't get ahead in laning phase. If they don't get ahead in the early game, right? You have a 0 frontline composition where your Jax takes time to ramp up.
Yeah,
your Jax is going to take time to be relevant or to do things. It's going to need a Trinity Force and some. And then your Kha'Zix is in the front line. Your Victor has nothing in front of him to put out reliable amounts of damage. And that's a problem, right? He's going to be kiting back with an Ezreal with a Thresh, but, you know, through a Fiddlesticks Crowstorm, through a Set, through an Urgot, where do they stand a chance to do damage? Yes, they're going to probably play the game through sides and win through the Jacks, but it just feels so linear. And that really concerns me.
It is a cause for concern in the sense that there is a lot of CC coming their way from their opposition, and it just means, you know, how do Mammoth look to even try and step up and you know, utilize the poke?
But that's my thing.
We've got a similar situation, right, between mid and AD carry. They want to poke from afar. They want to kind of do what we saw glimpses of, right, in game number 2. And it's like, okay, if we poke them enough, then we can look to try and jump on in. We don't need a hard tank. We've got Bruce that can finish the job, right? And it's like, okay, good in theory. How do you look to get there? And you know, no doubt we're looking to
they get there, yeah.
Bot lane. Can you get ahead, right? Can you find those picks? Can you use Ignite to good effect? Can you look to get one of these AD carries online quicker than the other? Because it felt like that was a big point of setting up Siege and then obviously getting the gold lead with the plates as well.
And it's actually a Fiddlesticks jungle skimmy, so it's not going to be Fiddlesticks support. Yeah. I didn't think it would be a good lane into Thresh. It sounded like suicide, to be honest. But the Set Philios lane just as strong, you know. I've played a Set support quite a bit in Grandmaster, and the conclusion I've come to on Set support is that you can actually get hooked by Thresh, take a significant amount of damage, but if you're in flay range and Thresh flays you into his range, if you get your combo off, which is like your Q, 2 autos into rip back into W with a fully procced shield, then you actually end up out trading Thresh because because once the hook's down, his aftershocks down, and ultimately you end up winning the trade. And as a set, you have such high base regen that like any kind of less than favorable or even trade eventually just goes in your favor. And so I think UQU have a pretty solid bot lane and something to play around.
I certainly do, and both supports, no doubt, are going to be running the likes of Hex Flash, looking to try and trade out those summoners very aggressively early on anyway to try and find an advantage. Who can look to determine lane state, farming setups, who can look to try and flip the map, who can go for objectives first, who can look to get themselves some gold with those plays. So I'm very curious as to sort of seeing, will we get the fruitcake we saw from game number 1, because that was insanely smooth, but he had an Ashe behind him, so the CC chain was very different to what we're seeing this time around.
Well, we're heading into game now, and the one place that the UQU want to get uninterrupted is level 6, Gimme. Level 6 is the window where Fiddlesticks is online, Urgot's online, Set is online, and whereas Mammoth Academy kind of have the pre-6 tools to make something happen, right? They got the Thresh Hook into Kha'Zix, and less of an emphasis on level 6.
Seems to be the case here, Jubes. Let's see exactly how these two teams do battle. The final game here in this best of 3, our first semi-final of the evening here in the OCS to determine which team will make themselves a grand final entry. Very curious to see how the jungle interaction will take on place. Can Vengeance find himself in a position of power? He's played tanks twice. He went for the volley bear. Has been quite keen just to farm up, wait for that 5 to 6 mark to force turret dives.
It's a bit of a statement too, coming off a bit of a miserable Volibear game and just saying, okay, I'm ready for the Kha'Zix. Definitely Volibear is the easier of the two.
It seems to be that when these teams are presented with a little bit of pressure, as we saw from the Pantheon Talia situation, that they weren't too afraid to whip it out and showcase it with some conviction. Vengeance, no doubt, will be looking to try and tap into some of that potential, as well as Unshackled. Will be running the Predator on this occasion.
Yeah, normally it's Fiddlesticks as well. Normally they actually start a pink ward, but I actually don't see a pink ward anywhere in his inventory, nor do I see it dropped on Summoner's Rift, so probably just sitting there with a little bit of gold in his bank, hoping to get to his jungle item just that little bit quicker, not having the refillable.
So that means for him, we'll see how they look to go in this jungle pathing, as to what lanes they target, where to look to try and force those fights, and if it will be the Scuttle Crab. Where we get to see them do battle for the very first time here. Similar situation, no doubt. Fruitcake will be the one looking to try and find those fights, try to hit level 2 as quickly as they can, and find the advantages with this Aftershock. We saw what it did first time around, but that was a Karma. This time it's a Set. Very different beasts.
Yeah, and this lane for UQU has a little more leeway now, right? They don't have to play as perfectly to not get punished. When you play the lane with the Karma, you really have to play to a T, otherwise, like we saw last game, that one hook lands, you get punished, and they're actually just doing a better job this game in duking it out, but they're still, the UQU are putting, as a bot lane, they're putting themselves in very bad position. They're putting themselves in positions to get hooked and take a significant amount of damage to where you have to burn through a couple of pots. Unfortunately for Mammoth Academy though, the hooks aren't landing. But they're really playing with fire.
Certainly are playing with fire, and as is the timing of knowing that these junglers are pathing down towards this part of the map. Down goes the ward in try to protect Mammoth. We will have an inline track there for the Kha'Zix to go to that Scuttle Crab first after the blue buff acquisition. And hope that then the mid prior as well will mean that if the teleport is needed, then they will have an advantage there as well. So as it stands, we've got ourselves locked into this bottom lane, spectating these skill shots and continuing to see which one has the ability to land them fair better.
It's just the Mammoth Academy skill shot simulator in the bot lane, right?
Really
Ezreal and Thresh just throwing skill shots, and eventually you win the game if you hit enough of them.
There's not really much more to say about it at that stage of the game. As you can see that they are just trying to find any small advantage.
Curtis is actually
oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, sorry. I was just going to say Curtis has laned pretty well. He's burnt through both pots of the Cassiopeia already, so making use of this last pick, counter pick, if you will.
It's going to be important for him. We've yet to see him on the Victor, but it seems very characteristic of what his objective has been in this series so far, to control and support. Let's touch base on the fact that Clint has actually already gone for a shop. He's picked himself up the Coal Blade so he can look to farm, which was what we saw very common in Game 1. Wait for the Black Cleaver, wait for the Trinity Force before anything really shows up. So looking to make sure that he doesn't fall so far behind this time around.
Yeah, and I mean, he's able to cheat. He pretty much just like used everything on the wave, all of his cooldowns on the wave, cheated a recall, was able to walk back, and he's waved in a really good spot now. You know, he's up CS, wave's in his favor, it's frozen, and Maximize is having to queue for farm, but getting chunked out a little bit here. Yeah, very well played from Clint so far.
Yeah, going to bully as much as he can and utilize his ranged advantage and forcing that Maximize has to hard commit, as you're saying.
And the thing is, though, if Maximize can't get this wave in, and the passive from Urgot is actually just ruining that the freeze that he had, but if Maximize couldn't get that wave in, he has to either base, TP back to lane, and then Clint has teleport advantage, or he's just got to really just trade HP to get that wave in, and that's dangerous because the Urgot can kill you.
Yeah, Urgot can kill you. You never know exactly where that Fiddlesticks could be as well. And getting closer and closer to that all-important level 6 mark where the all-in can happen. As he is still quite low. Going to go for that recall now. Interesting to note whether or not he'll TP back to this wave. He is.
He is, yep.
Yep, he really wants to ensure that this gets crashed.
So the Sheen buy is really big from Jax, but, you know, Clint has that teleport advantage.
Ooh.
Now hook lands. There we go.
This time, observes the smurfing. They catch it this time. So we get to see that nothing will eventuate from it. This time, no cleanse. Not necessary, given that there is no Ash. Just going to cop the damage and knows that Excellent wasn't really in a situation to follow things up.
And so, even negative trades in this lane is valuable for Clint. And I know we keep talking about top lane, but I think this is the most important one so far. So he's managed to get his base off now, burn one corrupting potion, tick 2 now from the Jackson. Doing really well in this lane so far. Actually, all lanes are pretty much... It's funny because all lanes are pretty much going even and going well, right? Like there's no disparity, there's no lane kingdom, there's no lane gap. It's just even. And you'd have to argue that going just even suits at the moment, at least in this game, in this context, suits UQU more, right? Because Fiddlesticks is able to get level 6 in a neutral game state and have an impact.
Oh, that's the impact he was looking to follow up on as Amateur flashes forward there aggressively, looking to lock him down with the miasma, but he managed to flash away before that could keep him grounded. The Petrifying Gaze would have been all that was required to set themselves up with that CC train and potentially get ourselves that first blood.
You'd have to say worth though, right? Victor with no flash, sure, Cassio is just as immobile, but Victor's going to have to protect himself from a level 6 Fiddlesticks because I do think he's going to ding 6 off this wave. Yep.
There it is. The Crow Storm will now be available. No doubt it's going to want to make sure that he's out of vision to ensure it finds that fear and that little scary nature as Curtis, with the last stretch of his mana pool and having no teleport as well, will use the ultimate to crash that wave in. Now be able to match that of the tier building Cassiopeia return.
Yeah, so Urgot's actually based on a freeze top lane, so this is a little bit rough if you ask me. He's flipped to come Dragon. This is going to be a pretty significant CS loss. I don't know what Clint's plan is, but this could be quite bad, I'm going to say.
We'll keep our tabs on things as to how they play on out. He doesn't have the teleport to come back to this lane, so he couldn't force it in. He didn't have Fiddlesticks in the area to assist him to make it a 2v1. Now he's going to show, and Maximize very happy just to sort of leave things as they are. Burden has to be now on Queensland. You have to make something happen, and more important, you have to get this Dragon.
Well, you'd almost argue that the Dragon's not worth it, right? Like, your lane is frozen, now being pushed. So you lost the minions when it was frozen, and now you're going to lose a good wave and I'm going to say 2 waves you're going to lose. For what, an Infernal Dragon?
Yeah, you're talking, what, 4% at this stage of the game? Not really going to mean too much. Once again, it almost feels like you have gone for the investment of let's get ourselves some dragons. We've got something to play for late game if anything gets out of hand. We've just got that to look forward to. Not going to be a Ocean Dragon here today. Nope, that's going to be the next one that comes on up. Wouldn't it be fitting if we got ourselves a Cloud Dragon as the sole decider?
Yeah, the OCS is unfortunately rebranding to the Cloud Soul League. And that's all we see nowadays. So
it would actually find a bit of value in this game, though, wouldn't it?
UQU's macro this game is leaving a lot to be desired. So they actually flipped for the Rift Herald, but then there's been no Rift Herald. And so ultimately what they've ended up losing was 2 waves in the top side of the map, as well as a freeze. Yes, they picked up a dragon, but now they're just up here with no objective and nothing to play for. Keep your eyes on Kha'Zix here, though.
See exactly where Kha'Zix decides to go. Currently hanging on out in that little alcove. Nice little addition here for Season 10. What do you find success, though? He stuck himself in for that lane gank. Fruitcake is now clearing out vision. Keep your eyes also on Curtis, who's also walked up to the side of the map. Going to go toe-to-toe here with Amateur. They're going to have a little bit of a biff as we see them split apart. But Fiddlesticks is making his way top now. Vengeance. Very patient in his attempt. There's the flash ward, there's the flake, and they find themselves at death sentence. There's a three-man base breaker.
Wow.
And that just turns things around instantly. Melee weapons is what this Aphelios has. And he's just looked to take them out both on his own terms. That did not work the way that Kha'Zix was intending it for.
Wow.
He can't even summon the Herald. It was meant to be a play that would snowball the lead in their favor, but just like that, it all got stuck. And now, this part of the map, Chakrams are there. More gold for the Aphelios.
This is a disaster for Mammoth Academy. They're playing around. So this is the problem I was told. They're playing around their Ezreal, who's on a tier buy, right, versus a BF. Tier Sheen does not match BF. The only way that you match that is if you're landing continuous harass, continuous poke, but you don't win the all-in. They were able to even 2v3 that, right? They didn't even have any assistance. All Fiddlesticks did was come in to clean up the kill, and there's that, but this Revenge is really showing why he was having set banned away from him week after week, and teams were not giving them the center set and the center whatever, because they're just so proficient when you give them a very strong lane.
Well, that upsets the party, that's for sure. We're going to see that it was Aphelios that doesn't get himself a kill, but a ton of assists. Oh, no doubt did a fair bit of damage to that turret as well to pick up some of that plate gold. He's going to go for the Berserker. He's not going to be too far away here from an Infinity Edge. I'm already getting worried knowing that it was around a 12-13 minute mark last time. He's well on his way to getting a point in the game once again, but will be a Revenge who essentially smurfed in that team fight. Rewarded for his efforts. He picks up 2 kills, and whilst you're never too big of a fan for your supports to pick up the items at this stage of the game, he's going to be acting very beefy.
Set's a carry anyway.
It really is.
Set has so much base damage that, like, when you come to a 15-20 minute skirmish, if he ults the right target into the backline, ends up getting like a full channeled, you know, A-maker, then it's doomed.
It is doomed, for lack of a better word. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. Someone is said to be burnt. Ignite was used to good success, however, Fruitcake wasn't able to find a window to use his, and I'm not sure what that does for your mental, coming into a game when already the stakes are quite high, you're feeling the pressure, you've got this burden to end this game, and Kha'Zix really wanted to snowball this lead ahead. There's some of the Herald now. What is now a delayed siege in the top lane will finally be rewarded. They're going to get themselves the first turret as the hip-up will secure it.
That's pretty big. Probably...
Jax is still feeling this pain, you can see in that 1v2.
Yeah, this probably equalizes a lot of the deficit though, right? If we look at gold now, I'm pretty sure Ezreal is going to be, you know, close-ish to the Aphelios. It's not going to be overtaking him by any means, but Coach Curtis might get dove here.
Yeah, he could be in a fair bit of trouble right now. Going to be taken away from that as well. There's going to be the Crow Storm coming on through, but Curtis has absolutely outplayed him so far. Revenge took up all the damage. There goes the Haymaker. There goes the Health Bar. Pulling on down. Curtis survives. 1v4 under this turret, buying as much time as he can for this rotation to come on through. Now, Fruitcake has to be careful.
Oh!
Okay! It goes with a flash forward. Takes him out, but Amateur! He's just crazy! A man possessed! You think he's down and out. You think he's been smurfed on, but he just flashes forward. The skill shot in the end will just be enough. It's carnage in the bot lane. It's a montage in the making. Kill after kill, CD after CD. A skirmish at this one never ends. But it's going to be one victor. And Fiddlesticks has enough life leech. He is now 3-0-3. This Kha'Zix does not exist here, Jubes.
Unshackled is quite literally unshackled. I see why he's named himself that. Hold that thought, there's a teleport coming in. Curtis is here.
It's crazy. Jax cannot join the fight. Curtis is coming on through. Procs the phase rush, hunting these targets down. But without a front line, cannot afford to find much further. 7 kills to 2. Just like that, wouldn't look like Revenge was griefing with how much damage he soaked on up. Yuki managed to find a way to keep the momentum in their favor.
And so whilst the execution is not quite there in terms of, you know, they botched the initial dive onto Curtis, right? Probably a little bit of a mistake in terms of summoner checking, you know, they still were able to just outplay their opponents and come away with the kill advantage. Now, the thing that was crucial there, and the thing that UQU are doing extremely well, is they're not letting Jax have the 1v1, right? They know Maximize wants to sit in that 1v1. He wants to be against the Urgot. He wants to be able to just farm freely. But what they're doing is they're constantly flipping their bot lane. So Farmer Revenge, the Aphelios, the set, constantly going to match Jax and just giving him a rough time. And he ended up falling down there, but did pick up a shutdown. But, you know, it would just cause the ensuing chaos, which net gained UQU quite a lot. They're up 1k, and you'd have to argue that in terms of scaling, they're completely fine.
Definitely fine. If you look at where the majority of the gold currently lies, it is Jax that has the lion's share for Mammoth, but it is the Fiddlesticks that is miles ahead of this Kazakh so far.
And Fiddlesticks is
insane.
You know, having a Zhonya's here is so important. Having this Zhonya's really just negates the kill potential or the kill threat that the Kha'Zix has on you, as well as the Jax, and it's actually just hard chilling in this game.
He's loving life, and I know if I was Ezra right now, I would not be, knowing what I'm going into. Another Aphelios game, another outcome where an Infinity Edge comes on far too early.
Oh my days.
You say the name, and he's the one that gets ganked. He went from having an unhappy face to now crying as he's 1-3, just buying himself time to farm up this Mana Moonay, but they will not give him that opportunity, and they are punishing him. Unshackled now up 3 levels.
3-level lead at 15 minutes into the game in jungle is pretty much unheard of. But it's just, you know, if there's a time to step up and a time to make your name, it is in the semi-finals, you know. He is pretty much, you know, this game's obviously not over by any means. It's only 3,000, but the last 2 games, Unshackled has had some huge performances. Some of the best jungle performances we've seen in the OCS. Granted, you know, the last game he was playing pretty much as a laner and pretty much funneling, but you know, this game in particular, he's just had some really good pathing and finding the windows of attack.
Not a bad time to peak if you're hitting your real stride coming into the playoffs, and showcasing that 2-week break has really paid off for you as a individual, as a collective. We've seen the cohesion is definitely working overtime so far with some questionable macro decision making at time, but a lot of that just being completely undone by the fact that Mammoth said, okay, we're going to hard force, and just not being able to find success they were hoping for.
We might see a little bit of a stalemate now. Just gentleman's agreement, minion waves. Maximize still picking up a significant CS lead, so keep your eyes on that. You don't want Jax to get too accelerated, and Curtis does have the EXP lead onto Amatul, so you know, they have the leads where they need them, Skimmy. You know, 20 CS lead onto Curtis, 30 CS or so, 40 CS lead onto Maximize. Similar story to the last game we saw.
Yeah. Interesting to note at what point in this game Mammoth will be able to really show up for a fight. They've had to sacrifice the dragons initially. They have made the trade-off though by going for the second objective and have picked up consecutive heralds. Whether or not Vengeance will be able to find a lane to target, an area of the map to abuse, and instantly open things up here. He needs something at this stage. Down by this amount of gold. We've got a tank, very squishy, and when you're trying to jump in there with that lethality build, not going to be too apparent as to who you can really one-shot.
Yeah, I'm really concerned for these Kha'Zix. I'm very concerned. I don't even think the Kha'Zix can 1v1 the Aphelios at this point. You know, down a level, lowest level in the game. Equal level with Revenge. Sorry, Fruitcake's just a little bit lower, but you don't want to be comparing yourself as a carry jungler to the support of the enemy team you're versing. Junglers and assassins in particular really scale off levels just as much as gold, especially at level 9, right? Level 9 base stats and the growth you get per base stat is really important, and it's worth a good chunk of gold in its own right. So the fact that he's being starved, oh my goodness.
No, a 3-man face breaker, they're all locked in place, makes it easy pickings for the Crowstorm to pad them from afar. They tried to siege up, they tried to take a mid-tier 1. But UQ said, no, what on earth are you doing? And they just demoralized everything out of Mammoth in that play.
But this is why it's so surprising to me that UQU started the series off with the draft that they did. How good do UQU look when they have engage tools and they can pull the trigger? You know, it's a team who they're not necessarily known for having the flashiest players, right? You know, when you look at rosters, you see Maximize, you're like, okay, that dude's 700, 800 LP challenger. You see rosters like the Dire Cubs, and you think, okay, they have some very good mechanical players, and UQU, for me, are just a very good team. You know, not to say they don't have good players in their own right, but they really just put the pieces together, and when it comes to 5v5, when it comes to pulling team fights and engages, they just seem to get it right more often than not, and they're proving to be a very scary unit.
I would be watching with a bit of anxiety right now if I was one of the teams in our second semi-final, potentially having to go into this. This will be our grand finalists, knowing that their mental fortitude to bounce back, showcase that they have other compositions that they are ready to use.
Again, though,
find themselves a bit of momentum.
We need to keep our eyes on the CS leads, because that's important. It's very easy to get carried away with kills. But we saw last game how much CS leads do influence games, and
of course,
Maximize is almost, you know, that 50, well, he's at that 50 CS lead now. You know, you turn that into another 50, it's going to be very hard to deal with him in the side.
Putting himself into a similar situation as it was in game one. He's already up by 1 level at the stage. No doubt looking to try and put himself into a 2-level gap as well, and try to carry a lot of the strength. You talk about it being a bit of a linear strategy. Well, he's going to have to try and pull up something here, because it is going to be Curtis that gets collapsed upon again from the fog of war. Out comes the Crow Storm. The 1 and 2 between support and jungle, essentially both supports and both junglers. They act as a match made in heaven, and wherever they go, carnage follows.
Unshackled has 10 KP out of 11. He's having an absolute blinder. He's having an absolute barn burner of a game. And Aphelios has just engaged himself.
He just wants more. Revenge jumps in again. He just does not miss.
Look at this.
This is the play to make happen. There's the teleport. There's the petrifying gaze. And if you weren't dead before, you've died 15 times over here, Jubes. There's a double kill. The Aphelios has hit his 2-item spike before even Exodus can even consider, do I have that mon immune? It's not going to be there. They don't have the damage. They don't have the chance to come back in this game, it would seem. 21 minutes. A fight like that means Baron.
This team, this UQ roster, they just pull it together. They just, okay, the one thing I've learnt tonight is you don't need farm. Farm is overrated. I'm not farming anymore. All I'm doing is team fighting and getting good at pulling engages, because UQU have just nailed it time and time again. 3-man set ripbacks, 3-man silencers into it's so good to watch.
They're not looking for picks, no, they are looking for collapses. They are looking for multiple members consistently as well. Quite hard to do, but they are always able to find a way to lock in place multiple champions. And I mean, you talk about farm, and whilst that's good, the opportunities to actually utilize that farm are coming in rather few and thin. They just aren't being presented with an opportunity to buy some time for those items, buy some time for those lanes to be pressed in their advantage, and really play to those side lanes. Now you're looking at a 90-second window before they're going to play for a sole point.
And now you can't actually win the side lane. It's very hard to win the side lane against the Baron buff, and so whilst Maximize has that very big lead, the Baron minions are just going to do enough and be strong enough to deter him from getting anything done in the side. So wouldn't be surprised if we just see UQU just pull the trigger. The way they've been so aggressive, pull the trigger on mid lane, tower dive if you will, but it looks like Unshackled's going to solo kill Jax. That's what he's on the way pings are for.
I'm terrified. That is a Fiddlesticks jungle making his way towards a Rabadon's cap. He is fed beyond belief. You would not see this in your average game here today. But they're ganking, and they are looking to make it happen. Okay, they're going to be quite content with that one. They have baited out the teleport as it stands, so Curtis has committed to the top side. That's all that they needed.
I think that's a little bit of a mistake, actually, from UQU. I don't think they need to send anyone to go match Maximize. They just send Clint there. He can clear the minion wave. And what they should have done is force on the mid lane turret. They had no business, Mammoth Academy, keeping that mid lane turret alive. I know it just fell down, but they had no business even being in mid lane when you have the lead that UQU have. So bit of a mistake there, but they got the teleport away from Curtis. Now they're going to fight this dragon.
Unshackled, going for the Crow Storm. There's Curtis! And the Lantern is just too little, too late.
That's a scumbag ignite from Revenge. I'm calling that. That's a scumbag ignite. That's Unshackled's kill there. I mean, it's just so hard to deal with Fiddlesticks when he has a lead. There's just so many angles that he can pop his head out of and say g'day and have crows flying at your head, and there's just too much damage. Insta fear, no cleanse, goodbye.
You know what's crazy though? I was taught very early on, whenever a Cassiopeia goes Maya, you don't want to go face-checking brushes. I then think, okay, you add a Fiddlesticks into that as well. You've got no tank. We keep returning to this point, but you've drafted a composition that wants to snowball, hasn't been able to snowball, and now you go into a composition that thrives on you face-checking, and you're going to see them doing it there, right? Looking to say, we need to contest, we need to put ourselves a bit of a vision to go for this soul point denial. And as they go hunting, just getting picked apart one by one again.
It's just stuff you don't expect from Mammoth Academy though, because it's not like they're contesting the dragon. It's Curtis just in no man's land. Like, what is he trying to achieve in the river there? You know, that would be my question. UQU actually gave river control, which was surprising to me, right? They let Mammoth Academy walk in. Just they only had one member there that was getting, and it was their mid laner. But this is what I'm talking about when I said compositionally, I think Mammoth ran into a very big problem here. You know, this is probably the game where Maximize needed to step up and say, I'll be on sign duties. You know, even though he built damage, he was still a front line that was able to walk in with his team. But we have Jax, you have Kha'Zix, you have a Victor, and when you have these champions, Curtis is the one that has to actually walk into the dragon and get vision control.
Well, Mammoth Academy looking like they're on their last legs here. They're getting further and further away from what their objective in this series was. They wanted to be the team to book themselves into their grand finals. They were the team to beat at the start of the season. Only latterly, in the second half, were overtaken by the Dire Cubs. A few roster changes here have upset the balance, it would seem, and whilst that run has worked a fair bit, they have met their match here in games 2 and 3. UQU up by 8k gold. Smelling victory, knowing that at the 25-minute mark, 15 kills to 2. Their formula is forget farm, find fights, tilt your opponent.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the item disparity between Israel and Aphelios. You know, we got I thought that was a real flash, but that was actually the Fiddlesticks passive.
Yeah, his little clone.
Yeah, and I was saying, well, Aphelios is cooking with a stove, and Extend's cooking with some rocks, just hot rocks.
Yep, he's not a happy chappy at this stage.
Good disengage. Good
This
disengage.
time they do manage to run away, which is fantastic for them. What do they have left in the arsenal to try and utilize to their effect? Amatul still has that petrifying gaze.
This is a big team fight angle.
They have to be careful. He flashes forward and hits it. Maximize now going for a 1v3 situation. Cannot find that kill, but a shot that goes across. Both the junglers take out the mid laners. And now when they disengage for a second time, though, Clint is a man on a mission, and he will find that mission as he is put foot on the moon. He's taken out the Kha'Zix. The jungler's gone. A numbers advantage will present and favour UQU. They've got themselves the mobility. They've got themselves the Cloud Soul. And Maximize is running to the hills.
Watch Fiddle ult.
There's nothing to be said at that stage. It was cinematic in its approach. Just watch him bleed, watch him burn. And watch him get solo killed by the 7-0 Fiddle jungle.
That's actually, you know, that fight there, I hate to say it, but that fight there in the mid lane is actually best case scenario for Mammoth Academy. Fiddlesticks botched ult, they disengage, they were able to get poked down, they were able to kill Cassiopeia, and it still wasn't enough, and now they're teleporting in for the Baron buff skimmy. Cassiopeia is just going to melt through that.
Yeah, they shred through this one very easily. There goes the two-man miasma. Yes, to manage to walk away from the petrifying gaze. That's the second Baron buff that goes the way of the Queensland boys. So close to victory, so close to booking themselves into these grand finals. One more shot. Do Mammoth have anything left to hold this one off?
Well, it's 11k gold lead now, so, you know, if you're Mammoth Academy, you're just hoping that they start this Elder. You're hoping that they don't just go down mid or go to a side lane and play for the fight. You're hoping it turns into a bit of an Elder scuffle, and Vengeance is able to steal it, and you know, maybe if you have the Elder Drake you can win the 5v5, but 4-level lead in the jungle, Unshackled, level 16 to level 12. You know, Maximize is level 16, has the level advantage over Clint, but don't think it's going to matter much when you put it all together, when you start baking the cake.
Well, will they find those sweet treats? That is what they'll be looking for. Will they find that juicy target that gets a little bit too ahead of themselves, gets a little bit too big for their boots, realizes that we are so far ahead and goes hunting for kills to pad those stats. Seems unlikely given the discipline we've seen so far coming out of UQU.
Both teams have been disciplined,
they've had
to be
1k
fair.
bounties. Absolutely. They've really respected how close the games could have been. Here begins the base siege. Will they find that kill target? Amatul disengages away, pops the petrifying gaze as he runs away. In comes the Fiddlesticks, hits the fear, hits the damage, and takes out the Kazakhs. But Aphelios at this stage of the game, 29 minutes in, he has the weapons and he has the damage to take all of your team. That's a triple, that's an inhibitor. And that is a game looking to come to a close.
I can't remember the last time I've seen a jungle where we've seen a 1v1 here. Who wins these? Oh, just to add insult to injury. Just to add insult to injury.
Just to showcase what happened in game 1 was not a fluke. Game number 3 is where we're at. We brought it back. We are the first team. Congratulations in order to the University of Queensland Union. A convincing victory there, 22 kills to 3. Did it ever look like it was in doubt there, Jubes? Maybe at the start there, but you said it changed the draft. They definitely did.
They just flipped the switch completely, right? They found a draft that worked for them all year. You know, they went back to their roots and what's worked for them, and it's just, it's crazy how different they look as a team when they have tools to start fights. When they have tools to say, okay, you know, we're going to leave minion waves, but you best believe we're leaving those minion waves to pick up some kills, and congratulations to them. They've made the grand final.
But they have university students smurfing in life and smurfing in game apparently, as they'll be going into the grand finals. And they will now be eagerly watching who their opponent will be for next week. Up after the break, it will be our second semi-final. The undefeated Die Cubs looking to keep it that way. They'll be doing battle with the QUT Tigers. And here we go, getting ready for our second semi-final of the night. It's coming up will be the Dicarbs taking on the QT Tigers, a matchup that should be full of hype and excitement because both of these teams love to play for the early game, love to contest objectives, love to find early leads, and like to try and utilize that to snowball things ahead. And no doubt, saw a few of them in the chat earlier today watching what was our initial semi-final, with congratulations once again going to the University of Queensland Union, being the finalists to start things off with. So, our attention now goes on to this matchup with what are some really hype narratives. I mean, for me, first and foremost, it was the first game of the season when these two teams did battle last. Bit of a different roster, though. We had Udisoft playing in the jungle, and he played the Evelyn into Hingubi. And that's probably the first time I think we saw from the University Championship coming into the OCS, Gooby really get challenged in the jungle. For the most part, it was him and Nightfall just taking over the map. It all belonged to them. They had all the fun in the world, but Ubisoft that one day showcased that, things are a little bit different up on this stage. But now, obviously, things are a little bit different again there, Jubes, because it will be Why Not in their starting roster.
Yeah, and Dicarbs have looked pretty good all season. They've had the bot lane that they've swapped out quite a bit, but, they're sticking with Cupcake now. It's Cupcake and Korok, so a bit of stability coming to the playoffs, which is the semi-finals now. And, you have to say, this Dicarbs roster that hasn't lost a game is looking quite scary.
They've been challenged a few times, been pushed to the edge, to the limit, but they've never fallen down. They will show respect, though, however, to the Shaco that got used on two separate occasions. A little bit of cheese there that the Tigers used to good effect.
I will say, too, both teams getting a little bit chirpy in Twitch chat before. Gooby in there getting a bit chirpy. Draku supporting his old mate Gooby, and, Why Not in chat. Few of the coaching staff from Dicarbs as well, both thinking they got this serious, so going to be interesting. Nice little rivalry here between these two teams.
Will there be the rivalry? Will there be the mental sort of edge really found, right, as a result of all this talk on social media, on Twitter, in the game, in solo queue, whatever it may be? Who has the stronger fortitude to come through and get themselves that all-important win to get the series underway? Another best of three. Once again, still on 10-15. Nothing has changed. What will we see the Tigers open up their account with so far? We've seen a heavy preference to find strength with supports in their mid lane, particularly their Tekker.
That's a really weird first pick.
But Fresh,
I mean, he must be, he's obviously very comfortable on Thresh, but, first pick Thresh is very weird.
Fresh is strong, but first pick when you're giving up the likes of an Ashe amongst a whole host of other champions seems bizarre. They must have something a little bit spicy they're prepared right out of the gates here, because they've given Dicarbs pretty much everything they want. Cupcake, a machine, a monster at the bards, and Ashe, as we saw earlier tonight, it just does it all.
Yeah, there's obviously no surprise that if you leave Cupcake open, and it's not something that's not banned, I said if you leave Cupcake open. If you leave Bard open, Cupcake is going to be taking that. I don't think we'll see him play another champion all night unless this Bard goes horribly wrong, which I don't think it will, but Twisted Fate locked in for Tekker. It's something that we've seen him play more and more recently. He started off playing top lane champs mid. Similar trajectory to that of Tally, who's actually made the transition from top laner to mid laner. And now picking up things like the TF. And Hingubi on the Karthus was a surprise. I didn't expect to see that last week, but he definitely had a very good performance on that. Little bit of a hiccup in the early game, but probably
he came back.
Yeah, but we'll probably see Why Not pick up the Nidalee, because he has been putting a lot of time in on that Nidalee, and that is definitely a good matchup for Nidalee into Karthus, so won't be too surprised if that's what we see coming out, but QT now have the option to ban that.
And sure, no doubt we're going to probably see some protection offered his way to ensure that he doesn't have to start off so poorly to build it up and become the monster that he was in that first playoff match last week. We'll see the Twisted Fate again, which also was showcased in that series. I'm just trying to find any sort of semblance between what they played in the past as to sort of why we're getting this fresh first pick. We're not seeing anything too really out of the ordinary. Russell really has made himself a mainstay in this roster ever since filling in for Akira. Their champion pool is very different between Enchanters and him playing the more heavily engaged style of play. What ban will we see their final one? They've gone for the Ornn first of all, but surely this has to be a jungle ban of some sort.
That's what I'm thinking, but maybe Gooby's just comfortable playing whatever jungle matchup they throw at him. To be honest, when I say that it's a Nidalee favored matchup, Karthus doesn't really have bad matchups. Karthus has bad lanes. If you have Prio in lanes that can really protect Karthus, then you're fine. You can win the 2v2s, you can win the 3v3s. Karthus is just really strong right now, especially on patch 10.15. Hasn't been nerfed yet because 10.16 was the nerf on the queue, and so yeah, I mean they're happy to give that Nidalee over, and we'll see why not. Because the thing about drafting Karthus too, Skimmy, is that you kind of stop the enemy from taking tanks. Because you don't really want to give Karthus the free time to farm, to scale, and just to out-tempo and outpace you as a jungler. And so you're kind of forced into matching the Karthus pick with a Kha'Zix, with a Nidalee, with something that can either stop Karthus from having the tempo lead and the farm advantage, or just matching it and going one better on the Nidalee.
Going in, getting out very quickly, explosive short, sharp bursts, and making sure that the fight will be won very early on. They're going to go for the... Well, that's a different pick. Didn't expect to see a Jinx come out here.
No, neither.
We've seen it in the OPL be a go-to pick into the Ashe, sort of when the likes of Caitlyn is removed away, when Jhin doesn't look too appealing. Going to be quite curious to see how they play in this matchup. We sort of saw from what the game was that whilst the laning phase can be a little bit rough, if they can get out of laning phase, it can get a little bit scary. And I think Eden is one of those players, right? He is definitely against the grain of conventional champions, so to speak. I mean, I look at his last few games, Syndra, Kai'Sa, Senna. He likes to change things up a fair bit.
Now, as a caster, sometimes you go out on a limb and you say something and you eat your words later on, but I think Jinxia is they couldn't have picked a worse champion, because Maokai jungle, okay. No, Panth jungle rather, okay, sorry, yes. No, but Jinx is just so bad into Bard. Any immobile AD is terrible into Bard. And there's some that are better than others, right? Like you think of Aphelios. The kit is a little bit different to that of Jinx. For me, Jinx is just a sitting duck if she ever gets Bard ulted. And, you know, it's not really up to her to juke it, right? You know, if the Bard aims it to perfection, you're just caught. And I think that they could have had better options here, but they opted in for the Jinx, and have to see what happens. Maybe they're just going to go for a strong laning phase and see if they can come out a lane ahead.
They've itemized for a ton of scaling, obviously, with that Jinx becoming a fair bit of a terror. Now we're starting to see maybe a little bit as to why they went for the first pick with the Fresh. They wanted to hide the fact that the Tigers are running themselves a triple global composition. We're talking about the Twisted Fate. They can jump on in. A Cannon Barrage can come from any part of the map at any given time. And the Requiem to finish things off if need be. The ability to lock members in place and constantly keep the Dire Cubs assessing the situation. You know, are we in lethal? Could we be collapsed upon? What can we do to try and turn things around? And you know, the Fresh with his toolkit can not only get members out of harm's way, but can definitely ensure that they stay down if they find a pick.
Yeah, and the Pantheon jungle was actually an interesting pick to me because you really need to make some stuff happen. I mean, this game has the possibility to really blow wide open, in the sense that it's either Pantheon has a failed gank and Karthus is level 4 and Pantheon's level 2, or Pantheon has killed mid lane 2 times and it's pretty much an open mid from there. So it's going to be interesting to see you know, what route this game kind of goes, but I don't think we won't be seeing an explosive early game. You do not draft Pantheon, Maokai, and the champions that they have to have just a full clear. So, you know, potentially level 3 mid, drops the miasma, can't flash Pantheon stuns, and it's good night. That's what I'm thinking. That's the angle that I'm looking for, but, you know, these games have a mind of their own sometimes.
Yeah, they surprised you before, and no doubt they'll continue to. Quite curious to see how the Dire Cubs do look to try and tackle this aggression. I know that the Tigers have itemized very heavily into that level 6 power spike first and foremost, but then saying, well, how much can you punish our Jinx? Can you really put it behind so far that, you know, Ashe just takes over this game and then we don't really have a late game quote-unquote to play for? Because we've seen how strong Twisted Fate can be. If they're looking to sacrifice a fair bit, they just rely on their passive, as you mentioned. And if they aren't finding those kills, how even when they're down by 1-4, they're going into a 7-0 Pantheon, they're still toe-to-toe. They're still dead even in that gold department. So I'm very curious to see how the Tigers navigate you know, this sort of situation, because we've never seen a composition like this from them before.
No, we haven't, and that's why I'm kind of shocked. And sometimes, like, you come in, you expect the script, and you kind of, you know what you're gonna say, right? You know, you're like, oh yeah, they've done this, and this is the success they've had, and this is what we want to see to counter it. But then they, you know, this curveball is not only for the team that's playing, but it's a little bit for us too, because it's not traditional in any sense. It's obviously something they've worked on behind closed doors, and it's worked for them, because you wouldn't be picking it in a semi-final if it didn't work. And I would love to see a bit of a level 1 shenanigans, to be honest.
Do you think this is almost reminiscent of what you're kind of hoping and really wanting from UQU in our first semi-final, where you're saying, look, you've played what is comfort, you've played what you're familiar with in game one, just change things up, and then once they did in game two onwards, they look completely different. Is this almost like for the Tigers, we've got that liberty, we know it's a first blank slate, we can afford to throw a fair bit of craziness at this draft, see what sticks, see how the Diacubs respond to it, and go, okay, we can make assessments on the fly going into this one.
Yeah, I think that's what's happened. I think they just decided, it's game one, let's do what we were going to do. Or, that thing that worked in practice, let's do it in game one, let's see what happens. And I don't actually think that they were expecting Gooby to play Karthus again. I mean, maybe they were, and legitimately, maybe they just big-brained, and this Pantheon pick is the answer. But, man, I'm just so keen to get into game to see what happens. Like, I really want to see how this early game plays out. Because, we talk about Karthus, you talk about the side of QUT being a late game kind of scaling composition, right? They have the Jinx, they have the Karthus, they have the GP. But, you have to think of late game champions as also early game ones, in the sense that you need to have a good early game, right? Like, you can't just say, oh, but we're late game, nothing's going to happen. But Diacubs are going to make you make decisions. They're going to put pressure on you. They're going to be looking to gank, looking to do stuff. So you really need to have a strong early game with these late game champions. And that's what I want to see, is Karthus going to be interrupted? Can they stop Karthus from the full clear? Because the golden kind of rule with Karthus is that if Karthus gets an uninterrupted first clear, which is to level 4 and a free Scuttle Crab, then it's problematic because you haven't slowed his tempo down. He bases, he gets the Phoenix Codex, I butchered the name, but whatever. He gets that, comes back out onto the map, does another full clear. Before you know it, he's level 6, and then you have global advantage.
What is crazy following into that is that last time we saw Hingaby play the Karthus, they were fighting fights in the jungle. They were being very aggressive at level 3. And you mentioned, Karthus is strong in the late game. Well, can definitely be very strong if you fight on his Wheel of Death, his Circle of Doom. And he found himself with a fair few assists to start off that game. We're going to see what happens here in our second semi-final of the night here in the OCS. The QT Tigers on the left-hand side, the Diacubs on the right. Bit of a change-up, a fair bit of respect shown as multiple cleansers have been picked on up here. How do the Diacubs look to put the pressure on, and how would the Tigers actually respond?
Yeah, I'm surprised, looking at rune choices, by the way, I'm surprised that Why Not didn't opt in for Press the Attack. Generally speaking, squishier compositions, Press the Attack, does a little bit more for you. Especially because, his one-shot angle is into the Karthus or onto the TF. Even onto the GP in the early game, and potentially what PTA is enough to just lethal in the 2v2. But I'm not gonna question the man. He's obviously played a lot more Pantheon jungle than I have, that's for sure. Back when I played Panth jungle, it was still Thunderlord's Decree, if you remember that.
I don't. No, it's before my time.
Yeah, you probably didn't even play League then.
I didn't. So
I'm literally a grandpa.
Yeah, you're an absolute boomer, and that's why we love you, mate, because we're going to utilise your knowledge to good effect here on this broadcast to figure out what to look forward to and what to keep our eyes out for. As it will be Bard that put himself down a nice little wall to have a bit of protection and keep tabs as to where the Karthus will be, and that could be, pretty vital information. That's why not to utilise this Pantheon to good effect.
I will say, I made a tweet during the week about all the chromas that I've bought. I have like 10 or 15 chromas. They're all pink and purple, because I think pink skins are the best. And Cupcake has actually been saying it for years, apparently. Cupcake is an ambassador for pink skins, and just want to put that out there. I saw him just with the pink chroma now, and he's definitely a man of culture, a man of taste.
Man, a man of confidence as well. I mean, it takes a brave man to wear pink, but if you put it off, you look good. And,
but that's what I was going to say, real men wear pink.
Yeah, for sure. And this is a real man. He is the Bard player, if we're talking about one in the OCS. Got a fair few in the Oceanic region, really. So very curious to see what kind of performance he can pull up right out of the gates here. No doubt Calrock's going to be very happy given the fact that he's had multiple supports to play with over the season. They have settled on Cupcake coming into this one. So, as things stands, first thing to really look forward to is where will Pantheon go? Will they target mid lane? How will Jinx be pressured? Will that cleanser to be burnt on cooldown? Because the Ezreal was taken away in the draft. There was no Caitlyn as well. Really limited the options when it came to disengaging the pressure Diacubs can throw their way.
Yeah, and we're seeing this lane kind of take a negative twist already from Tekka. He's down 2 corrupting picks, two corrupting potions, Way's landing his poisons, and that's what's important when you're playing the Cassiopeia. And You know, one more trade, one more successful trade, and Tekka might be forced out of lane, and he has the cleanse, not the teleport.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to burn that. Obviously, running the Unsealed Spellbook to rotate through as many of those options as possible. Cupcake did actually leave lane for a second there, given the fact he had priority, just to ensure that Why Not would have the scuttle insured and guaranteed. Now, with double buffs, might look to now contest the second, but Hingubi has been on the money. Both junglers going to collide mid lane right now, hanging in the vision. There goes Therefore out with the damage. Now gets flashed upon, gets stunned, gets locked up. There goes the Aegis. Still have enough to find itself that first blood. Hingubi turns at the last stretch to try and land a few more Skittles, but he cannot take him out. Double buffs, double members.
They actually, you know, that was very decisive. Hold that thought. Cupcake and Kalrock looking for the 2v2. That's Cleanse Burn coming out of the Jinx. And so, I think Yubi and Tekka could have probably committed there, you know, fighting on the Hold That Thought again. Black Flag off.
He has the flash. Oh, the spear, max range. Just manages to walk away from that one.
Yeah, so, you know, very good commit there from Why Not, and Wei obviously, you know, showing their intentions to play around that mid lane 2v2 with the Pantheon and the Cassiopeia. Wei with the double buffs now. This is about to get really, really rough for QUT now. Twisted Fate's going to have to come back to lane. Lane against the double buff Cassiopeia. You know, Cass picked up the first blood too, so it's not a good time, and he's even lost his big minion wave.
Yeah, he's put Hingubi there on janitor duties to clear things up and ensure that, well, if one of us is falling behind, at least one of us gets some kind of benefit here. And we say it time and time again, when a Cassiopeia gets a double buff, it's a dream, really.
Yeah, I mean,
those issues.
If you want to be positive about it, at least, you know, majority of the time Cassiopeia's spent basing and walking back to lane, so, you know, that blue buff would time out soon, but, you know, there's already a 12 CS lead. The chapter picked up, and not going to get any better for Tekka. He's down a full level pretty much.
Yeah, there will be the tier to follow, and then blue buff or not. You've got a fair mana pool, a fair bit of resources really to cycle through and ensure that the poke continues, and you have them in a nice little mellable range for a gank to continue to run it back time and time again. Now, we've seen Hingubi in a position like this already, with a very early kill going against him. His tenacity to bounce back from that one and find success and essentially hit Requiems that were just unheard of.
Yep, and this is a bar portal. This is creative gank angle with the Pantheon now.
He is, and Russell's going to live a fair bit of time. Actually not going to fall on down, however. Why not just ran out of mana to be able to finalize that kill?
Cassio's just been able to roam now as well.
Cannon Barrage now, can they collapse upon this? I don't believe they can. They've got such little health bars. There's no way they can walk into that one. The Diacubs in the first 5 minutes, completely unpunished.
Diacubs are just asserting their dominance on this game, and you know, this is why we've labeled them the Dire Dubs. They've just, like, I know it doesn't look like much, right? It's only 400 gold, but the pressure that they're generating and the cooldowns that they're burning is quite significant, you know. And the one thing I will say, Karthus is level 6, Why Not is level 4, and this is the type of kind of tempo we like to see from a Karthus, and this is why I was questioning the Pantheon pick. So, you know, yes, they got the first blood in the mid lane, but they're going to have to keep things going, right? They can't just rest on that first blood.
No, they need to snowball that lead ahead. We've seen another Pantheon already, and that definitely snowballed ahead and showed no signs of slowing down. What is it like when you're never getting it from the jungle? With less resources, less chance to become as insane as we saw beforehand. Level 6 is there, however, for the Tigers, and that's when we mentioned that their strength would really start to come on through. They have to be careful.
No, he's dead. He's even under tower, yeah.
There's the journey, there's the damage, and there is the health bars that just do not move.
You know, no, okay, I'm genuinely convinced that this is a set strategy from the Diacubs. There's no way in the world they draft Bard Pantheon and just, you know, decide to first time this and have these Bard portal dive angles. It's actually pretty intelligent, to be honest. You know, it's like, if you're able to burn summoners, and generally speaking, you're versing a squishy, low HP, you know, control mage in the mid lane, you're able to pretty much just permanently dive off cooldown, especially because Cassiopeia has such consistent burst damage. Sorry, not burst damage, consistent damage, rather.
Yeah, consistent damage. Locked down, obviously, between Miasma and the ultimate.
Even Zoranus is up CS.
Yeah, not too often we see a Maokai become this far accelerated, but what is worth noting is he no longer has any mana. The Destiny will reveal him, the Requiem will come on through.
They
And
need
they
to
go
give
for
that
wombo
to Tekka.
combo.
Yeah.
Will ensure that Tekka finds at least some reason to smile in this game 1.
He definitely needed that kill. He's close to tilting, I reckon. Actually, I do know Tekka. I don't think he tilts that heavily. He's actually just a all-around pretty chill guy. But for narrative's sake, he's gonna tilt.
Narrative's obviously the only thing we're really concerned about as casters, so he's going to be a happy man. Finds himself that first kill. We're starting to see a bit of an insight into what this comp can really represent.
Yeah, nice flip there from...
rough, so can they try and get themselves into a nice little flip like this, as you say?
That's a nice flip. They managed to pick up the Herald, and the thing about Jinx is that if she gets free time on a turret, you best believe she's taking it, and another tower dive. This time he survives.
Time after time, they will do it all day long. They're going to look to try and zone as much as possible. And not let that Twist of Fate passive do too much. Zerenis has been zoned away from this turret, and he respects it, knowing that so many members are up here.
Yeah, first turret and the gold going over to Karthus as well as the bot lane, so got to be happy with that. Little bit of a gold lead now on the side of QUT, so you'd have to say right now the game is actually Karthus versus Cassiopeia in terms of where the gold's allocated and itemization and everything like that, but you know, at this point in the game, the Runic Echoes, for me, is doing far more damage than the itemization of Cassiopeia, right? You know, you have to... Cassiopeia is one of those champs that takes time to ramp. Obviously, he's in a very good spot being 2-0, but Karthus in a very good spot also. Probably going to wait for that next ultimate cooldown to come up before QUT look to make a play.
Definitely. We're starting to see some sizable CS leads achieved in multiple areas right now. As it would seem that the Ashe, once again, with the advantage of having Engage, and having the protection of knowing that wherever Bard goes, he creates pressure, which means there's not going to be too much attention shown towards his lane. Able to find himself up in XP and gold as well.
Yeah, the CS lead's just going to continue to grow for the side of Diacubs. You know, mid lane's just a little bit too strong for Tekka to just remain even, so he's just going to pick up CS when he can. And Hellrock has just had waves bouncing into him the whole game. It's just really good wave management coming out of Diacubs and really good laning. You would say that the only lane that's kind of, you know, somewhat in their favor, but I would argue should be more so in Nightfaller's favor, is the GP. You know, he should probably be up CS. The only kind of excuse that I would give is that they did 4-man top lane, share farm, and share plates.
Yeah, fair bit of gold going around, and split gold, whilst looking good on the scoreboards. No big benefactor from an individual perspective at this stage. Not sizable enough anyway to showcase. Get to see exactly how Wei continues to bodiless lead. He's the first one in the game to find himself that bounty. And he's the first one that is always able to shove in that wave and rotate to continue these ganks that no doubt wherever he is or wherever the Pantheon is, fights will follow. You're starting to see really the protection that Jinx requires. The fact that Hingubi has actually had to babysit the lane.
Look at the vision control too coming out of Diacubs, right? You can't go anywhere in the bot side jungle without being spotted, and this leads to what we're about to see, maybe. Thought we might see Cupcake go over the wall there and try and pick up a kill onto the Karthus with Wei, but they seem to let him live, and Maokai's walking down for this dragon, so the game plan's very evident. They're putting a very big emphasis on these dragons, and I think they know that they really need these dragons to stack up to win this game, because if it does go late by any chance, then the Diacubs probably do get outscaled.
Definitely want that early soul point to play for around the 23-minute mark. There's the Destiny, there's the reveal, there's the target in their sight, but can look to just run away as that channel comes on through. Magical Journey obviously assisting in that. There's the arrow, and they find that key target. It is the Karthus, but probably not the one they want, given the fact that he can look to fight from the afterlife. Zerenis will fall on down first and foremost, but why not jumps in also with his global assault, and is unable to take out the Twisted Fate. He can flash away to the safety of that first turret down bot sides. The damage continues, steers directly him. The cannon barrage only moments prior does not have enough AP nor void penetration to shred through those health bars just yet. But I'm seeing a lot of depleted health bars and still a dragon all up for the taking.
I mean, QUT have no business winning this little skirmish, or fight, whatever you want to call it. Hold that thought, Skimmy, because there's a teleport coming in and he's going to have home guard.
He's got the home guards, he's running on through, but a zap will slow him down just a fair bit. He's just trying to get in advance. He wants to hit that twisted advance, he just can't find it. He doesn't want to commit with the flash. And I'll say it's not worth it. We're finding advantages in the mid wave. Just leave it be.
Yeah, QT have no business winning that skirmish there, right? If you look at the champions, Pantheon, Maokai, Cassiopeia, Ash Bard, they're all champions that really thrive around these dragon fights and specifically thrive, you know, in the early game as opposed to, you know, the likes of a Jinx, a TF without an item, a GP without a Trinity Force. But the fact that QT played that kind of front to back, they sat on each other, they were grouped as a 5, and they really just focused down one target at a time. You'd have to say Diacubs seriously misplayed there.
Will that be the defining point in this game, which will come back to haunt them? It's always a bit of an interesting statement to make so early on into a game, given how long some of these matches can go on for, to say that at 13 minutes as to early game comp versus that could look to try and scale up from afar. But we're starting to see that on two separate occasions now, when those globals come on through, the Diacubs almost showing a little bit too much respect.
Maybe that's what it is. I mean, it is very hard to play the game when there is a, I say fed Karthus, he only has 2 assists, but he's just farming almost on the clock, you know. It's very hard to play the game around someone with a global ultimate that's half your health bar as well as the amount of damage that comes through on those Skittles.
Vision control becomes the priority once again, as the Tigers will look to try and take some of it back for themselves. They've been bullied for the most part of this game, but they've done a fantastic job of keeping this gold as close as it is. You know, I suppose when we talk about a composition like the Diacubs, yes, you want to see that kill come on through very early on. Is there a benchmark you'd say for like how much they would need before a certain point? I mean, yes, Trinity Force is there, no doubt. Item or two for the Karthus. Would you say there's a defining gap between these two that would be like, okay, you've done enough in the early game to maybe take scaling out of the equation?
I think that when you have a Cassiopeia and just the nature of Cassiopeia, the scaling and the consistent damage that comes out, you don't really ever get outscaled, especially because you have the front line of the Maokai. You know, in saying that, you do look at the Jinx, you look at the Karthus, you look at the GP and hold that thought.
Well, you look at the Twisted Fate as well, apparently, as that'll be the focal point that Why Not looks to try and jump upon. The arrow went on out, but his ability to jump on in just gets punished so heavily as soon as that Aegis drops on down. He has no protection and no business being around in that area. The Requiem's going to come on through.
No, not enough.
Not going to be enough, but he will get some Dark Harvest stacks for his efforts.
Yeah, so as I was saying, Skimmy, like, yes, QT has insane scaling, but I think it more comes down to execution, right? If there's a perfect front-to-back team fight with a Maokai, with a Pantheon just soaking as much damage as possible, and they're just getting ran down by a Cassiopeia and an Ashe, you know, the scaling for that composition in specific is quite good. But, you know, if you look at the champions in isolation, Jinx, Karthus, GP, sure, like some of the best scaling in the game. But, you know, are they going to struggle to hit the back line, or are they going to struggle to chew through the front line of Diacubs before they get, you know, focused?
There's been a few different occasions now the grand entrance has come on through, and Pantheon's target has just been able to run away.
Yeah, I'm not used...
Decision making.
We're actually not used to seeing this out of the Diacubs. I would say that it's a few fights now where they've mis-executed and they just haven't been punished. You know, their waves have been in pretty good spots. They've done enough to make sure that QT can't kind of run away with a turret or continue a siege or anything like that. But, you know, it's a good Zhonya's, but I think it's not enough.
Yep, he's still grounded, then he'll be stunned, and then he'll be taken on down. This time the collapse works wonders. This time the collapse will continue to feed the machine that is known as Waves. Cassiopeia, beautiful sidestep there, but he can't sidestep a second time. They say you've got globals, well we do too. From bot lane to mid lane, from kill to kill, the Diacubs are able to turn things around.
Yeah, just as I was about to say, they botched a few engages. They just go ahead and make 2 really good plays, and they're proud to kill QB as well.
QB, and he's walking to the jungle.
Yeah.
He's going to fall on down as well. Tried to find a little bit of retribution for his fallen ally, but members of the Diacubs will still swarming the area, and like sharks in the water, they find more prey.
Yeah, this Cassiopeia is just a little bit too strong at the moment, and doesn't show any signs of slowing down. 10 CS per minute, 2 kills, 350 gold bounty. Why not as well? You know, up there with his bounty and how strong he is. So, second dragon about to be picked up, and we've got it, Skimmy. We've got the cloud bomb. I can't wait.
Yeah, it always has to happen. If it's not one game, it has to be at least 5 of them, and we're going to see it here. And I suppose in this circumstance, maybe a little bit of value. We talk about immobile AD carries. might be big fans of it. I'm sure Ash would be, no doubt.
Yeah, it's okay on Ash, Bard, and like, to be honest, all the champions on Dire Cubs can utilize it, right? But, you know, the time you're really molding is when you have, like, a Valkor's mid lane or something like that, and
yeah,
has to stand still to use the ult.
Yeah, can't wait to use that ultimate more, but be unable to move. So, see, obviously, how the Tigers look to try and bounce back, because we're looking at a situation right now where Twisted Fate is close to being Flame Horizoned.
Well, he's 3 levels down, and he's not even close to level 11. He's halfway, and so, you know, you hate to say it, but Tekka's at this point, Tekka's just assigned himself, involuntary assigned himself to stun duties, and that's it. There's no damage coming out. I honestly think at this point, the Bard may be able to solo kill the TF. Obviously, that's a bit of a stretch because the Bard's built Crucible first, but there's a realm where if this Bard built Deadman's Plate or something like that, probably gets solo killed by the TF.
That would be a little bit depressing, to say the least, if you were losing to a support at the stage of the game. But as you can see, it's quite close in terms of levels with that one. Question really becomes as to how can you shut down this Cassiopeia, because wherever he is, there's always members in the area, and if they're not, they have the ability just to traverse so much potential, so much room on this map, right? They have such a fantastic potential at just ganking on repeat, as we saw only minutes prior, right? The ability to go from bot to mid in a flick of a switch, vision or not, wards or not. It's still something that they just weren't prepared for.
Yeah, I mean, the problem that QT are going to have now is that they actually can't play to this 2v2 or this 3v3. I'm pretty sure they may even lose if a 4v3, right? If you put Bard up there with Cassio and Pantheon, they may be able to 4v3 at this point. And so your window of opportunity is actually on the other side of the map, and you hope... he's playing with my emotions, Cupcake. I had to stop there because I thought he was in trouble, but no, he wasn't. And yeah, look, it's going to be a 20-minute Baron. Ideally, you want Cassiopeia to have a blue buff here. He actually might run but we'll have to wait and see. But this is gone, actually, maybe.
They're going to shred through this Baron.
Blue, okay.
Yep, they're going to shred through this one very quickly because they've also got an Ashe as well.
Yeah, if Cassio has blue buff there, it's a lot better. He can put down the Miasma and just be reckless with his mana, but probably the one saving grace there in that scenario. So this is the lane that they actually need to play to QUT. I think the ship has sailed in terms of punishing this Cassiopeia, but this Maokai is a very easy target. Look at his itemization, it's just Sunfire Cape. And QB is pretty much doing true damage to this Maokai right about now. So should be able to go there and definitely pick up a kill onto him, and it's something you should be looking at to do kind of off cooldown. You just need to be careful that you don't lose the Baron, because Cassiopeia, obviously, notorious Baron taker.
Yeah, and no doubt we'll see them look to try and threaten it again once that blue buff has been picked up, which is exactly where Wei is right now. As for the Tigers, the question becomes, well, where can we play to? Can we find a situation to punish this Maokai? Where will he look to try and set himself for these lane assignments? Will it be topside so he can hang on to that teleport? Will he return to the bottom lane again to try and keep this map split apart? Both will have those teleports, obviously, but the ultimates, or sorry, the global ultimates that the Tigers have, could allow them to be a little bit more greedy with their approach.
So Ash has picked up the 2 items and just ticked over to a bounty from picking up that minion wave in the mid lane. And Jinx is kind of just lurking a little bit with the IE and the Runans. Oh.
Well, they're going searching again for mid lane. Instant cleanse. Eden will not be caught out of position here, and the Zap will ensure that why not will take a fair bit of a beating. The Cannon Barrage had to be used there in case the Dire Cubs stuck around for a continued fight. And it's a Destiny, reveals that the members of the Dire Cubs have been split apart. They're going to collapse upon it. There goes the Miasma, the 2 members locked in place. Petrifying Gaze will do a little bit of extra work. The box will go on through. And it's just too many slows, too much soft CC to evade death when it comes chasing on after. Requiem again. But despite all the magic penetration in the world, Members survives, Uranus lives, he clutches. And Karok is a crazy man, burning both Flash and Heal. Then try and take out these members. He says, Wei, can you finish off my job? He'll say, yes, I can. But Nightfall are mighty in orange, and might prove that fruit and vegetables are good for you.
Yeah, they might still be able to do these Barons, Gimme. I mean, you know, there's blue buff on Cassio now, and probably going to just heal to full doing this Baron. Yeah, that's a lot of healing.
Yeah, just a little bit. And that's a Baron health bar that is falling down very, very quickly, despite not having all your members up and alive. Will they delay it? They certainly will not. Karok will not receive the Baron buff, but the 4 others will.
That's pretty sad. That's pretty slack. I'd be angry. If I was the AD, I'd be
would
angry.
be. I would be. We've seen it multiple times, right, where you look to delay. I mean, at this stage of the game, when the respawn times are that quick, surely you can afford to.
Yeah, I mean, it was 4 seconds on Ashe, and there was no danger of anyone getting there to steal it. You know, that was a very good team fight coming out of Diacubs. And, you know, the gold lead isn't that much, but it's relative strength, right? Like, this Cassio, you know, it's just so strong that it feels like you're versing a 10k gold lead. When your mid laner is this far behind, it legitimately feels like you're 10k behind. I'm sure when QUT watch this VOD back, they'll say, oh, we were only down 3k, but it just feels so oppressive because relative strength, right? You don't have a mid lane. You don't have your main magic damage carry, and he's actually down 3 level. He's a lower level than the enemy ADC, and the ADC's been sharing EXP.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we saw a bit of a glimpse of that in that fight, right, when he went into the Pixel Brush. He went for the gold card, as you said, you know, a bit of a stun bot at this stage. But that pick that they found, they just weren't able to try and take him down on out. They burnt through all their resources and weren't any better off than they were to start off with that one. The Baron buff is there, though. The Diacubs have it. They got themselves another Cloud Dragon as well. There's a ton of ultimate reduction that they can use at their disposal, which is no doubt invaluable here for the Tigers, given their setup, but they're going to find full effect with it, utilize it to the extreme, and find their 5th turret of the game.
Yeah. 5th turret of the game, 6,000 gold lead, and Cassiopeia's basing for what is needlessly large rod, and I think that was actually just what the name says, needlessly. It was it was just a needless base. You know, that large rod isn't going to do anything in terms of turning a fight around, right? Like, I think this the ship of Wayne not being strong enough has sailed, and just keeping tempo and keeping pressure in all 3 lanes is far more important, I think, than that base. Because now, you know, you let GP get that bot wave out. Look at that bot wave, right? And so all of a sudden, you lose your 3 lanes of pressure. You have 2 lanes now. Yes, they're playing for that top lane turret, but QT have no engage, right? It's a Thresh Hook or a TF ulti, like so.
Well, that's interesting. That's a mini flash if I've ever seen one, as Destiny goes on forward, but without the ability to even use that zone as he falls down in a heartbeat. Hingubi trying to do whatever he can, but why not will be forced to flash away. Receive a heal. Be quite content that Requiem will not one-shot him. There's the zap, but Eden, with a very depleted mana pool, is unable to keep up that rocket form for much longer. And will be designated just to wave clearing duties as well. The Tigers trying to keep away the Diacubs, unable to find that decisive pick.
Look, Tekka knows I love him, but that Twisted Fate ult was a get me out of this game fast ult.
Yeah, it was a baby flash of Adazonius to follow up with. It was a bit of an interesting one, but regardless, a minute after the fight begun, they might be able to get themselves a prize. They'll find 1, they'll find 2, they'll look for a 3rd, and they do connect
Thresh
with it.
got it. No, that's actually tragic. That's so tragic.
Steals it away. That's not what they were hoping for.
This could be a win angle.
Well, now it's the 1v5 machine. 10 Way taking everybody down, left, right, and center. He runs down the Fresh. Now he's got 4 members collapsing upon him. Instant cleanse! That petrifying gaze. Okay, Way. There's a quadra. The man nearly got a penta. He went for the hero play to tilt your opposition in the opening match of the semi-final. We will fall down eventually. The Tekka response. He comes back. And he'll be the sole survivor here.
Wait. Here's the replay. But you have to say this is worth for QUT, right? They got shut down. I mean, this Cassiopeia is just too strong already, but Tekka, watch Tekka here. He didn't stun him straight away. He actually, like, you know, that... okay. And it's just the mechanics max, but you have to question whether or not that gold card coming out straight away would have changed that a little bit.
Well, you mentioned a needlessly large rod before. Yeah, it's a wizard hat that is now essentially about to become a full item at Cassiopeia. 4 kills fed into the man. He's a machine, a monster, a crazy player that just, well, when the odds were stacked up against him, said, look, hang on a minute, why are we losing this fight? Why are we getting pressed? The Twisted Fate is dead already. Yeah.
Look, the Jinx did get a couple shutdowns. Gooby got 2 kills as well, so if we want to talk wizard hats, Gooby's just picked one up. Jinx also has, you know, pretty much the 3 items coming on through, and the gold lead is still only 4k skimmy. So you have to attribute a lot of this down to the Gangplank passive and the Twisted Fate passive, right?
Sure.
So that's 2 money-making passives, as well as a little bit of a CS lead in jungle and top lane. So whilst this game is definitely way favored, right? it looks like, if you're optimistic, there's definitely a window of opportunity for QUT.
Well, they'll be banking on your optimism there. Joes has 30 seconds, and the Diacobs will be able to play for a Cloud Soul, already with 2 to their name. That is a sizable reduction on the ultimates that have already found a fair deal of success, and the ability to have the mobility to find that target and chase after them. No ability to flash, ghost, or even utilize that cleanse and run away.
Yeah, look, I think if you're QUT, you're happy about them taking Cloud Soul. To be honest, yes, I understand it's still a decent dragon for the Diacubs, right? They're going to get some value out of having it for sure, but you're probably going to get more value out of QUT if you're able to steal the Elder Drake. And
here's the arrow. Fight? Instantly cleansed off. Or instantly actually just removed away.
Oh, Cass.
Crucible had to be used. It's successful. The dragon's being picked up. 3 to their name. There comes the cannon brush. Can they find that target? They've been split apart so far. Nightfall are kiting, dancing, juking from afar. Looks to take out Why Not. Will flash away and secure it. As Eden with a red buff. Now in a very comfortable situation. They have to back up Tekka. Oh, that's beautiful though. He flashes over the wall, but a twist advance is buffered just beautifully enough to chase him. Way with the petrifying gaze. Can they get a shutdown? Eden's gone. And Karok's going to flash over that Skittle. The man's got moves. He's got engage. He's got damage. He's got it all. The Diacubs are looking to go to Baron.
These fights are a little bit too close for my liking, though. I'll be completely honest with you, Skimmy. You know, Wei was pretty close to falling down there, but he is able to just mechanics max again, land the Flash Cassio ultimate into the Jinx, and you know the Jinx actually cleansed it. GP's gone down, maybe? No. So the Jinx actually cleansed it, flashed away, and died to the Leandri's tick as well as Cassio poison. That's how strong this man is.
Yeah, he's absurd at this stage. Has been for really the majority of this game. It almost felt a little bit doomed, as you would say, from that first gank commit when he got handed double buffs, and has never really lost that lead. And knows how to use it, obviously, more importantly than anything, right? It's one thing to be fed, but his ability to flash forward aggressively on cooldown and not leave things to chance. Even when his members around him fall on down, he's making hero plays.
If you're a flash forward Cassiopeia, you deserve to be rewarded because you have like the equal opportunity to just look like an absolute clown. You miss your ultimate, you get one shot, and everyone's laughing at you. But you know, it's both times that Wei's opted in for a flash forward. He's able to, you know, turn to stone some carries of QUT and turn the team fight around. But again, these team fights are still looking pretty close, Skimmy.
Certainly are, and it's begging the question, right? How many items before the Tigers can say, okay, we've got ourselves in a really powerful position. Maybe this is a fight that we can look to flip.
Look,
they go for the soul. Maybe they're playing for this Elder.
The EXP differentials aren't going to be getting better. The thing about League of Legends, when you start losing, and especially against a Baron buff, you need a group to clear minion waves. So then you start to share EXP, you lose jungle camps, and the EXP differential just starts to increase ever so slightly. And so this is what we'll see from QUT. So what they really need is they need a few fights to go their way. They need a couple shutdowns and just a little bit of time to just get their bearings and get some solo EXP. Because right now EXP is the biggest killer. Jinx has the 3 items. You know, Gooby has the relevant items. GP's nearly at his 3 items as well. We saw that auto attack there.
We certainly did, and that's going to be the turnaround as the arrow comes on through. And what was the Tigers trying to force that fight will be punished. There's Temper Fate that'll lock in place a second target as the first turret will fall on down, exposing and mid inhibitor. There's the Requiem. Is it too little too late? How much damage does this do? Not enough. As there's a Quadra, give the man a Penta, he deserves it. There it is. The Diacubs, undefeated during the regular season, get themselves a pentakill to open up the semi-final and look to be the red-hot favourites going into the grand finals. They'll close this game out in 32 minutes. They deserve it. 15-1 is this Cassiopeia. A crazy start, a crazy finish, but a very strong performance.
Yeah, that's a very big statement game coming out of the Diacubs, right? You know, we'll being optimistic, saying the team fights were getting a little bit close there, but at the end of the day, Wei with the 15 kills, I mean, that's just a statement game, you know, asserting dominance on the series and saying, well, if you're going to win this one, you guys are going to have to do a lot better than that.
And whilst we credit the Dicoms obviously for all they achieved, we had a few questions really about the Tigers draft going into that one, right? Very unconventional from what we've seen be their identity. Didn't really see the Hengubi Nightfaller link up as is tradition because they were both playing champions. That quite honestly, I suppose, just wanted to farm in their own right, almost play the PvE game. So I wonder, with that in mind, if we're going to see them return back to what is their strategy and say Game 1 was that experiment. Game 2 is what we're really looking forward to. We're going to find out because we're going to jump to another quick break and get ourselves geared up for that one. So don't go anywhere. Well, a statement game there, Juves, as you highlighted. A match that showcased a lot of potential, but for the Cubs, they had a clear goal in mind, which was to get aggressive very early on, find that pick initially in the mid lane, and from that point onwards, it was very, very difficult there for Tekka to recover. So it's looking like the spotlight really is on them to continue up this undefeated streak.
Yeah, and I mean, it's starting to... You're more starting to think about who's going to stop them as opposed to how's this series going to play out, right? You know, the game itself, you know, you could see windows of opportunity for QUT, right? You could see the windows in which, yeah, they potentially could have come back into the game. But as you said, once Wei got those double buffs and got that lead in the mid lane with Why Not and Cupcake on the Bard and the Pantheon respectively, they were able to just completely shut down mid lane. And it was just like, they just put it on lock. It was just no one was allowed in or out, and it was just Wei in a 1v1 once he had a lost chapter to absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it didn't really mean too much. We saw a few tilt plays, as you would have coined it, with Tekka there looking to try and dash on in with the ultimate or find success elsewhere, but just really unable to really meet the mark.
It's probably not so much tilt, and more it's that you know what your job is, and his job in that game was to be a stun bot, right? He's not going to carry the game from doing damage anymore. That ship has sailed, but he just was pressing to find the opportunity that wasn't there. And he just felt the need to just keep reaching for that opportunity. And sometimes it's more about feeling bad than anything, right? You're like, oh, I'm pretty much the reason why we're losing this game. I need to do something to get us back into it. And so it's more about being kind of the playmaker when it was probably best for him to just do absolutely nothing.
Well, we'll see what he can do around this time in our second game. Will we have an all-out Queensland Grand Finals? We've already got one university from the Queensland region there. Can we make it 2 from 2? Or will the power of the Cubs just be too strong for them to deal with? You can see that the Tigers already made one adaptation in the draft. They've removed the Oriana ban, instead replaced it with the bar, given how strong Cupcake was and how annoying it really was just to allow the Cubs just to do so much so early on. Yeah,
but then now the center has been first pick, so I'm curious as to who's going to play the center. Is it going to be a Cupcake center or a Calrock center?
It's true. We've yet to see either of them play it. Actually, no, I tell a lie. Calrock's played it once. He played it with Brom, but they had a Karma mid that game. So that'll be interesting, given the kind of form that Wei is in right now. You'd feel a little bit hard-pressed to be on Karma duties, but we'll see what the Tigers respond back with. What have we got here? Well, I remember last week when the Pentanet game, the Zarya Rakan was the go-to contest, right? It was the center bait, if you will. Let the opponent have that one. We'll go for the Zarya Rakan. We feel comfortable, and there's the Braum. So, right, we're just seeing comfort from both these teams.
Yeah, so obviously the center Braum, the center is going to be the one farming. Obviously, going to be a little slower on stacking those souls up, but I don't think, it's probably just that trade-off where you see, less souls but more gold and more items. So, meet somewhere in the middle with the center Braum lane, but pretty safe lane into the Zarya Rakan. Braum puts that door up. A lot of the feathers can't come back, or not much of the damage can come through. So be able to play that lane around the door cooldown. And Azir just locked in blind here. So what does Tekka have up his sleeve? Is he willing to drop and potentially get 2 targeted bans his way, or is he going to pick a mid lane counter here?
Yeah, does he want to commit straight off the bat? What we've seen from him before, is he going to go with a Bruiser, for instance, to go into this one, or is he just going to bring it back with another Twisted Fate? It's locked in, it's confirmed. He didn't want to really have that champion pool whittled on down. That's going to be a response to wipe the slate clean.
I don't mind that from Tekka. A little bit of that's a bit of a confidence play. I had a bad game on the TF, but hey, it wasn't only my fault, and I'm feeling comfortable enough to bring it back. And from what we've seen during the year from Tekka, his TF's definitely been a good pick for this QUT team, and it actually enables Gooby to play pretty much whatever champion he wants, and that's why I like TF so much as a mid laner. You know how you see champs in certain roles and they fit into any composition? I feel like TF somewhat does that, right? It's able to side lane if you need it, can team fight if you need to, so it's definitely a pick that allows Gooby to play aggressive junglers as well, using the Twisted Fate ult just to cheat tempo and get to a play, so I like it.
What will the Cubs remove away this time, though? That's the question. Last time they removed away the Kindred. Nope, this time they're going to remove away the Carthus. Yeah. So, with that freedom available for the Tigers, what will Gooby decide to lock in here, if at all, if he's going to look to leave that pick till last?
Maybe just locks in a Grey. You know what, I'm not a big fan of playing Graves into Braum, to be honest, and what does Gooby play? Because he's got a bit of a different champion pool. He does lock in the Graves, so he's happy for that. So the reason why I think Graves kind of hasn't fallen out of meta in the sense. Like, it's still pretty strong in solo queue, but the reason why I think Graves isn't as good anymore is because in a competitive sense, or in games that like this, the range is just too much. So Graves can't punish Nidalee. Nidalee's a good matchup into Graves because you play at range, you farm faster than Graves, and you pretty much outscale him when you go Athenes and have like perma healing for your team. But Graves, how does he do damage in this game?
I mean, he really can't, right? He'll never step up. If he steps up, he's going to get punished by stuns, roots, damage.
Yeah, and Azir puts up one Shurima, one Sand Soldier, and you're just zoned. So, you know, Gooby's going to have to accelerate the game for me in the early game. Going to have to pick up a bit of a lead somewhere to be able to influence team fights. And again, if you're able to force skirmishes in River, force skirmishes in the enemy jungle, sure, Graves is going to be really good. But what we've seen from Diacubs is they're disciplined enough not to fall into those traps.
What I wonder if it's a trap or not will be the Hecarim again. We saw them run it last week in those quarterfinals. Seemed to play off pretty well for them. They ran it with a Karthus jungle and had a Galio as well for protection. That game was a little bit different though, because they had a Shen support, so they had a fair bit of resources to protect a key target if they wanted to dive in, but they weren't going into a comp that can just punish them so effectively like what we're seeing here from the Diacubs. I get a little bit worried here, Jubes, if I see what I've drafted. You mentioned that Hingaby had a bit of a different champion pool. I mean, really what we saw from him was the likes of Poppy in the jungle, if you want to talk about something different, Echo, and then I guess, with more recent times, Shaco and Kha'Zix.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this Hecarim top pick because for me, Sion doesn't have a bad lane, and so Sion's going to be fine in this lane. You know, yes, Hecarim's always going to have the kill threat with the Ignite on backline champions, but in this game specifically with the Azir ultimate and the shuffle, Hecarim's going to have to be secondary engage. So the primary engage is going to have to be Rakan. Or you go the other way around, right? Hecarim goes in, ult, gets Azir ulted out, then Rakan follows up. But the danger you have is that Hecarim goes in solo backline, gets ulted out by Azir, and you lose a very big tool because Hecarim can't play at range. And so this Azir pick actually has a lot of value into this game. You know, it's like they drafted this Azir early, but all of a sudden the value of Azir in this game is quite big, and it's going to be about whether or not the Diacubs can keep their Azir and their Senna safe, and then Italy with the double front line on Insign and Braum, or can QUT not stack ultimates because it's very easy to use a Rakan ult with a Hecarim ult and then just get shuffled out and have no backline access, whether or not QUT can kind of stagger ults or just find access, one at a time and clean up that way.
But one thing that's definitely a big adaptation, right, from game one is the fact that Tigers have multiple resources, or multiple sources, I should say, of engaging, right? They were very reliant on Fresh landing a hook, or, Tekka making a crazy play, flashing forward with a gold card and hoping for the best, right? This time around, we've got a fair few resources. Yes, they could come in a chain of command as to, you go first, I go second. But I feel like they're not going to be so reliant on one particular person to pop off. And if it's not happening, just be like, well, it's not looking too good for us. 15 minutes, GG.
Yeah, and I just want to see how Gooby plays this early game. And I feel like we talk about this a lot, but really every time Gooby plays extremely well, QUT win. And it's a lot of pressure to put on one player, but ultimately this is how the team identity is formed. And he's kind of got himself in a soft counter matchup, but I haven't seen, did he opt in for the Ignite? Do you remember? Did he go Flash Smite or Ignite Smite?
I've got Ignite Smite here. He's got fully all in.
So he's opted in for the Ignite Smite. So he does have a window where he can punish Why Not, but again, it's funny because we've got Why Not pretty much on his most played champion all season versus Gooby on, obviously Shaco aside, one of his most played champs all season too. So it's actually a battle of junglers on their comfort. One's got Ignite, and it's going to have to be a real kind of kill angle for Gooby, if you ask me.
I mean, every time we see a jungler running the Ignite, we're looking at level 2, level 3, that all in collapse to try and find that first kill. That could even be in a lane, that could be a 1v1, right? That could be a contest over a scuttle or, something along those lines, right? And I start to wonder, is the magic of going top lane, backing up Nightfall has become a little bit too predictable now because we haven't really seen it.
No, we haven't. But he also hasn't been playing champions that facilitate that. Like, he's played Gangplank. And then this game, he's playing Hecarim into Sion. Like, how do you go there and do something? The only way you can punish that lane is if the enemy top laner plays terribly, and you can't bank on that, right? No one goes into a game and says, hey man, by the way, I'll come top if he's playing really bad. That just doesn't work like that. The one way that QUT do break this game open for me is through bot lane. You know, Zyra Khan, whether you have Center of Braum or not, is just so potent at killing a lane. You pair that with a Graves that has an Ignite, then potentially you open the game up there, because if this Center Braum lane dies once and they burn their summoner spells, then QUT can really punish that lane, get turret plates, get dragons, and do the lot.
Yeah.
You know, the one thing that is kind of a hard lane to punish is that Azir lane. Unless he uses his dash, he slide aggressively to trade with Tekka on the Twisted Fate, then he can be punished. But until then, it's just such a safe lane. Gonna take the cleanse. Really don't have any follow-up CC once he cleanses that gold card. So it's pretty much just going to be a gentleman's agreement in the mid lane, and this game's going to pivot on bot lane.
Well, let's see what game plan goes to play as we jump into our second game in this second semi-final. The Dicubs lead one game away from continuing their journey in these playoffs, one game away from booking themselves a grand final spot. As it is for the Tigers, however, they want to put Queensland pride on the table. They've seen another university from their region make it so far. They want to utilize that buff, that energy, those fans. They want to bring this game, or bring the series to a game number 3.
Yeah, definitely want to see a game number 3. Little aggressive here from Kelrock. And this is just a straight punish. He's dead.
Certainly is. He flashes, but the flash is followed. And there's the first blood before the first minute mark. That's crazy. You wondered, would that be the case in the laning phase? Well, nope, they're going to do it even just scouting for information.
I'd love to know what Kelrock was doing there. I'd love to have a chat, bring him on broadcast and say, Kelrock, what are you doing there, mate? You know? Now he has... Now, the window of opportunity that I was actually talking about is just permanently there. I mean, Graves can just go red to bot and Senna's just dead. That's just a flash Rakan knock up into dead.
Well... This adds a little bit of narrative to the series. Not the start we were expecting, based on how crushing the Dicubs were in their opening match here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a really good game one, but that just says overconfidence and really disrespectful.
Let's see what the Tigers can do to utilize this first kill. It was Eden that picked up the gold, so he'll be very happy with that one. And
I mean,
we know that Asida needs a bit of time to try and ramp one up, so this could really make it explosive down there.
Yeah, this is good from Wynot though. Starting blue buff, pathing towards his bot lane because he knows that that's the lane that needs protecting. And the thing that's crazy to me here is that they're actually playing for Prio bot. Yes, they're going to get it, but you know, if you don't get this wave in, if this wave doesn't crash under the tower of QUT, then you've just frozen your lane outside of their tower with no flash. And so the Icubs need to be very careful. I'm surprised that they just didn't give push and just gave level 2 and played on the turret. But nevertheless, they're still playing to win lane.
Certainly are, but as you highlighted, Graves is on his way to that part of the map, and will he find himself that success? You can already see that Cupcake is going for some very deep vision, knowing that that is a very real threat. He's going to scout out and find the Graves. You can already see the mini-map pings going on down, as Nightfall looks to get a fair bit aggressive right now, going for the all-in collapse. Burn the Ignite. One more tick would have done it. Survives on 20 health, and Sion can live to tell the tale.
I think Sion dies. Oh no, he had to walk away.
Will he commit for the charge? Surely he does. No, okay.
So, guess it is just a good Hecarim matchup. I mean, I didn't think it would be, but you know, I'm not a Hecarim top lane connoisseur with Ignite.
Well, that hurts. That's a sizable wave that is just going to crash into this turret. It's going to force Zrenis to respond and teleport back. Not the start I'm sure he was hoping for.
Definitely not. But it's okay. Still a Sion.
Why not? Being very patient so far. Eden receives the exhaust.
Oh, he's missed the spear.
Out comes the teleport. Why not? Might be punished. He's got double buffs. Has to flash away. Has to be so damn careful. Here comes Nightfaller. Doesn't have a summoner, however. And won't be able to contribute too much into this little skirmish.
My man's missed a point blank spear, but that happens sometimes. Wasn't punished, and you know, ultimately, probably it's actually a net win for Dicubs because Nightfaller did teleport and loses a massive wave topside of the map. Cupcake's caught.
Yep, time and time again on cooldown, RD support trying to make plays happen, and I'm sure that the AD carries become fair. But here comes Ngubi. He's got an ignite though.
Sion's got Prio here.
Nightfaller still on his journey topside, as you can see.
I mean, this is not good for QUT.
No, Are they gonna
Okay,
commit
I
to
mean,
it?
it is now that Zoranus is dead, but
There's the life leech, there's the gold card, and there's the charge back into the afterlife. Will the phase rush proc? Can he run away? It looks to be the goods. Looks to be the case.
there's actually a lot of bad decisions being rewarded here, Skimmy. I mean, QUT, first of all, just sacking so many minions top side of the map. They lost off 2 waves that crashed into tower, as well as the wave bouncing back. And I'm like, okay, they shouldn't contest this crab. Let Hecarim just go back and push his wave out. Zoranus then gives a gift over, contesting a crab, and that they had no business contesting. And it's just basically punishing the worst mistake.
And what does it really mean for these top laners? They just have no CS. They have nothing. They are losing to the jungle at this stage.
But you'd have to say, if there's no CS in top lane, you'd rather be the Sion.
Yeah.
And we talked about Gooby needing to punish this matchup and get a lead early. Well, he's actually gone ahead and done that. He's 1-0 on 1, 30 CS, about to full clear the top side. So he's actually laughing. He's in a very good spot to actually take over this game.
Very happy, is he? Obviously, the Ignite was used to kill Secure, and that it did. I start to wonder, given this is a champion that fits his playstyle of being aggressive, being early game focused, and commanding his objectives, can he utilize that to good effect? Can he be the one to get the ball rolling, build up some momentum, shrug off the game one nerves, and look to achieve themselves at game number 3? They're going to go for the first Infernal Drake here. The priority that is found and the ability to sort of assess the fact that Dire Cups have reset guarantees that there will not be any contest.
Nice little vision control there as well, coming out of the side of QUT. And why not hops into a bush here, but I think he has no business being in. There's nothing that's going to happen around mid lane unless he looks for a turret dive, which Tech is quite low again.
He's quite low. He's once again got the Unsealed Spellbook, so currently sitting on the heel. It'll be a little bit difficult to dive, especially given he's got the flash as well.
Top laners have found their creep scores.
Oh, they have. They're playing the game again. Much like the the junglers going for the camp clears, they've gone for a full clear in the top side too.
Yep. Why Not is hovering bot side here, so I'm not actually a big fan of the way Why Not's playing the game. He's actually playing to facilitate his team, which is like, in a team sense, yes, it makes a lot of sense, but as a Nidalee, you have to be ahead tempo on the Graves. Like, that's the point, and you want to get to that Runic Echoes ASAP. And sometimes, if you have to sack your bot lane just a tiny bit or sack your top lane just a little bit to get there, then that's fine. But, he's actually just playing kind of the Good Samaritan and just going mid, going bot, making sure they're okay. And, that's at the expense of himself. And you don't want to be doing that and putting yourself behind when you're playing a carry champion, a carry jungler, if you will.
Certainly don't, and I think he's going to be very upset by the fact that gank, say, bot lane, where the spear did not connect, it did not actually give them anything. And that's obviously allowed Hingubi to really find his footing in this one and say, well, what was poised to be a bit of a soft counter has just given me so much free reign that this Ignite before level 6 has found its value. I haven't gotten punished for not needing that flash.
There's obviously
a sizable lead.
There's obviously no questioning the laning prowess of Dire Cubs, right? If you look at mid lane, it's 20 CS. You look at bot lane, it's 20 CS, and that's pretty much El Natural. I mean, that's actually out of deficit, by the way. They're down to kill bot lane.
But how crazy has this night been? I suppose more than any, really, as in there have been very clear objectives from either team, right? One saying, we're just going to hunt kills, the other saying, well, we're just going to farm them.
Yeah.
And they have been the determining factors of what has kept these games so close. Even when we're talking about, you're down by 5k, you're down by 10, you're still thinking, well, don't know how this game could go. That fight could still be 50-50.
No, yeah, for sure. And a little bit of a lesson, I guess. If anything, hey, focus on your minion waves. But also just die less too.
Yeah, yeah, die less and right-click minions better. Now, we're looking for a kill attempt topside. It is going to be Cupcake that potentially will fall on down. Is the ultimate enough? It will not be enough, but Cupcake actually flashes away when everything is said and done and receives a very small heal there from the center. That might be just enough to keep him topped up and healthy as the heal will come on through from the summoner as well. He's going to jump in for one last time. He knew his numbers, he knew his effect.
Senna's in trouble.
Fall on down. Senna hits a two-man route. It's a delayed skirmish topside as Hingubi's trying to push this wave in to summon their heralds. But they didn't really manage to find that first kill. And they're not able to push that lead any further as a result. We look boss side now as well, same situation, both going for a big biff at it, both dropping down to around about 50%, but no, not enough to open the floodgates just yet here, Jubes.
The hero of that play is actually Wei, and you know what? Hold that thought. Nope. Okay, the hero of the play is Wei. He's actually just put so much pressure on Tekka, he could not utilize the Twisted Fate ult to get to that play top side of the map. Tekka was just way too low and was just permanently under tower and chunk from the way that Wei has just been like trading aggressively in lane. And so imagine if a TF was able to port up to that top lane play. That's just a triple kill, right? Or a double kill at least.
But it's so interesting, right? Because we talked from the drafting phase as to, okay, didn't work for me. I got Flame Horizon big time. It wasn't my game. I was really relegated to what I could achieve in that matchup. I'm going to play Twisted Fate again. And yes, we can say he was confident. He's run it back once again. But if Azir is already finding this much potential, you're thinking, would it maybe not be better to be on a different champion?
Yeah, I mean, that's the question you got to ask, right? The question you have to raise, and we'll only be able to answer that question once we see what happens with Tekka outside of laning phase. And you know, TF is a kind of mid lane mage that does get outranged by a lot of stuff, right? You know, that's why Orianna's good into TF and Azir and things like that, is because TF does struggle in terms of being able to just trade back and find damage back. But TF really comes to when he's able to, you know, get in that side lane and be quite safe, you know, using that ultimate for vision or using that ultimate to move to plays. So again, we can't, you know, call it too early. We'll have to wait and see what he decides to do. But at the moment, you'd have to say Wei's doing a very good job. Rakan misses knock-up.
He does miss knock-up, and Cupcake will not be punished. So both supports able to utilize their mobility to good effect. And as the second dragon of the game will spawn at that 11-minute mark, you already see why not as soon as he connects with that spear, with the runic echoes as well. The pounce is huge.
Yep.
The pounce is there. The pounce secures the kill.
Another one?
Here comes the Destiny. Tekka hits the gold card. Chucks out the lottery numbers, and he hits the jackpot. He finds one in turnarounds. No smite. There's the Shurima, but not the shuffle, as the Emperor's Divide will be held on for the meantime. I can hear the Scion. You can see him charging. As Hingubi, you're thinking, protect my health bar.
Yeah, Sion's only on his learner's license, doesn't have his P's yet, so unfortunately wasn't able to drift through that little crack there. But big play there from Why Not, able to pick up the kill onto Rakan, lands two very big spears, makes up for the missed spears in the bot lane before, and you know, unfortunately wasn't able to jump over the wall again. Potentially picks up a double kill there if he's able to get over, but nevertheless, good play from Why Not and able to stop them from getting the dragon.
Yeah, man, his leap was just insane right there, but here comes the dash. Nightfall are looking for the one shot. He got exhausted immediately, but it will not change the outcome. Senna falls on down as soon as Cupcake loses that shield. In comes the charm. There's the dash, and 2 kills picked underneath the turrets. That might be the kill they needed to turn this thing around. The Die Cubs had 2 different plays at 2 different times. They lose members in the bot lane, but they will equal the Dragons.
Yeah, just a little bit too greedy there, right from the Die Cubs. 2 plays at once, obviously not their time to do that. And if there's one person who you know is going to instantly TP no matter what, even if it's at a detriment to his lane, it's Nightfaller. He's so quick on those TPs.
As soon as he TP'd in, instantly hit the onslaught. Dashed on through. Quick fingers, though, by Cupcake to exhaust a lot of that burst. Unfortunately for them, just a sheer amount of members present in the area swung them with pressure and forced a double kill against them. It is all things Tiger so far. Up by 2k, up by 4 kills. Looking a very different tune from game number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, this is, you know, arguably the most the team has been in control against iCubs, right, this early in a game. And it's promising signs if you're a QUT fan. Nightfall is well on the way to his Trinity Force. Gooby's well on the way to his Black Cleaver. Essence Reaver picked up by Xayah, so definitely about time to start fighting if you're a QUT fan.
As for the Die Cubs, as it stands, are we still continuing the momentum of small little skirmishes, buy more time for the Azir, allow him to hit the Nash's Tooth, and just continue the mental warfare, if you will, of,
yeah, Die Cubs are...
this Twisted Fate?
Hang on. This is the spear. No ult on the Hecarim, though. Do they look for it? Scion ultimate just coming up.
Yep, sidesteps 2 spears. Gonna be quite happy with that. No empowered leap to dash on forward and kill secure.
Yep, so... yeah, I mean, Die Cubs are just happy to let this Azir just permanently farm, right? Almost a 50 CS lead in the mid lane. Probably want Azir to have 2 items before you really look at doing anything. And, you know, the time where Azir is going to get the relevant items to be a big team fight threat, Senna's going to have the Mana Muna upgraded to the Mirror Mana. So, you know, they're under no pressure right now, Die Cubs, to make anything happen. but also nor a QUT, right? Zyra can't scale extremely well, and Tekka is having a field day in the bot lane.
Certainly is, because he's the one to find the first dragon off this game. There goes the smoke screen. There goes Wei looking to disengage a little bit, but that will be followed up by a 4-man collapse topside that rewards the Die Cubs with a match. 3 members collapsing on mid lane. They're looking for it, but that's what you highlighted from draft. Very, very difficult to gank onto an Azir.
Very hard. He has the cleanse as well. Oh, we might see a team fight here.
Just looking for that one. They want to contest this. Herald, he knocks up the charm. He goes in again. There's the Emperor's Divide. Russell might just survive. He lives just a bit. It's the first one to fall on down, and the Herald actually gets stolen away from underneath their nose by the Tigers, but can they live?
Spear.
They're all so low. Nightfaller falls on down eventually, but Hingubi in the pit picks it up, disengages away. They've got to be careful though. This is such a greedy recall. But he just turn things around. They do! Eden! They fell into the master trap right there. The cards connect. They still want more. Russell! What are you doing? Oh, they still chase on for it. Wei, he lives.
Wei.
Why not? He's so low. The spear before he dies.
Wei.
What on earth are we witnessing here in game 2?
Silence here.
It just doesn't end.
Does he
kill
solo?
after kill? We're playing this game on hardcore mode. If you fall on down, you lose the game, Eden. He's got nothing left in the tank. No flash, no heal, no Featherstorm, no nothing. And he will be the final casualty in this elongated team fight.
Was there someone that came out on top there? I'm actually not sure, because Calrock was able to stay on the map, keep farming. You know, Azir was able to pick up a couple kills. Why Not was able to pick up a couple kills. It was actually just a mechanics max across the board, and to be honest, Skimmy, it went for so long, I can't tell who came out ahead on that.
You're telling me? I just see a bunch of blinking red health bars and think, why are you still in the area? Run for the hills, get out of there.
So initial fight was very well played from QUT, right? They pulled the trigger in that river and started the engage with Russell. Zoronos actually had a very big Scion ultimate, stopped Rakan from accessing backline whilst having the charm online. You know, Zoronos dies and falls down for his team. Whatever, your Scion can still participate in the game. You hate to see it from Why Not there, but obviously a very big wall to get through. And then Wei, I think, mispositioned. He actually Shurima shuffled past the QUT team. And so he was just driving by, popped his head in, said good day, and actually just got chunked to the point of where he couldn't team fight anymore. So, it's just on a knife edge at the moment.
You don't know which way to swing it, but what we do know is that the Tigers are rewarded so far for their ability to say, we want this Zarya Rakan. We're going to go against the grain. We're going to go against the meta, really, for that as well. 4, 1, and 2. Very strong at the stage of the game. We'd like to see ourselves
for Dragon.
Another neutral objective to contest over. Hingubi would love to force this fight, summon the Herald, and balloon this gold lead even further. Still stabilized at 2k.
Keep an eye on Wei's mana. If this extends for too long, it could be a bit of a problem.
And jungle aggro off the Dragon so far. We're playing for a Madden Soul as well, bear in mind.
Oh.
Limit of resistances. Goes the knock-up. Here comes the cannon. Dawning Shadow might be enough. Hingubi looks to try to disengage away as much as he can. Use the Ignite, bears the phase rush, and hits the ultimate.
Zaya's ulted.
The Dragon is still going. Their members are low again. We're just running it back from Dragon to Baron to Herald to all. The Die Cubs putting him out of the pits. Everybody's bleeding, everybody's running, everybody's hoping we're not going to have a deja vu moment here. But with 4 members low and in trouble, the Die Cubs, with their bruises and with their mobility, can just pounce upon the stragglers. They're going to catch out Tekka. Will they get him? They'll not find him just yet. But
oh, what a knock-up.
Russell flashes away. Forced to burn the flash as well. He lives, but he nearly fell on down for an easy Scion double.
Yeah, Zoronos played that teamfight again really well. You know, started the engage off with the Scion ultimate, able to stall just long enough to kite out the Rakan ultimate, and Wei's just doing so much damage on the back line. He's playing this extremely well, and the good thing about that teamfight from Dire Cubs, Why Not and Wei were playing side by side. So Nidalee can attack speed steroid the Azir, and then you know what happens next.
Yeah, we saw the proof in the pudding there. It was a crazy fight. Look, I'm so lost for, you know, really who to hand these games to, because, you know, we talk about a gold lead, and, you know, the gold lead does not feel like it exists at this stage,
Well,
right? It
1K
it's just fights that are so close.
1K at this point in the game ultimately just comes down to execution, right? The gold lead isn't enough so that it will influence the team fight significantly, because at this point it's a pickaxe, right? But if you're 18 missed positions, then the pickaxe doesn't matter, right? And so, you know, we're running into what is just better teamfight execution at the moment from Diacubs. And in saying that, it's only been a 1 kill, you know, difference. It hasn't been like they're getting aced or they're losing multiple members. It's just that they're not able to run over the game in how you would like. And it's also, oh, that's a double stun.
No, Russell's dashed into the stun. Now the CC train comes on out. Way takes out Tekka. That's a fight elsewhere, but a fight taking place in the mid lane so far looks to try and favor the Tigers, as they will take it down. There's the onslaught, there's the execution, and there's the first one. Sinner's done and gone. Two-man stun once again. Drenis locks him in place, but then actually gets himself locked on down as the Feather Storm comes on back.
Hecarim's just on the back line.
He dives where it does not belong. There's the Zoo, there's the Keeper, and there's the damage. They take out Azir. That's his contribution to this team fight before the Nidalee pounces on through to take another. Oh, fancy feat. I'm at loss for words here, Juice. I really don't know which way to swing this one.
So these team fights, right? These fights here from QUT is where they excel. Hecarim found backline access, you know, and it's a bit of a disjointed fight. Whereas the team fights that look really good for Diacubs are just pure front to back. So we see here, right? I mean, this is just a replay that we didn't get to see off screen. It's way going on to Tekka. Tekka's locked in the red cards. It's not the blue one, but we'll salute it anyway. And he just gets solo killed in the back end. And yeah, we're just seeing a very big mid lead at the moment. And here, this is the ideal fight. We're seeing a disjointed fight, right? It's not a front to back. Azir's not here yet. Eden can finally dish out damage. And Nightcrawler just ends up picking Sion below tower, and our observers actually smurfed really hard here, giving us access to look at the mid lane fight after this. Nightcrawler lives, and Wade just plays the fight too quickly, and he's not smart enough with his bounty and ends up falling down. So, again, too close to call, but 2K lead to QUT. Look at the Xayah now. TF just looking for the play.
But the target they go for is the Brom, and that is not the target they were after. And they are getting really punished by the fact that mid-tier one still survives. Making it quite difficult for them to truly dive these key targets and find that they are after. You can feel the tension, I suppose really more than anything, the respect knowing what this game could represent for both these teams.
Yeah, I mean, well, we definitely know that it represents a knockout for QUT if they lose this one. Whereas Diacubs live to fight another day, but what does it do for Diacubs' mentality, right? They haven't dropped the game all season, and the first game that they drop will be in a best of 3. That has to play in your mental, but you know, it's just too close to call at the moment, right? We can't really say who's in favor to win this one. Obviously, the gold leads with QUT. Interesting pickup from Eden on Xayah. He's opted in for the Last Whisper very early on, before the Infinity Edge. Obviously, not trusting the Soul AP Twisted Fate.
No, but I tell you what, it will find a lot of value into this frontline, especially into the Sion, most notably, obviously Brom, and the Nidalee having gone for a Zhonya's rush as well. So essentially, whatever target presents itself as a real threat to the Xayah, you'll have no trouble looking to try and take them down. You can see aggression now taking place in the mid lane as there's another 10 seconds for another Dragon.
Look at the level lead on Gooby into Why Not, but again, yes, don't get me wrong, it's a huge lead, but if they front to back properly, Graves is going to have a tough time finding access to hit important people.
Yeah, we've seen that on a few occasions, right? He gets himself into a pit like this and has to disengage away with his ultimate. Soaks up the spear, takes the Dragon, 2 for 2 so far.
Sion might be in trouble.
Sion is in trouble. Will he burn that ultimate? No, just going to literally walk away as he receives the collateral damage from afar. 3 members soak it, and 3 members survive. It's the Glacial Fissure, but the Mad Lad himself, Big Hecarim, dashes on in, gets pulled away as the 3-man connects. Now they find a huge charm. Russell pulling up the goods when it is required of him. There's a double. Eden with the itemization, flashing forward aggressively and finds himself that key target. And now we're starting to see the gold lead build. Do the Tigers have enough mental resolve to bring this one to a game 3?
Yeah, and so that, you know, the difference there, Skimmy, between the last fight and this one, QUT were the ones to pull the trigger there. Hecarim actually went in first. Rakan also went in there. Diacubs were a little bit hesitant. This was the one fight where Zoranus didn't ult to start. And if you're allowing the QUT lineup to run at you, you know, they're going to win that one 9 times out of 10. But Zoranus really needed to just, you know, stand strong, plant his feet in the ground, start the Scion train, and hope that Wei could pump out enough damage to win that fight there.
And pump out damage they did. A lot of those ultimates having to be used very defensively there, but the Diacups just pushed back. But by that point, the damage had already been done. Just look at this Xayah. Insanely fit. There's the Infinity Edge as well right now. There is no real world in which this center can contest. So yes, they have a ton of CC, but they're just showing a lot of respect now to the Tigers.
So the Xayah actually wasn't online last fight. That's what's scary. Essence Reaver IE is just so important for Xayah to have those 2 items. And the fact that he skipped them to go Last Whisper, I don't necessarily agree with. But they were still, you know, they're able to bridge that gap, still win fights. And now he's just doing unfathomable amounts of damage. His Scion is just going to be nothing. Just going to get melted.
No magic resistance as well, so if there is a world in which Teki gets a bit of uptime, he's going to hurt him as well. So it's a bit of a difficult situation for Scion to respond to, and the ability not to use that charge to dash away, or even just engage first and foremost. Their front line just did not exist. Free access for Tigers to dive towards. That's the team fight that they were hoping for. Finally were able to find. He used the ultimate, but with the mobility, very easy for the Diacups just to walk away from that one. You can see that they're just playing off spears, and if a spear connects, then they decide, is this a fight we want to take? If it doesn't, they're quite confident, just waiting around in the shadows.
Cube is level 14 in Italy, and Wynite is level 12, so there's a little bit less juice on those spears for sure. You know, has a decent enough KDA, but these junglers are tempo junglers, and they really require levels to be strong. But Diacups are doing the right thing here, playing towards their strong point on the map, which is Wei, and they just need to stop the bleeding here, Diacups. Wei can win this game for them if they let them. But also, you know, QUT need to be able to force and win the game on their own accord here. You know, like to see Russell pull the trigger here even. This Xayah is so strong, they would be able to 2v3 for sure.
Yeah, they're going to be hoping for that 4v4 to work in their way, because you can see that, as you already highlight, the Azir finds himself in another situation where the Flame Horizon is there stubbing between turrets. He doesn't care, he sets up his own sand turret.
Here we go, this is the dive.
Diacups have to be careful, they cannot lose. They cannot afford to fall victim down here today.
It's too deep.
Nightfall is holding on through, he's just lost the rest of his team. There's the gold card, and there's the golden stopwatch. But a beautifully buffed shotgun would allow them to take out the mid lane. There's the jungler gone, there's that 3-man knockup. Russell is smurfing, he comes up when it's required, but way! With the Emperor's Divide, when you need a hero, he's the one that you call, and he finds himself on his own accord a big juicy triple.
It's too deep, Skimmy. I saw it as soon as it was happening. It was like, no, 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 stop the commit, abort mission. The moment you see a Rakan start the ultimate up, right, there's a little bit of a channel now, a little bit of a cast time. You can't just instantly ult flash knock up, and you know, Diacups read that extremely well. Cupcake being in the veteran he is, holds his cool, watch this, puts the door up, stops Rakan from coming in, also lands the ultimate, and then Scion as well on the back end, able to just hit multiple members, and it's just a really well played anti-dive from Diacups. They even had the numbers advantage QUT, but if you're fighting in between 2 turrets, it does not matter.
Look at that Emperor's Divide right there. As soon as you see that, you go, oh no, your heart just sinks.
And Wei's having an absolute blinder of a series. I can't remember, you know, the last time we've seen a mid lane impact this much or this big in the OCS.
And this is definitely a standout performance. One that is a statement game to say, hey, any team's looking for a new mid laner, maybe slide those DMs, give me an opportunity, because as it stands, the playoff buff is there. He's a man that rises to this big occasion, there's no doubt about it. And he's definitely giving his opposition a case of the curse of we feel strong, we're playing strong, but one player is extinguishing every fire we throw their way.
Yeah, and just unfortunately, it's the way that has the range advantage when you look at that. Hang on a minute, Gooby might find Graves. I mean, Gooby can't find himself, but...
Yeah, he tried to find himself, he needs to find his mentor right now, because he needs to find a way to try and engage this one. Once again, Russ with the focus, he managed to disengage away. That's fantastic for them. There goes the drift, Zoranus looking for a backline target. Tekka in no man's land. There's the Featherstorm flashing forward to continue it. Dawning Shadow takes out Russell eventually. Too fragile, too low. And 2 little members surviving. It's a 3v5 now, and the Tigers wanted to play for that third dragon. It just does not mean anything, because the man gets a penta in game 1. He gets back-to-back triples in game number 2. And whilst the Diacups have been pushed, they're still continuing the momentum of being an undefeated team.
Yeah, it's wild because they really pulled this game back from the brink, right? It looked like QT were absolutely running away with it, and you know, they just put all their faith into Wei, gave him time in the side lane, and what Diacubs did really well this game, or at least what they're doing really well, is they're allowing Wei to get his own little leads in the side, and Diacubs are managing to minimize bleeding elsewhere. You know, it's no surprise that, or it's no shock that Calrock, Cupcake, and Why Not were behind on their counterpart, right? Like they were weaker than the Xayah, the Rakan, and the Graves, but they were able to just not even lose gracefully. They were able to just kind of stop QUT in their tracks and allow Wei to ultimately win the game for them in the side and win. But Russell's on the flank.
He is. That's all one man knock up. They take out Why Not. Nightfall dashes on through as well, but it doesn't survive.
No heck ult.
Yep, no heck ult, and he might just get one shot here as they're both going to collapse, but he takes him out eventually. Okay, the Tigers hold on just a little bit longer. They will not lose that inhibitor. They will still hold on at the 30-minute mark. They have not given up just yet, and whilst that gold lead has flipped against them, the Baron buff obviously providing so much successful siege setup will be held out for the meantime. Now, with a Destiny coming through, we've seen him do crazy plays like this before.
That's a Destiny to farm.
Bit of discipline. Yeah,
that's a Destiny to I'm going to catch up. I thought Russell stole that with the Rakan.
Did for a second.
Feather, yeah. Level 18, level 18 Azir, by the way. 4 level lead, 3 level lead.
Both games been the exact same story.
It's crazy because Eden's strong. That's what's crazy about this game. Eden is very strong right now, and so he just looks like an ant. When one Azir soldier just touches him, it's half health, and so like I'm not sure how Eden's meant to approach these team fights or play this game. He really needs his rapid fire cannon, and then maybe with the right amount of CC onto Wei, they can turn this around.
But I suppose really more than anything right now, Jubes, it's kind of highlighting some of the concerns you have for the Tigers draft from a range perspective, right? The ability for them to sort of fight is warranting that they need to be in close quarters, and that's exactly what the Diacubs are wanting, right? How many times have we seen both Brom and Sion identify that and know exactly what their objective in the fight is? Take out the Rakan, ensure that he can't do anything, and then we just tend to win from that point onwards.
Here we go, we're seeing a flank from the Hecarim. This could be the angle. Azir is not here yet.
Azir is not here. This could be a 5v4. Aggressive purpose on the key target has to be Sion. They've locked him in place. Thorny Shadow buys a little bit of time, but just not enough. From the afterlife, can he do much more? They disengage away, but the Tigers are split. Here comes Azir. Keep your eyes on him. He's got the flash, he's got the cleanse, and he's got that ultimate. He could be a real kill threat. He could look to try and smurf things off. First things first, he puts up the sandcastle, buys himself a team shot opportunity. But the Tigers are angry. The game was their way.
Wei got one shot.
For the taking. Inkubi's going for the 1v2. They're cutting off all the angles. There's the Destiny. Where are you going to turn? Where is Wei? He's gone. He didn't get a chance to do anything. And the Tigers, with the respawn time is becoming higher and higher, have stalled out once again.
I'm just waiting for Karok to fall down. But no, okay. You know, what we didn't see off screen there, Skimmy, was Wei fell down without burning the flash or the cleanse. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that his flash and cleanse weren't available, otherwise he would have used them. But he basically walked into a gold card from Tekka and just got absolutely one-shot by Gooby. Gooby just went into melee range and just did a full combo, and Wei fell down. So they played pretty much the whole team fight without their mid laner, and you know, this whole team right now is just on the back of Wei. Wei is all of their gold.
Well, unless we have a spectator bug. From what I saw going into that fight, it looked like it was definitely there. So,
yeah, I mean, I just thought maybe he just didn't expect the damage to come through, and he wanted to just hold his summoner spells for when he really needed it, but turns out he did need it.
Certainly did.
Just goes to show that execution's more important than the actual strength of, you know, your members.
Certainly is, Jubes, and the strength is twofold with your mechanics and with your mental agility to hold on in a very high stakes game. The pressure from back to forth we go. One team in the lead, another team showing up. The big heroes in this game trying to carry, doing whatever they can. One Baron goes to Diacubs, their second respawns and goes the way of the Tigers. What kind of siege can they set themselves up for this time? Oceanic going to open up their account by stunning, charging, and shutting down the Hecarim.
Yeah, he ulted into a wall, Skimmy. You hate to see it. And that's Soul. That is absolutely Soul going over. Mountain Soul to a side with a Sion and a Braum. No thank you.
They're already having trouble dealing with these champions, and that just makes it a little bit harder. I'm sure one big smile has to be that on the Azir, knowing that if he does look to respect the damage, or doesn't anticipate it, he can soak up a little bit more. 3 Mountain Dragons and the Soul to complement it. Very beefy members now.
I mean, look at that Scion shield. That's not even his W, by the way. I want him to pop his W and see. Yeah, okay, there we go. Look at that.
He just laughs at the turret. Doesn't mean anything to him.
But Tekka's doing the right thing here. You know, they have the Baron buff. They need to answer Tekka. You know, no matter how strong you are, the Baron buff just offers too much tempo and too much of a...
He's going to continue.
Yeah, he's continuing.
Keeps sieging. He's looking for an inhibitor right now. The Tigers are trying to buy as much time as they can. Look at that, Russell looking to disengage away. Going to hit the proc. Okay, Tekka's pushing right now.
Yep.
The 4v4, they're using that Baron buff for the combat summoners to try and match that with the Mountain Soul, but that's going to be the first inhibitor of the game falling on down. Will Tekka look for more?
Yep.
You can see the recoil attempts on the minimap right now. It's all up to the Tigers to try and delay these.
They're canceling.
And you can see them piling on through. There's the ultimate from the Hecarim. Stops in place 4. There's the Emperor's Divide. Disengage away. Dawning Shadow is not enough. But eventually Nightfall falls on down. That's another turret. The alternate Nexus turns themselves. They're looking to try and end this game. They can't get back to base. The Tigers are going to try and backdoor this game. They're going to try and end it. Their Baron buff is still there. They're flashing on forward.
Wait,
they can't do it. He needs the minions. Please, the minions, please attack this Nexus. End this game. It survives on 15%.
I had to refrain from using some words there that would have got me in big trouble, Skimmy. Holy moly. I can't believe that. This game has just absolutely exploded. The Leech Bane, the Rapid Fire doing absolute work in the side lane. Tekka, all of a sudden, you know, Tekka's gone from 0 to hero. He's opened up the Nexus. Now, how do you play this game? Because you have double teleports on Hecarim and Twisted Fate, as well as the Destiny. This game is next to impossible for Diacubs to play now.
Talk about a redemption arc there, Jubes. The fact that it hasn't been a series, but he nearly ends the game on his own. The team coming in so crazy to prevent those recalls.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that Wei made a base way earlier, but the call must have been to cancel, and QUT are really just playing, doing their best. They're just like, okay, some of us are going to fall down, just do it. And Eden's absolutely popping off here. This is obviously, we didn't see this, but on the backline, he's just doing so much damage, so much crit now. No matter about the Mountain Drakes, I'm just scared watching this replay, Skimmy, if we get backdoored and then the game ends and we don't see it. But this is going to take a while. Zoranus is got Mountain Soul as a Scion, and it didn't take too long actually, and goes down. Spam pings on the Nexus.
Smurf. They know.
Yep.
They know what to look for, and they know what that replay means. Setting the scene, setting the stage. Full item builds are soon to be there. 70k gold, 37 minutes in. The kills are dead even at 24. It's as close as they come, Jeeves. And that was as close as Tekka got to nearly ending the game when he really should have had an opportunity to do so.
Okay, the Zhonya's was pretty smurf because the Zhonya's actually keeps Baron minions activated. So when you go into stasis, right, it still registers that you have the Baron buff. And so I thought the Baron buff minions were just going to end and there's really nothing they could do about it.
Well, they will have another chance to get those all-important neutral objectives. 2.5 minutes, and that is when we have ourselves an Elder Dragon to look forward to. 2 minutes, and another Baron, the third of this game. Could those be the buffs that these teams are looking for right now? Is it too fragile to even leave the space to assert themselves in a fight outside of these areas, if you will? How do they look to set themselves up for that one final team fight?
Eden is genuinely a raid boss now, by the way. He's just max build, 4 items. Maybe he can sell his boots later on if he wants, but you know, the mobility is definitely good. Now, the good thing about this for Diacubs is that the Nexus does actually, you know, regen health quite slowly. So it definitely won't be as low as it initially was when XPK was backdooring. But we see on the way pings to the Nexus. You know, and then the dangerous part now is, Skimmy, is that what happens when Elder Drake spawns, because they have double TP, Twisted Fate ultimate. You know, if he has a pink in his inventory or still has a trinket ward, he can just drop that and Hecarim can TP in, and then that's your Nexus gone.
Well, I suppose that's the big advantage, right? Is you've got the double TPs. If the TP isn't there, well, you've got Destiny as well, so fantastic. You've got so much opportunity to always threaten that. And I think really now the onus is on the Dire Cubs to say what is the right play. Because we only get one shot at this, we can't mess this up.
And the killer here is that Azir doesn't have teleport. Had to opt in for the cleanse because, you know, one flash gold card into a Graves combo, you're dead. And so, you know, Azir's the only one really that can match the TF or match the Hecarim, but he's also the one that can't make it to the neutral objective.
10 seconds there, Jubes. The third Baron of this game. The first Elder up in 40.
Yep, keep an eye on that pink ward too, Skimmy. That pink ward near Raptor. You know, that's definitely a TP angle to end if Hecarim wants it.
Yep, looks like
Sion's got it.
Heads up, he's found it, he's taken it out. So there's no deep teleports just yet, but they're banking on these minions to passively pushing in. Look at bot lane, that's an idea. The Baron is where to go for. The Dire Cubs have to play this fight perfectly. Oh no,
that's
there
game.
goes TF looking for it. TP's
yep, that's game.
He's going to try and end this game, but the inhibitor respawned! The inhibitor respawned! No!
No way. There's no way.
Okay, they're going to try and do it. Nightfall are going for the end. They take down the inhibitor. Two-man collapse. The core goes low. They cannot fall down again. They are so damn tilted. That was their chance. That was their go. Then the inhibitor respawns. And our opportunity has worked against them. The Dire Cubs, whatever god they're being praying to for this game, for the buff, for the ability to find that edge.
It's gone. They've got Elder.
It works here today. It's a 3v5 though, Juves. They've got the Elder. Only the Baron survives.
Why not? Might be dead. Zai's used ult.
That's a bit sketchy right now. 3 mana dead. It's disgusting. Elder buff or not, it doesn't mean enough. 3v5. What are you doing? They went for the fight. There's the GA. He gets procs. There's the stopwatch. Rushman trouble. Sidesteps all the CC. Oh no. Sion, he just flashes on their head. A 2-man knockup. And Hingubi against the world doing whatever he can to try and survive. He needs another few seconds before the rest of his team can come back up.
Look at the TP. Look at Tekka's TP.
TP after TP.
He has ult. He has ult.
Oh no, he's going for it. Nidalee, 1v3.
You can't even analyze this.
What do you even say to that one there, Juice? You could never see a situation like this before. I do not believe what I am watching right now. My voice is gone.
You can't analyze this, Jimmy. You can't even write this.
These are the weirdest times, people.
Wow.
The weirdest times. We are inting to end the game.
Okay, but they can't even do Baron because his ear's not there yet. And look at Nightfaller on the flank here. This is dangerous.
Hingubi, the only one left with this Elder, and there it is. Takes out Nidalee. They can't go for the Baron. There's the second kill. Do they just win this the conventional way? It seems to be the good. One buff is all it takes.
Can Wei 1v9.
One kill is all they need. Can Wei, well...
That Azir ult was a little bit troll. Wait, Gooby might be dead. Oh, Gooby, no!
Gooby has fallen on down.
Wait, Hecarim can end.
This game has descended into pure chaos. You guys go for the fight.
Yeah,
I'm Nightfaller. I will go for the end. Sterix, Death Dance, and Trinity Falls. It will be enough. Sheen OP, 43 minutes in. This fiesta will come to an end. Game number 3 is what we're going for. And boy, did they have to work for it to get us there.
I don't even know what to say, Skimmy. This game went down a rabbit hole that I've never been down. I tell you, like, so I like to sound smart, okay? I like to know what I'm talking about, but this game just went so far down a rabbit hole that I've never seen, I can't even tell you what happened.
I tell you what, though, when we do watch that game back in the future, we're just going to hear a bunch of schoolgirls laughing in the cafeteria at what we just witnessed there for the last 10 minutes. Just pure chaos. Just people running it down, hoping for the best.
That's just entertainment, and that's all there is, right? Like you put the decisions aside, right? I don't care what anyone says. You know, there's people that like good League of Legends, there's people that like bad League of Legends, and there's people that just likes League of Legends. That was just a very entertaining game. There is no way you watch that game and you're not entertained, right? Whether it was right, whether it was wrong, or whatever it was so fun to watch because it's just like everything's on the line. And you can tell that, the decisions they're making is under a significant amount of pressure. And whilst it wasn't always the right decision, there was some very good team fighting, some very good mechanics, and there was also just a little bit of humor as well to top that one off. And I think it was just a very good game, and we have a series on our hands.
We certainly do. I need a break. You need a break. The players themselves, and I'm sure the coaching staff too, need a break. So we're going to jump to that all-important break and get ourselves ready for the final game, the deciding match. Which team will be making it into the grand finals to do battle with UQU? Going to find out in just a few minutes.
This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn mail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. This harness will guide us through dangerous night. It humbles the foe with its grace. The thorn mail will help us prevail and survive. Our deadliest fate we embrace. Yeah, my son, smite them all.
And welcome back for the final time tonight as we get ourselves geared up for the do-or-die moment for both of these teams. We thought that the Tigers had run out of fuel. We thought that their composition just wasn't able to match that of the scary raid boss nature that Wei was presenting between his ability to hard carry on the Cassiopeia and what we saw him showcase on the Azir. But somehow, some way, one Baron buff is what they achieve. They go for a siege. They successfully defend. And then for the next 10 minutes afterwards, Juice, it just descended into pure chaos.
Yeah, just ascended into a clown fiesta, and the team with more clowns won that one. But no, it was a very entertaining game, and it ultimately came down to just it's it's actually such a blur to realize what that game come down to.
Yeah.
The one defining moment I could think of is that Tekka gold carded Wei in the mid lane, and he was able to just one-shot him with Gooby, and there was no cleanse or flash used, and ultimately that was like the turning point, right? That's where we started to see them use their composition and really utilize the 131, and and then really just once they started to 1v131 and they set into the side lanes, we saw QUT really take over and win that one. And my brain's just fried at the moment, Skimmy. I need to slap myself in the face a little bit just to get away.
Me, I was saying, look, I was going to watch back that VOD later and just be like, what on earth has it really turned into? Because I feel like those last 10 minutes were just a blur.
They were
situations where the Azir was dashing on in, not showing respect to the damage that was actually coming out. And died with both his summoners available. He had a cleanse. A little bit crazy, but then the ability just to run it down on repeat there with teleport after teleport, to having an inhibitor respawn to delay it a little bit longer. It had it all. It was entertainment. This is what the region is known for, and this is what we will provide. What will be our final draft here? Bear in mind, there's already one Queensland University in the grand final so far. The Tigers want to make it 2 from 2. They want to be known as the superior region for this region. And we'll get to see how they open things up with. The Ashe has been let through. If it's there, they're going to take it.
Yeah, and I mean, Ashe is definitely a hot property on this patch, so why not take it? Caitlyn's been banned away too. Generally speaking, you take Ashe or you take the Ashe into the Caitlyn, but Caitlyn off the table. Ash picked. I was about to suggest we might see the Jhin coming on through. So, like I said last week, you know, that's kind of like that triangle you see when Ash is picked. Jin's, you know, the lane that you prefer to take into it, and that's what we see here. Why not picking up the Volibear? I really like that. Again, I don't know why teams, you know, don't have a priority on Volibear in 10-15. It just seems to be slipping through drafts, and yeah, I mean, not much to say other than good job in picking it.
But what's crazy about this, right, is when you have these AD carries like the Ashe and like the Jhin, fantastic with their damage, fantastic with their range, but they are so susceptible to gap closes, right?
Yeah.
And that's why the likes of, you know, your Volibears, your Bruisers, anybody that can get in your face is going to have a field day. And I sort of, when I spoke to a lot of the other casters, a big reason why they sort of got phased out of the meta was because the meta is, as a whole, just punishing and pressure, and, you know, they get pushed down a level big time as a result.
Yep, and so they're opting in for the Graves and Thresh again. Graves kind of had the impact that I was hoping to see in the early game, and then we kind of saw Graves just, you know, fizzle out a little bit. Obviously, mid-game strikes, and it is quite hard for Graves to find those angles or those windows of opportunity. But, you know, this is looking like a better game to be a Graves. You know, you have the Nautilus, there's the Volibear to hit. Jhin obviously has quite a bit of range, but,
yeah,
you know, it's not going to concern Graves too much. And starting to see the value in this pick, especially because you do win that 1v1 in the jungle matchup. But bear in mind, Volibear takes the press the attack, and we saw the amount of damage he can do at level 3, level 4.
Well, we can see why they're returning to the Tech Room ban as well, Juves. It was banned in Game 1, it was allowed through in Game number 2, and whilst we had questions at some points of the game, ultimately it actually did deliver a fair bit of input as to how the game worked in their favour. What we're going to see now as a response from the Tigers, they've been pretty stubborn in their approach to banning away the Ornn. Change things up a little bit here. Identifying that way is a bit of a nightmare so far.
Might be Cassio as ear bans.
Champions away. Yeah.
Might be Cassio as ear bans. And I honestly wouldn't mind seeing Darkubs just ban away the TF, because even if you int on TF and you're down 100 CS, the champion still has like some use. But imagine, you know, you're down 100 CS on Orianna. Down 100 CS and 2 levels on Orianna, then you genuinely have no impact. But looks like Tekka's going to get his hands on that Twisted Fate again.
Yeah, if he wants it, it is available for him.
Oh, shit.
Shen was hovered by the Tigers, but it will be the Dicubs that take it, based on the fact that the sign has been removed. So as is the series tradition, really, both times, or all the times, I should clarify, we've seen that mid lane left to last, unless it's already been locked in from a confidence angle. We're going to get to see what Wei has cooking up. You already mentioned the Orianna. This is most played this season. The Tigers, though, going to opt into Wombo combo. We've only seen the Kennen once, and they'll be looking for angles upon angles.
Yeah, they some say that at the university they specialize in trigonometry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That was well done.
Yeah,
I research.
Did do my research.
Hey, that's what you're an analyst for, right? You sound smart. And,
No, I knew that because I taught a uni subject once. I taught and yeah, it was like biomechanics, but in biomechanics you do trigonometry, so it's just easy to put 2 and 2 together.
Big brain, hence CEO of the Oceanic Jungle.
I don't sound like I got a brain, but whatever. So Orianna picked up. Orianna picked up from QUT, and again, this is it's not the TF. It's we're seeing you know, Tekka maybe he's had enough. He's had enough. He doesn't want to fall behind, you know, a significant amount like he has in all the other games, but he's still being counterpicked. So Azir, it kind of pops his head into the meta when Orianna is picked, because you outrange Orianna, and off cooldown you pretty much just Shurima shuffle Orianna into your jungler, and there's nothing she can do. So again, it looks like it's going to be a rough night for Tekka, but maybe Gooby can give him some assistance here, you know. But if this plays out like game 1, then game 2 rather, then I don't think there's a way to come back. So QUT need to have a better showing in the mid lane.
We'll get to see exactly if Tekka can find that kind of opportunity, because we've not actually seen him ever play the Orianna. So going to be something new here. 1, a denial, but 2, a pick that will definitely fuel the idea of what the Tigers have brought together, which is we can press R and somebody will fall on down. The question is, though, will they have the access to try and take out this Jhin? If he's protected, if he's safe, they've got a bunch of bruises, gap closes, and just overall protection elements to ensure that he can get those consistent 4 shots off.
Yeah, and it does feel like a little bit of a front-to-back composition again, but they do have the agency to play side lane. You know, but the thing about blinding Shen is you're probably going to get paired up into a bad matchup, and They do have the cannon, which I think will, fare quite well into the lane, into Shen. It does, any range into melee is quite hard for Shen in particular, but, he'll be able to survive. He'll be able to do what he needs to do. He'll be able to hit level 6 and potentially make a proactive play on the other side of the map. The thing that's really nice from Diacub's composition is that they actually get the Shen ultimate onto the Volibear. They disable the turret in bot lane, and they all of a sudden have a 4-man dive that's just as free as you like, and Shen can teleport back up to top lane. So, level 6 is where Diacubs are going to be looking to make that big impact to open up bot side of the map. And, much to the same though, Nightfall is going to want to counter that with his teleport and look to get a big flank and a big ultimate. So, for me, it's going to come down to big level 6 ultimate, big level 6 impact. Who's going to do it first, and who's going to be successful?
So, with that in mind, would you say that we're going to see these junglers be quite content just farming up and allowing the team as a whole to hit level 6 and say, all right, what are we going to contest over? What do we want to fight for? When do we want to hit that R button?
Yeah, look, I think the early game's definitely in favor of QUT. They have the Graves, it's going to be able to run into the Volibear's jungle. Orianna can play for priority, trade HP a little bit just to get the minion wave pushing, and Kennan's going to have priority into that Shen as well as maybe the Ashe as well. So the Summoner's Rift is Gooby's playground, if you will. Is that's what he's going to have access to. But the Volibear has the option to really flip a game on its head very fast. Can opt in for a level 2 gank, level 3 gank, level 4, has guaranteed CC in his kit. So, why not is more, for me, more of a proactive jungler than he is a farmer. Yes, he was fine on that in Italy, but I think we see the best of Why Not when he's on those, gank-heavy junglers. So I'm going to keep my eyes on him too, seeing which lane he can snowball, which lane he can influence. And the thing about the Icubs is I'd like to think they're a little predictable at times. When I see Cupcake on Nautilus, I know that Why Not is pathing towards that lane. It obviously makes sense to play around that veteran, and that's what I think he's going to do.
And that's interesting because obviously both supports have the engage potential there. Both AD carries have the range as well to complement things and will be, no doubt, super keen to get themselves ahead of their opposition to then facilitate the team to say, okay, we move as a squad, we force fights, be it the arrow, be it the curtain call, wherever we go. We force Carnage to follow. So I'm interested if we will have just that sort of respect shown to the bottom side of the map, or if it will be, just continued aggression of just targeting Tekka and say, it's not Twisted Fate, but it's all the same because we can actually punish you even more on an Orianna.
I think it would be unfair to say it's targeted aggression. I think Wei has just won his lane just from being, better.
Sure.
But Tekka's still able to, from behind, influence the game, and that's a talent in itself, right? If you're so far behind and you're down and out, and you're still able to play the champion or your champion to what it's meant to do, then you're doing a pretty good job. But obviously, this is I'd like to think a less of a hard matchup, right? Like Tekka should be able to still be able to play the game. But the problem that Orianna often has is if you don't have a priority jungle matchup, or if your jungler doesn't play through mid, you can get punished. And so need to keep an eye on Volibear, need to keep an eye on Why Not, and see if he exposes mid lane or is able to punish mid lane rather. Because, Flash, Volibear, Q, Nimbus Cloak, no one is living. No one is escaping, right? And if Volley trades flashes, then that's a win, because at level 6, Orianna can do nothing but just get shuffled into whoever's waiting.
Yeah, and it's going to be a bit of a disaster. We saw how many times he was able to impact fights with some huge free-man, like consistently free-man Emperor's Device, which just won the team fight straight away like that, right? And you talk about the range advantage that this Azir will have. I mean, remember that one fight that happened topside where it was a 1v1, and literally Tekka just ran, like during a fight, just ran. All he did was run, and all those sand shoulders just chased him down. He didn't even turn back to attack. No, he just ran. And just that alone was enough range to take a man out of that situation. So I do get worried. Yeah, if Tekka falls behind, given obviously how strong the shockwave can be.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, I want to see Nightfaller have a better game. He definitely TP'd to sack his lane and protect his bot lane, but he's playing something that really doesn't function very well from behind. But he's also playing something that has a really big window of opportunity to abuse his lane. And Zoranus, for me, has formed his identity around being able to sack himself or be able to fall behind and still have a teamfight impact. And I think that's evident in when he picks Ornn, picks Sion, picks Maokai, picks those champions. Now he's playing Shen. His job is, relatively the same, but it's about gracefully losing. Can Nightfaller, punish this top lane matchup enough so that it warrants the pick and have that big team fight influence? And can Zoranus really just stem the bleeding, stop the bleeding, and wait till get level 6 and pretty much just piggyback right off what's happening on both sides of the map, right? All you got to do is Shen ulti there and make sure it works out.
And then if it works, then fantastic. You can just teleport back to top side and happy days all around. Small delay, guys. Apologies for that. I've just been made aware that there's a player audio issue at the moment, so just getting that resolved. And then we'll be able to jump into this third and final game. A quick reminder to set the stage as to what we're playing for so far. This is our second semi-final of the night. This final game will determine who is our second team to go in to that grand final. And that will be to face off against the University of Queensland Union. That'll be up for you guys to watch next week. And that one will be a best of 5. When all the pressure is there, and they're going to make sure that they have as many chances to showcase what they can do. And here's the graphic. Fantastic as always to showcase what we're playing for.
We're turbo smurfing in the production room. We're literally smurfing to rank 1 the way that this is playing out in production, I'll be honest.
Look, we say one thing, and in production here, and they go for the call. And as you can see, the night started off with UQU getting a 2-1 win over that of Mammoth Academy. A close game, but a game that ultimately favoured them in the end. Too strong on the night, too strong in their execution. And a revitalised team, really, from games 2 and 3 onwards. Completely different situation from what they showcased in game number 1. So they'll be happy with that one. They're looking good so far, and not sure which team they'd be favouriting here. If they want to go for Queensland Pride, or if they want to be another team to try and take a win away from the Dire Cubs.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think they're just happy to let this one play out and see what happens, right? You know, maybe you'd make the argument that you don't want to be versing the Dire Cubs just from how their regular season played out, but, you know, this is a whole different ball game. Like I said, you know, once you get to playoffs, once you get to finals, your 10-0 record or your record of not losing any games, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. There's just, when you come to finals, when you come to playoffs, when it comes to gauntlets, there's just something different about the game. It almost doesn't even factor in skill to a certain extent. Like, it's almost who deals with nerves better means more than the actual skill level of players. Obviously, there needs to be a baseline, right? But, you know, there could be a team that's just turbo smurfing all year, but once you put a bit of pressure on that, it just changes the context of the game.
So it does, and we've seen on multiple occasions, right? You know, teams really show up, especially when there is no pressure there anymore. You know, the ability just to completely say, all right. I mean, we saw it actually in the OPL. You know, a lot of these teams that said we're not making it into playoffs. The pressure is off. The ability to have to high perform to sort of make that run was gone, and they just look completely different. So interesting to see, knowing that the pressure is at a boiling point. How these teams will get themselves ready.
I do want to say one thing that's kind of off topic because I saw it in chat. If QUT win, Katsuri said he's making a TikTok. So I want to hold him accountable for that. Just say that on broadcast that if QUT do win this series, I want to see Katsuri actually fire up a TikTok, post it on social media and start posting some clips on there because I think that would be good. It would be good for the scene and definitely something that needs to happen. So I actually might be rooting for QUT just because I want to see a few TikToks from Katsuri himself. He's kind of an enigma.
Well, there you go. He's being called out. He's been held accountable on the big screen. And there's the clip, Jubes. You post it, you frame it, you showcase it to him. And if he tries to run for the hills, he most certainly can't. Chat have witnessed it. I see him in chat right now.
All the Chiefs esports clubs in here, they're definitely going to hold him accountable now. And I can't wait to see the content that comes out. But if Dire Cubs don't want that content to come out, if they want to stop Katsuri from becoming the international superstar, the big streamer, then they need to stop QUT. That's what they need to do. They need to have a really solid early game. They need to be able to pretty much just stabilize and not have any crazy shenanigans happen, not lose any lanes too hard that they're meant to, and just get to the item thresholds that they need because Dire Cubs really play well around Azir. They know what items Wei needs. That's been evident in all the games he's played, right? They know that he needs certain items to really have an influence on a game. They don't take team fights until he's got those 1 to 2 items on Azir, right? We usually see them start contesting stuff once he's got, you know, the Nash's Tooth, as well as the Leandries, or the Nash's Tooth and the Haunting guys. Then we start seeing them contest objectives. Now, in recent games, they've kind of bled a little bit in other lanes when Wei's trying to get his items. So, you know, that's going to be key for me because, you know, you have to put your eggs in the man's basket. He's been your best player all night. You have to really just rely on him. And you also can't go hiding now, right? Because this is the first loss that we've seen Dire Cubs cop. This is the first loss we've seen them have. So, Skimmy, how do they respond to this?
That's what we're going to be asking. That is the million-dollar question here. That final game, that first defeat all season long that the Dire Cubs have suffered. And for the Tigers, they are the team that have defied all expectations, not only of themselves, but of their fans, no doubt, to make this position, to get themselves in a potential playoff grand final spot. They brought it here to a game number 3. Can they do double damage here tonight? That's what we're going to find out. The issue's resolved. We're jumping into the game. We are ready to go. And I suppose, Juves, we'll set the scene one more time. You already mentioned the ability to say on the night it has been Wei's game. He has been the one that has been popping off, so invested him. But for the Tigers, where would you like to see them invest?
Invest in Tekka. Who cares? He backdoored your bloody win. He bought the game back from the brink. Invest in Tekka. He's the investment. Tekka's stocks are rising and fast. If anyone wants to invest in Tekka stocks, he's had 2 miserable games, but the third game's a Tekka pop-off. Press 1 in chat if you want Tekka stocks and fast.
Well, you heard the man. That is the call. That is the command. Mid lane action is what we're excited to see. That's what we're going to keep our eyes on. And the observers, no doubt, will be hot on that trailer as well. We'll get to see exactly where things go on out. As this time around, we're going to see why not start red side. And for the Tigers, we go for a cheeky little blue steal.
Yeah, nice little blue steal there from Tigers, and so far so good. I really like, in an important game like this, I love seeing this aggression level 1, right? Because it says to me that you're not scared. You're willing to take the risk necessary to get the advantage in the game and do what's required. And this is very bad for YNOT because Yubi's actually taking away the Grom too. I don't think he got it though. He actually had to use the Ignite to get away from Volibear, so...
Okay, well there was the feigned collapse as Cupcake went roaming, then turns around with the Dredge line, but the Flare will cancel things out.
Yeah, that's actually pretty big. You know, losing the Ignite on Graves for nothing besides a disengage is quite substantial, because I'm going to hold that because the hook's coming on through, misses. Ooh. Yeah, it's substantial because the Ignite is also your engage/disengage tool when you don't take flash, right? Just from how Nimbus Cloak functions. So, Gubi does lose a little bit of mobility around the map now.
Funny to say that, but it is obviously what this build is tailored to achieve. And YNOT will be quite content, obviously, with the jungle changes, that his health bar will be quite topped up. He's not have to worry too much about what that Ignite damage represented at this stage of the game. The question is, will he be in a position to get the double buffs of his own? He stayed at this bottom half of the map so far, waiting for that Scuttle to spawn. Might not be going in for a little cheeky invade. That's going to be Oracles that reveals things, sweeps things out, but it expires just before you can even look. Yeah, it expired just moments prior, so still has no idea where this Graves may be.
Did I tell you about the Smite Ignite origins?
I don't believe you did, but I definitely know it was you who told me originally.
Yeah, so it was, you know Canyon from Demon?
Wait, this is it. He picked it accidentally, right?
Yeah, he took it on accident.
No, I remember now. Yes, yeah. And then everyone thought he was just forehead, big brain.
Yes, and everyone thought he was just turbo smurfing in ELO. That's what the word I'm going to use. And people, you know, analyze Korean OPGGs and they're like, okay, this is nice. And then, you know, people tried it and it's not too bad. Some people like it, some people don't. But
so funny
I
when
thought
you
that was
think
a
about
fun
the
fact.
origins of that story. Yeah, no, like sort of the innovation when you didn't even mean it and people think you're so humble and you're like, genuinely, I didn't mean it, but okay, you know, go whatever narrative you want.
Yeah.
No doubt. We've seen a few players run it, most predominantly on the Graves.
I legit would have, I would have said like, nah, you know, I ran the numbers and, you know, this and that.
Sign a 5-year deal, get paid the big bucks.
Yeah.
Professor of League. Well, let's see. It's been unrivaled aggression here in the bot lane as Cupcake, hook after hook, continues to chuck his out, but Russell will finally do just the same. And Carrick will say, I do not want to potentially see what this could mean as he cleanses things out. The running down potential here as Eden has the frozen arrows. One sure that that trade will be one that they win, all things considered.
Yeah, good trade. You know, Ignite for Cleanse. You'd have to say worth because Cleanse isn't for the Ignite, it's for the hook, it's for the arrow. So that being down, hold that thought.
Another hook again.
Hook misses.
Goes the follow-up damage, looking for that fourth and final shot. Carrot getting lower and lower. It has to be careful, doesn't have that flash. Might fall down for lethal, and then we have a pause. Now that is a scary little pause to look forward to. I'll just find the word here from the refs as to what's going on. Looks like we might still have the plaguing audio issue that delayed the game initially starting.
Yeah, so I took a little stock check here on the pause, and Jin is flashless, it's cleanseless. Russell is in flash range of a hook or a flay, so gonna have to see how this bot lane actually plays out. But you know, Russell and Eden are stepping up big time, huh?
So surely Eden gets this kill, right? Because there is the ability to both flash and heal if need be to chase him down.
The thing is, I don't know how much mana Ashe has left. I actually don't know if Ashe has enough mana to flash volley. That's the problem.
Good question.
But I think flash flay or flash hook from Thresh will definitely be enough. Problem is, it's a skill shot and you need to land it.
Look, I've actually got a screenshot here. I can show you the numbers. You can try and do the big brain math to tell me if this is going to be enough. It looks low. It looks low. We're going to be a couple of minutes. Looks like the issue has been resolved. So just for competitive integrity, we'll just take a few more moments to get ourselves back in for the spectator catch on up. You let me know. You let me know. What do you think? Is that enough mana to hit that one final volley? Or is that just simply a flash auto?
I think that's a flash auto.
Super low, right?
Yeah. Or the problem is I don't play Ashe, and I've never played Ashe. And every champion I play, I kind of you take a mental note. But Ashe is probably I've just genuinely never played it. And so it's hard for me to make that a comparison when I look at that mana bar. But I'm going to say he's just out of mana, but potentially chasing Jin, he gets the mana back.
And I suppose to add into that, that's potentially a double kill because look where Cupcake is right now.
Yeah.
He's running alongside the two Tiger members that are chasing down this Jin. So this is a scary situation where we're looking at the Tigers just blowing open this bot lane, finding that lead without any influence from anybody else.
I legit hate this. I hate when there's something I want to see. I want to see this play out. I want to see this happen, and now. But we're paused. And
we are paused. A couple of minutes away. Should be under a minute, I would say, at this stage. Potential audio issue. I'd imagine it was for Nightfall. We haven't been confirmed as to who it is, but just seeing him leave the game would lead my suspicions that way. And no need to make sure that Nightfall has the comms on point, right? As a Kennen, you want to have those flanking angles. You want that coordination with the rest of your team to say, I'm going in for the slicing maelstrom. Let's turn up.
Yeah, well, can I rewind a second?
Okay, go back 10.
How big is this bot lane 2v2 kill if they get it in the context of the game? Because for me, Calrock and Cupcake are the two best performing members of this roster, right? Yes, Wei this series has been standout. But in terms of the whole season, Cupcake and Calrock have been the two best players. I think it's been non-negotiable. And so now your two best players, potentially, when we resume, get 2v2 solo killed in game 3. What does that do to you? And how bad does that make this lane? Because Jin's now got no summoner spells.
And I wonder if there's a cascade effect. I mean, I'm sure, having been on teams yourself, right, there are players that sort of thrive on being very vocal. If they feel that the game is getting out of control, maybe shut up shop a little bit, become a little bit more reserved, a little bit quieter, start to talk less. Some of the synergies that really build up and sort of the interactions what is your role in this team? Are you the shot caller for team fights or are you a shot caller for macro? If that starts to go out the window, you start to think, guys, we've got to shrug off this tilt. This is the final game. We can't lose.
And you know what, Alright, here we go.
So you tell me, chat, look how low this Ashe mana bar is. Surely not. He flashes forward, clutch exhaust, Carrick survives.
He doesn't have volley.
Teleport. Hang on a minute. Did they just both lift? Flash forward. They take out Ashe.
Okay.
He can't get the kill. The sad B emote. The flash forward taunt.
Oh.
And now the Tekka disengage. How on earth have we just run the simulations over a course of, 3-4 minutes? And said, this is how it's going to play on out. Nothing happens, Jubes.
Literally nothing we said happened there, by the way.
Okay.
But you have to feel bad for QUT because here's my question: do those TPs come through that quickly if it wasn't paused?
That's a good question.
Yeah, and I don't think we're allowed to dive down that rabbit hole. But
no. Anyway,
Nightfall has nevertheless been able to push his lane out, get a little bit of a CS lead in this matchup, and nice TP coming through Wei to get that kill.
Well, a situation where the Die Cubs were potentially about to get solo killed there, and the Tigers were so impressed, so happy, I'm sure, with how the situation was playing on out. Now, what does that do? I mean, that they were only moments away from getting that kill. And since it has resumed, it is no longer a possibility. They're going to return back to this lane. was only Ash that fell on Dan for the first blood.
Both summoners burnt. All summoners down bot lane now. So it's a free-for-all. Whoever wants to visit can come pick up a kill.
Yep, nothing exists here now. Only Hex Flashes for these supports to engage.
Yeah, bot lane's dead even. Everywhere's pretty dead even. You have to feel for Tekka a little bit too, though. Teleports bot lane, Way's the one that gets the kill, and Tekka's all of a sudden behind yet again. You know, he's not behind a significant amount, just the kill, but he'd have to be pressing tab and looking and thinking, what have I done to deserve this? Oh, that hook has absolutely gone to some mountain somewhere.
Yep. It was definitely going nowhere to take down any Dire Cubs member anytime soon. That'll be the first dragon, however, picked up.
That hook went to next split.
It did. And that's a year away. We're talking ages.
So, this top lane matchup's actually looking pretty good for Zoranus. He's actually even in CS, which I wasn't expecting, but
not too bad, considering you were mentioning obviously the strong interaction there with Stand United to get down, then to use the TP to go back up, lose nothing but gain so much. But all those summoners having to be burnt.
yeah, you know what I'm finding? A lot of teams in the OCS are actually flipping at the wrong time, and they're actually losing quite a bit of minions for it. So we saw one minion wave crash, that went down. A few turret plates went across the Dire Cubs as well, and another minion wave's crashing now. So it's pretty much a 2 minion wave play as well as 2 turret plates. You'd have to say it's not worth it, especially because it's just too early, and the Rift Herald's not up, and in terms of tempo, they're not ready to start the Rift Herald. And you know, Dire Cubs have flipped at the correct time, and they're able to contest this Herald.
Well, you can see both the junglers in the area.
Take a look
Make this a possibility.
Take a look at jungle items here, though. You have to say that Gooby is a significant amount up if you look at itemization.
Here comes the Stand United. There's the shockwave onto one. Out comes the taunt. He's gone before he can even do anything.
Yep.
Stormbringer was not there. Level 6 advantage here found by Hingubi. Now Zoranus trying to go for that solo kill, but Wade comes to the default of things and adds his damage output into the mix as well.
Kennen.
Can he show up? Can he go for the slicing maelstrom? Flashes forward, chucks at a shuriken, looks to try and take out another one, but that's going to be Northwest falling down first and foremost. Lantern to disengage away, and Nightfall buys enough attention topside river to force the rest of his teammates to disengage the sanctuary of this tier 1. The Herald survives, but a few members fall on down.
There's a lot to digest there, but you have to say at the end of the day, that's really well played from Dire Cubs, and Zoranus had a huge impact in that play, so hold that thought, Skimmy, because Way's not done yet.
No, he wants more. He doesn't have the ultimate, but he does have the blast cone. Now he will be revealed. He can flash away if need be, but he's going to Shurima shuffle into the fight. Zoranus will soak up some damage, and then soak up just a little bit more. Jin's going to find one. He's going to find himself a second, and Hingubi showing up. He doesn't have an ultimate. He does not have an ignite, and he's hoping for the best. Tekka sees free. He sees a triple. He has no shockwave, and he's just not going to be able to find. It's a lamb to the slaughter situation. One by one they go, and one by one they fall. And the members of the Dire Cubs just putting bodies in the way of their teammates that are low are just able to survive.
Yeah, this is a disaster for QUT. So I thought Nightfall had teleported to that Rift Herald play, but he actually ran his way down, you know, and was a little bit late to that skirmish that initially took place. Teleports back in here, Tekka walks, and they come off cooldown and die again. And you know, you take stock check of the scoreboard, and all of a sudden it's Jin with a bounty, Azir with 3 kills, Shen with a bounty, and a 2,000 gold leader at 10 minutes is nothing to scoff at.
No, certainly isn't. And we talk about these item-heavy champions like Jin that wants as many BF swords as is possible. Well, this is going to definitely do a lot to assist him with that objective. Now that the Tigers have regrouped themselves and managed to group on up to force this this Herald eventually, they will be successful. So that'll be the objective to play for. And now we'll hope that this Herald can find themselves a fair bit of success to break open some of these structures. That's going to be the flash forwards. Russell this time, unfortunately, unable to hit the death sentence.
Yeah, but you got to respect it. I always like seeing a player trying to make plays. You know, you'd rather do something than do nothing, and wonder what if you could have done something more. So
yeah, sure.
Got to respect Russell still trying to play make, still trying to punish this Azir pick, and misses out, but maybe the next one lands.
What will land is this bottom lane at the meantime, as Ash will be uncontested. Soaking up a storm, and looking to try and get some plates as well to bridge that gold gap. If you can hit the Blade of the Rune King first, it'll be absolutely huge. You can see that both Shen and Volibear have him in sight and targeted.
Yep.
And the Blade of the Rune King will do a lot of work to ensure that if he can survive the initial CC, he'll be able to lifesteal, and he'll be able to take them down as well.
Seeing on the way ping, so QT still want to be fighting. They're definitely showing no signs of slowing down, right? Despite what happened in the early game, when you look at the minimap and you see that they're just spam pinging on the way, it says to me that they want to fight, especially because they're losing minions in the top side. You know, this is what you don't want to be seeing this. You don't want to be seeing Azir just 3 hitting turret plates and, you know, for what? It's just 1 dragon giveaway. Obviously QT don't want to give away the second one. They want to play for the soul, but they're just sending way to that point of no return, you know, the point that we saw last game.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about him being fed resources. This is definitely the game plan from Diacubs, right? 3, 1, and 4. Already got yourself a Nash's 2 well ahead of the clock. And look how many plates he was able to achieve during the time that that dragon was acquired. It's a lot of gold right now. Would hate to see the comparison between the two of these mid laners. You mentioned it to be the focal point of this matchup.
Yeah. Tech has done a lot better though, huh?
He's done a lot better, no, for sure. He's definitely done a lot better, matching things. And, you know, we talk about him having an item spike. Suddenly, you know, a Shockwave, a Maelstrom, a lot different.
QT's composition definitely has angles and windows to win the game from really any gold deficit, but not if Tekka gets dove here.
Oh, no. Thankfully for him, there was no flash on that Volibear. Had to fully rely on that charge to get in, but it was just enough as the ball will reveal. Potential little gang squad waiting in the wings, trying to take him down and make this mid lane even harder than it already is. What's good news though is we are playing for an Infernal Soul. That means the final game of the semi-finals will be that of an explosive one. Extra damage, and that's what they'll need if they can look to train CC picks like this. Thankfully for him, even though the Blade of the Rune King Power Spike gets that kill, and that means so much.
Yeah, Ash has the balk now and picks up the kill there. Potentially we see 2 turret plates drop or 1 turret plate drop just before the 10-second timer. They're pinging on the way, they definitely want it. Azir's going to break first turret though. I feel like he's had no lane opponent for a while now.
I just find it so interesting to note sort of how the response has been to him in this series. It's almost like he's got that mental edge. It's just like I want to almost say it's like a Chad aura. Just nobody wants to walk in his vicinity. They're just too scared to go toe-to-toe with him, it feels like.
Yeah. I mean, after the last few games, you definitely want to leave that man's on his own.
Let's get the Haunting guys. This is when you mentioned that we can start to see them really ramp on up, and this could be a chance for them to ramp up a little bit more. Even going to flash on forward into the fray of things.
Here we go.
Are they able to get their killing blow? Will eventually fall on down as Nautilus can punish. The teleports came on in. Their stand united was used to fantastic effect. And that's a nice little pickup.
That's an aggressive flash coming out of Eden there, but again, you see the idea, and it's honestly a game of inches here at the moment, right? Like, you know, that kill goes down, the stand united doesn't come through, potentially we have a different ball game, but look at the ping from Kennen. Kennen's on the way.
He wants to jump into this fight. You can see that the teleport's going to come in to follow things up as well. Teleport advantage. He's here first. Can he look to try and find that stun?
He didn't
Can't find the slicing Maelstrom. No. Now he's taunted and he's got no chance to press any button.
He didn't ult.
He's going to fall on down, and Hingubi with no mana and no turret as well, because that's been disabled. Says, please team, where are you? We need to do something. On their second kill, Jin is huge. Eden finally rocks up to this fight, and there's a shockwave, but it's not enough to one-shot a Jin just yet.
Can he get the kill on the way?
The dive carries, though, are very low, however, and before Eden falls down for a second time in this prolonged fight, he will take out the Azir. Scrappy fights. It's really been a narrative of 2 and 3. And why not just soak up a few more auto attacks? They're so close to falling on down. It was, well, testing the waters, min-maxing.
What did I say about the Diacubs and starting to make plays around the Nash's Tooth Haunting guys' way? He actually has those items. Now he's grouping and starting to make team fights and make plays, and we're seeing Nightfaller back into the play. Yeah, he has the Ghost. Shen is going to fall down. But you have to say it was a Now he ults. You have to say it was a successful play, nevertheless, for the Die Cubs, picking up the turret, picking up multiple kills, and extending their gold lead.
But they do. 60 minutes approaches, or 60 minutes is here and there. We are up by 4k for the Die Cubs right now. And if you look at that scoreboard, you think it's all in the right places as well.
Yeah.
4-0 is this Jin. That's exactly what he wants to be at. He's well on his way to getting that rapid fire cannon to hit those 2-item strides.
I mean, this Jin's online now, right? You got to think of it relative to game state.
Oh,
You know, there's no armor. There's no armor across the board anywhere. This Jin's going to be doing so much work. You know, you still have to say though, this Ashe is up there. Has the Bork, has the dagger. I think you know, it would be close to the Zeal by now, but obviously valuing the pink
power
board.
though, I suppose we're looking at like, you know, the proto belt coming on forward, a must, you know, a must buy, a must need really for Kennen to find those windows, especially when there's no flash. But that Tekka is a world away from really matching the power that this Azir currently presents.
Yeah, this Azir is just getting scarier and scarier as time goes on. Once this Lian just sticks through, it's going to be doing so much damage to the rest of the lineup. And you know, Tekka again's done a pretty good job to remain relevant, remain even in farm. But at the moment, Die Cubs just have full control over the map, you know. Vision control's just there. They have pink wards in mid lane. Pink wards a little bit deeper behind red buff of QUT. And the Shen, the surprise for me is the Shen's actually managed to remain even. You know, it has gone unpunished. And if you're not going to punish the Shen and let the Shen have a free laning phase, then it's just going to do so much work when it comes to level 6 and using that Stand United.
And so far it has found success. He's opted into a Titanic Hydra. He wants to match that side wave pressure, but he also wants to do a fair bit of damage as well. They've fully committed. No need to be a tank. If you can just kill them before they kill you. Funny how that works.
Yeah, right?
Red buff is a contest. When you talk about map control, but that's the Die Cubs looking to lose a little bit more of it. Wombo combo, two-man lock in place. Hingubi dashes away, survives, but Carrot flashes forward to chase him on through. Then Tekka receives an exhaust. And that Ceres might be just enough to get himself to this next turret. Now, does he have the moves? Definitely doesn't if the CC comes across, but Cupcake might pay the price. Not a bad trade.
Here we go.
3 for 2. Here comes Nightfall. A Proto Belt coming in clutch. Serenus actually lives. He doesn't die. And Wei,
Ace.
well,
Yeah, 18-minute ace. It's not something that you want to be seeing if you're a QUT fan, but the Die Cubs are just really, really accelerated. Strong laning phase. You know, they were very fast on their teleports and they managed to really get Kalrock into the spot that he's in, right? You know, you have to say it hasn't been off his own accord in the sense that it's not just been the 2v2 domination. You know, here's the replay though. We're seeing them just contest the red buff. Gooby doesn't want to give that one away. Multi-man shockwave lands, but the damage isn't there, and Wei comes in with the Shurima shuffle. Kalrock flashing over. You know, so much damage coming through from this Jin at this point. Curtain call.
no pressure on the Jin though, isn't there?
Nah, he's just really in no man's land channeling an ultimate because there's just no threat. You know, Eden's done a relatively good job here, and I think Nightfaller again just needs to focus on the Jin. See, he's using majority of his cooldowns on the Shen there, but who knows? Who knows if he can take Kalrock down there.
Well, regardless, if you're a Die Cubs fan, you're ecstatic with how this game is playing out so far. 20 minutes in, and they look revitalized, up by 6k. The gold lead continues to favor them. The Tigers are hoping for a miracle to bridge this gap anytime soon. They summon a Herald. It was about to expire. It achieves absolutely nothing.
Yeah, solo kill.
And that's another solo kill in the side lane. Wei has had to take his number all series long. It's been his series, his best of the entire split.
Yeah.
And at a crucial moment to show this level of consistency and form, it's really impressive.
Yeah, and this is just a free Baron. Gooby's in bot lane. Kennen's nowhere near. Don't think they're going to be anywhere near to contest it. And so, you know, Jin's one of those champions, Skimmy, where as the game goes on, his strength becomes scarier and scarier in the sense of he has animations for it. So here's the replay for the solo kill. I think he knows Tekka's in that bush. Yeah, he's obviously saw Tekka go in there before. We obviously didn't get to see that, but a little bit of stall points there.
It literally tickles him. It doesn't do any damage, does it?
Yeah, I mean, look at the items though, right? Like the Leandries
sure.
and the...
But I suppose in the scheme of, like, you know, you've got no magic resistance. It just, yeah, it didn't feel like it really hit for much at that stage. Worrying signs, you'd have to say. Look at the Die Cubs blast
my
coming in. That's
goodness.
creative. That's cute. And that is one that they might now regret because they've dived deep. Is it ego play? Or is it a play that was calculated? The tanks, the initiators, they jump in, but as soon as they do, they run away. Nodi actually falls on down, however, which is crazy given how it all started off out. But
you would still have to say it's probably worth for the side of Diacubs because Eden's honestly one of the threats left on his team. And now he's had to burn double summoners versus a Volibear and a Shen. So, you know, next time these ultimates come off cooldown, I don't know how Eden's going to actually play the game.
no, I mean, these flashes have been burned on repeat for such a long time right now. It feels like he's having to play, you know, 2 times as good as this Jhin to output some form of saving grace at this stage of the game. Yes, he's got some solid damage, especially to the front line, and now with the rune answer as well. But you're going into a Jhin which has a full item above you, soon to be at that magical 75% crit chance.
Yeah, as I was talking about Jhin before, dude, he's the only AD that has a permanent like animation change as he scales into the game. And it just sounds so scary. As if you don't watch Jhin auto creeps at this point in the game and think, oh my goodness, this guy is just going to tear through my team. You know what I mean? Like, look at Ash's autos. They just look nothing like the Jhin's.
It's like you turn on the sprinkler, but then you hear Jhin, it's just like, you know, a metal factory.
Yeah, yeah, I get so scared when I see a Jhin get online.
You just know that shot could be for me, and I am not keen. And we'll see how they look to try and bounce back in this one. The Tigers currently locked in place in these side lanes, soaking up the waves, catching as much as they can. Waves to get a fair bit of damage. Now that is an interesting proposition. I don't want to say it was a bait, but we did see members of the Diacubs ready and waiting in the wings to force a little fight.
It's just a little bit of disrespect, that's all it was.
It's definitely starting to feel that way. The last 2 plays we've seen, them definitely showing that we are so far ahead of you. What are you going to do about it? But they have definitely made a statement in terms of 4 minutes, and we have an Infernal Soul to play for. It's really been a day of freeze for the Diacubs. Every single time they've found themselves a soul point, it's always been free of that one in particular. So the time has been set. Really now up to the Tigers to vacuum as much of this farm as possible. Buy those elixirs, buy those wards, and find a fight that allows them potentially to stall a little bit longer.
Yeah, and I mean, you just have to pray that if you're a QUT fan, that you just find the perfect wombo, right? You find the multi-man cannon ult into Orianna Shockwave, into Runan's procs from Ashe, and maybe even get a little bit lucky on the crits, but that's how it feels. I mean, the gold deficit isn't, you know, by any stretch of the imagination gone, in the sense that, you know, it's still comebackable, but a lot has to go right in this next team fight for QUT.
And look at some of the cool items that they are soon to hit. Those 2 item spikes, you're looking at Rabadon's not only for the Orianna, but also for the Kennen as well. If they can achieve that within this window of time, the net damage threat skyrockets big time.
He should be able to get the...
see them.
Should be able to get the cap.
Oh, for sure. And what's interesting, we've actually yet to see them do the wombo combo together. It's always been either the Orianna or the Kennen going first, and then them falling on down because of, you know, so squishy at this point in the game, in the second coming in. So looking for a cohesive wombo combo. That is what you're banking on as a Tigers fan. But if you are in favor of the Cubs, very happy with how this game's playing out so far. They showed their level of consistency, their measured aggression, and their calculated discipline. And you just say, continue as it is.
Might be a little bit of a force here. A lot of damage coming through on Russell there. They just have so much control of the map right now. You know, it's so hard for QUT to just get past the, you know, get past their inhibitor towers at the moment, right? You know, Diacubs pretty much can eat the wave wherever they want to eat it. Look how deep Azir is eating this wave. You know, he's got his turret up there. Orianna's having to farm right outside of his tower. You know, much of the same when Jhin goes mid lane, but the only kind of like little rest that they're going to get is when he goes to get the red buff.
Yeah, very much a win harder mentality here from the Diacubs. Control what areas of the map the Tigers are allowed to roam into. Steal away all the jungle camps. Make it very predictable as to where your opponents are. Allow yourself to set up not only the vision, but the ability to continue to siege effectively and just stall out until the soul point to play for in just under 90 seconds.
I think Ash just bought Last Whisper because, you know, this fight is really the fight that's going to win or lose the game, and he's better off having an item than no item at all.
Yep, an item burst and a component. We talk about instant power at that point in the game, and that's exactly what they're playing for. They understand it, and we'll get to see it. These are some of the break points that we're highlighting, sort of showing the severity of the situation right now. The carries for the Die Cubs have blown out their counterparts from the water completely.
Well, Gooby's up gold.
Amounts.
Gooby's actually up gold. So maybe they play around Gooby.
Use Graves, the hopes and dreams right now.
They've actually gone for the Baron before the Soul, which is interesting. I thought, you know, they might just play this one out a little bit patient.
That's one Rabadon's cap so far here for the cannon. Now looking for that second. Oriana just needs a few more waves. I think he's got to be careful, however. Wynot's hunting for it. Hits him with the blue smite. Locks him in place. Now goes for the ultimate. Now goes for the stun. And now has the follow-up.
Oh,
It's
Nightfall
two-man shockwave. Doing whatever they can, but Nightfall in the flank tries to take out Jim, but he hits that crit shot. He hits the flash and the cleanse. And with that passive movement speed, can just run far, far away. It's a battle between the AD carries. Only one lives. Look at that damage. 1-2, bang, and you're gone. There's the emote. And it's lights out for the Tigers here. You have to say that was probably their last-ditch effort, their final chance. They were unable to find a single pick there. It's terrifying, it's worrying, but on the night, it is all things Dire Cubs. They suffered their first defeat, all split long, but they show you why they are your regular season champions, because they bounce back, and they bounce back with vengeance. They will be your second team, booking themselves into the grand finals, and they will be the team to look forward to taking down UQU.
Yeah, and that's probably the quickest game of tonight, right? If I'm not mistaken. Really clean game coming out of Dire Cubs there. Very, you know, we weren't sure what kind of Dire Cubs we would see coming in from their first loss of the whole season, but, you know, nevertheless, they put their foot on the accelerator and decided to close that one out quite quickly and convincingly. You know, there is some things to analyze for the side of UQU, you know, heading into the grand final. Definitely some slip-ups there from the Die Cubs, but if you're also the Die Cubs, you've got to be happy that you actually lost the game, because now you can learn something. If you're just permanently winning, it's harder to learn, so the fact that they lost, you know, it's going to be good for them to be able to learn something and bring it into the grand finals.
Yeah, no doubt. As much as it's nice to sort of hold on to that illustrious title of we went undefeated and we won everything, I'm sure a defeat at this stage is enough to humble anybody and allow them to use that next week of prep going into the grand finals to good effect. Let's bring up that bracket to show you what tonight looked like. We obviously had the two best of three semi-finals to play out, and it all started off with UQU doing battle with Mammoth Academy. It was a close game to start things off with. Mammoth got the first game, but from the second game onwards, it was all things University of Queensland Union. They were able to be the first team that booked themselves into the grand finals, but that wasn't about the Tigers trying to make it an all-out University Queensland affair. They were the first team to make the Die Cubs bleed, but they were unable to go the full distance and book themselves in as well. That's going to be the Die Cubs, and that is going to be UQU, your grand finalists, the OCS 2020 playoff contenders, to be crowned, I should say, the champions of this year, Juves. And, you know, I suppose looking back in hindsight now, as many weeks ago as it was, would you have expected it to have been these two?
Die Cubs, I would have expected to make a very, you know, deep run into the playoffs. However, UQU for me, they're kind of the dark horse. They surprised me. You know, we were singing the praises of Mammoth Academy, Legacy Genesis, and week after week, if I'm being completely honest, we let UQU fly under the radar. They just picked up win after win. You know, sometimes some really long games, some really hard games, but they won nevertheless. And as they're coming into grand finals, they're really hitting some form, and it's hard to bet against them at the moment, you know. Thought maybe Mammoth Academy stylistically have their number, but they managed to get that one done and look quite good doing so. So I think we're in for a banger next week.
You certainly are. And if you're still keen on some Oceanic League of Legends, then stick around and check that follow on the Twitch channel here, because tomorrow we will have the quarterfinals starting in the OPL, the pro circuit here in our region. So Look forward to that one. Same time, same place, and same casters to give you some excitement to jump into. But as it does for us here tonight, a big thank you to our sponsors in Neosurf, EPOS, and Macca's. A big thank you to you at home for watching, tuning in, and supporting. As always, we had a fair few bangers to sink your teeth into. And as it does for us tonight, we're going to sign on out. We've got that to look forward to tomorrow. Jubes will be there. We're all going to be there. We'll see you then.
Actually, we'll be there.
And that's a beautiful Hemo play, onto multiple members, a shutdown all importantly onto Chippies. He gets himself a double kill.
Triple kills. Can we get a quadra? Yes, we can. It's Raze doing what he does. The team fight king.
You can only use these ingredients, and you can only cook with this thing. Hey,
I'm excited.
It's like a fairy pooped in a cup. Big shout out to the little legends that we created. So we've got the Fury Horn there, and then this is the like mystery egg the graphics operator was making instead of that last graphic.
Guys, I want Twitch chat to do it with me. Make sure your chest hits the ground like this, that's 4. And don't be afraid to go a little bit faster or a little bit slower. Just do what's comfortable, okay?
My long-term boyfriend and I broke up over a month ago. How do I start dating again? Rusty, you're lonely.
Finally, your ideal Valentine's Day date.
PC Vaughn, Duo Q, League of Legends.
Oh, very nice.
I think Bombers started them off quite well, but they just got outplayed on like a micro level, and I am really good at this.
Send this to Frost Urine.
So who here wants a really mediocre painting of Gragas? It is a time for celebration, but it is also a time for mourning. Let's start off with a eulogy.
5 Drakes to the name, a Baron and everything else.
In a counter matchup.
That's the carbon response. That's the legacy win right there.
Is anyone wearing pants?
Oh, you're wearing pants.
Some shorty boys. Look at that.
What has this become?
There's no AFL, there's no NRL, but there is always OPL. Come rain, hail or shine,